Chapter 745. Time and space were in chaos. Knowing destiny stepped through the realms. His body was surrounded by murderous intent. Yan Jiosher's expression changed. He immediately turned his palm and slapped at the incoming person. Evil chi spread out like waves. Knowing destiny waved his sword. Bloody light was dazzling. It had the power to split open the sky and cut the evil chi in half. A pool of blood splashed into time and space. Yan Jiosher's feet sank and his right knee fell to the ground. Since you dared to hurt her, leave your life behind. Ning Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His sword aura became heavier, suppressing the evil king. Blood dripped from the corner of Yan Jiosher's mouth. He concentrated his energy and slapped at the former. You're overestimating yourself. Ning Chen did not dodge the incoming attack. He slapped down with his left palm. Frost surged as he took the evil energy head-on. With a boom, their foundations clashed. The heavily injured Yan Jiosher's mouth was dyed red again. The blood in his body surged violently. 9 evils breaking sun palm. The situation was unfavorable. Yan Jiosher condensed his vast energy again. Suddenly, the evil chi roared like crazy waves. It broke through the sky and attacked the sun. Ning Chen snorted. He turned his palm and took in chi. He activated the life scroll. In an instant, time and space were frozen. The 2 palms clashed. The sky fell and the earth fell. The shocking power continued to spread and destroyed the incoming spatial turbulence. Evil Dragon Overture. Life devours the sky. Yan Jiosher reused his evil weapon. The black spear was in his hand. The dragon's soul returned to his body. Demonic patterns circled around him. His aura rose again. The black spear light broke through the sky. The dragon roared in the sky. Its power multiplied as it attacked with all its might. It was a powerful move. Wherever the evil energy passed, ice and snow melted. Everything was destroyed. Sword technique, nothingness. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He waved his sword. The bloody light was extremely bright. It spread rapidly and swallowed everything in sight. With a boom, the 2 weapons clashed. The powerful sword pressure destroyed everything. The evil weapon flew out of Yan Jiosher's hand. Sword technique, divine seal. After the first sword, the next one came. The brilliant sword cut through time and space. It took a life. The tip of the sword pierced through his body. His eyes were filled with blood. The plain clothes that were close to him were reflected in his eyes. This was the last scene of his life. Yan Jiosher's eyes were filled with reluctance and regret. The moment we left our world, we were already prepared to lose everything. However, this moment is the proof of our value. At the moment of his death, Yan Jiosher unleashed all of his blood chi, which turned into a death restriction and sealed off the heaven and earth. He wanted to die together with the enemy before him. Sword style remnant red. In the blink of an eye, a red light flashed, and the tip of the sword was sharp. Yan Jiosher's eyes were filled with shock when he saw the red-robed silhouette. The memories of the past came back to him. He was unwilling to accept it, but more importantly, he was filled with mockery. The heretic king fell to the ground with a thud. He didn't have time to tell the truth as the turbulence engulfed his body. Ning Chen's red clothes dissipated and he returned to his original body. He looked at the beautiful figure in green outside the battlefield. His usually calm face finally couldn't hide his emotions. Sister Qing Ning. Tears flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He had fought for a lifetime, but all he could think of was the most ordinary days of his life. He could talk with his loved ones. It was so simple yet so difficult. A gentle smile appeared on Qing Ning's face. She walked forward and raised a hand to caress his face. She said softly, "I still haven't seen you get married and have children on behalf of the Empress. You won't die so easily. Ning Qin didn't say anything. He walked forward and hugged the woman in front of him, feeling that familiar warmth. The panic in his heart gradually calmed down. Qing Ning's expression became even gentler. She patted his back and said softly, "The wisdom monarch is still here. Aren't you going to greet him?" Only then did Ning Chen notice the seductive woman in a pink dress. He calmed himself down and let go of the person in his arms. He said, "Miss Erin, the wisdom monarch owes you a favor this time. To be able to make the world-renowned wisdom monarch owe me a favor. Erin has earned it." Erin Ming monarch smiled and replied, "Erin, Qing Ning will remember this favor. I won't say any more thanks. If there's anything in the future, I'll do my best to help," Qing Ning said seriously. The wisdom monarch's smile became even more seductive. She looked at the wisdom monarch and said, "Wisdom monarch, do you still remember what I said to you before?" "Miss said that we would meet again," Ning Qin replied. "Everyone says that the wisdom monarch is the crown of civil and military affairs. Today, I finally learned that after more than 10 years, young master still remembers what Erin said. I'm impressed," the wisdom monarch smiled. "Miss Erin's talent and beauty are unparalleled. How could I not remember you?" Ning Qin said politely, "Young master, do you really mean what you said just now?" The wisdom monarch took a step forward and asked softly. Sensing the faint fragrance close by, Ning Qin subconsciously frowned. He then calmed down and said calmly, "I never go back on my words." "Good." Erin Ming monarch smiled and took a step back, saying, "Protect me until I become a supreme." "The fourth realm?" Ning Qin frowned as he spoke. "What? Am I making things difficult for you?" The wisdom monarch smiled. "Miss Erin, do you really believe that there are fourth realm cultivators in the world?" Ning Qin said seriously, "Hotian, Xiantian, treading immortal. Don't we all have doubts before we truly step into those realms? There's no end to the path of cultivation. We've always been frogs at the bottom of a well. All we can see is the sky in our hearts," the wisdom monarch replied. Ning Chan was silent for a long time before saying, "Miss Erin, do you really believe that I have the ability to protect you? To tell you the truth, I might very well be stuck at the peak realm for the rest of my life. I believe, young master, just like I believe that I can reach the fourth realm. Young master can already fight true realm cultivators. Just one more step and you'll be unrivaled. Erin has never misjudged people. Not in the past and not in the future." Ning Qin sighed. "Since Miss Erin trusts me so much, I won't refuse. However, since you cultivate both Buddhism and the devil, you'll definitely have to sever one of them in the future." The wisdom monarch's smile faded. "If I become a Buddha, I'll be merciful. If I become a devil, I'll slaughter the world." Ning Qin was startled. For the first time, he felt a trace of fear towards Buddha Mountain's current Buddhist lady. He wasn't joking just now. He believed she could do what she said. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Qing Ning asked, "Ning Qin, where are Ruashi and Iner? I heard they came with you." Ning Chen recovered and replied, "Ina left the ancient path to the heavenly word planet's Li family village to fulfill her promise. Rua, she just left the space-time turbulence and is with Wu Lei and Ji Yuqing." "Ji Yuqing? Spirit Void's daughter?" Qing Ning narrowed her eyes. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. A strange light flashed in Qing Ning's eyes, but she didn't ask any more questions. Erin was also here, so some things were better left unasked. "Let's go out first." Qing Ning gathered her thoughts. Ning Chen nodded slightly and walked in front, leading the two of them forward. At the same time, countless spaces away, the sound of battle was still endless. Reverend Bai Yu blocked Di Mingtian's path, and every move he made was powerful enough to shake the sun and moon. Di Mingtian was seriously injured by Ji Ming's attack. He was gradually at a disadvantage in the battle. Reverend Bayou saw this, and his attacks became fiercer. He used all his cultivation, and his slender hands turned into 100 chains. Forbidden Dark Seal, 6 Sins Annihilation. Di Mingtian's injuries were getting worse, and he couldn't fight for a long time. He raised his right hand and forced his true yuan. In an instant, the sun, moon, and stars appeared in his eyes. Space-time sank, and everything was turned to ashes. Ugh! Reverend Bayou took the attack, and with a grunt, he retreated a few feet. Retreat! Di Mingtian took a step and quickly disappeared into the turbulence. Reverend Bayou chased after him, but he had already lost track of him. This is troublesome. Reverend Bayou's eyes flashed. This person's cultivation and combat strength were extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for the help of that swordsman, she wouldn't have been able to force him to this point. Now that he had escaped, the next time they met would be difficult to predict. After thinking for a moment, Reverend Bayou collected her thoughts and disappeared. Half a month later, at the end of the turbulence, a sword light broke through the boundary of space. 3 figures walked out. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were shocked. In front of them, meteors kept falling. It was like the end of the world. There was no sign of life. Oh no! Ning Chen's divine sense swept over, and his heart sank. Ruo Shi and Wu Lei came out before them, but there was no trace of them. Could it be that they had encountered some danger? Don't worry too much. Those 2 girls aren't the same as before. They should be able to protect themselves. Moreover, the Clear Prince is with them. Since the Ji family allowed Ji Yuqing to come alone, she must have some special means that we don't know about, Qing Ning said softly. Yes. Ning Chen nodded, and his expression relaxed a little. However, he was still worried. He hoped that nothing would happen to those 2 girls. We're not far from the ancient battlefield. Let's hurry, said Empress Erin. Ning Chen and Qing Ning nodded, and the 3 of them entered the fire domain. As soon as they stepped in, waves of unbearable heat hit them from all directions. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He stepped forward, and ice and snow covered the sky. Frost surged in the wind and waves, blocking the waves of fire. This place is harmful to your cultivation. Let's leave quickly, Ning Chen said. He waved his hand, and a blood-red light rose. He opened a path with his sword. The wind and snow swept past, and the 3 of them immediately disappeared. They rushed into the depths of the fire domain. Not long after the 3 of them left, a moonlight rose in the turbulence behind them. A passage through the turbulence appeared, guiding the young experts out of their predicament. A few days later, several figures walked out. After being trapped for several months, they all looked exhausted. Thank you for saving us, Reverend. Everyone looked at the woman in the moonlight dress in the sky and bowed respectfully. Get up. Since you're all out, continue on your journey. The ancient battlefield is not far from here. However, the remaining part of the journey will be dangerous. It's not too late to leave now. Take care of yourselves. As she spoke, Reverend Bayou's figure faded and merged into the void, disappearing without a trace. The young experts looked forward, and their expressions turned serious. It was not easy to get to this point, and they could not give up. No matter what, they had to find the ancient battlefield. Chapter 746. Within the meteor fire domain, giant meteors fell one after another, blazing with fiery light. The terrifying forbidden land blocked the path to the ancient battlefield. Within the fire domain, Su Yi quickly moved forward. With a sword in hand, wind and snow split open the sky, cutting through all obstacles. 10,000 miles behind her, figures flashed past. The geniuses of the younger generation were rushing over, wanting to fight for the final victory. Among the young experts, there were a few whose auras were exceptionally obvious. They were ranked among the 9 kings, and their pressure far exceeded that of ordinary people. The rumbling ahead was astonishing. The king's expressions became serious and they sped up. Someone had taken the lead, so they couldn't delay. Everyone sped up, but the figure 10,000 miles ahead was increasingly out of reach. The heaven-breaking sword light broke through all obstacles, shaking the starry sky. "Who is that?" The young experts were shocked. When did such a powerful swordsman appear on the ancient path? While everyone was shocked, miserable cries suddenly rang out. The falling meteors turned into a fiery meteor rain, turning the surrounding thousands of miles into hell. Not good. Seeing the sudden increase in meteors, everyone condensed their true essence to block the heavenly might. The rumblings shook violently and flames filled the sky. After a momentary stalemate, the fiery meteor rain broke through the barrier and fell from the sky. In an instant, miserable cries shook the sky. Hundreds of figures exploded, and blood and bones scattered across the forbidden land. "Let's go!" Seeing that the situation was hopeless, dozens of figures rushed out, using their blood as their origin to quickly advance. 10,000 miles away, an even more terrifying meteor rain fell. Su-yi brought the two of them through it, and their speed became even more astonishing. Sword technique, nothingness. The sword was nothingness, swallowing everything. Boundless sword light shook heaven and earth, and an unparalleled sword aura surged out. Heaven and earth turned into primal chaos. Within the waves of fire, wind, and snow soared into the sky, opening the path to the heavens once more. Su-yi's body was covered in snow as she brought the two girls out of the forbidden land of the fire domain. Heavenly pillar. The stone pillar that towered into the starry sky was simple and majestic. Compared to the 79 heavenly pillars from before, there were far fewer names on it. However, those who had carved their names down had already become famous thousands of years ago. Wu-lei and the others didn't come. Ning Chen took a look and his expression darkened. Where did these two girls go? There's no point in panicking now. Trust them. You can't protect them forever. Let's finish what we can first, then think of a way to find them, Qingning said. Ning Chen nodded, suppressing the uneasiness in his heart. This was the only way. Does young master want to leave his name? Erin Ming Wang stepped forward and engraved her name. Stay. A strange light flashed, and Ning Chen's original appearance was restored. He stepped forward and looked at the heavenly pillar. Then he put his fingers together and carved his name. At the same time, on the ancient roads of the various major star fields, the various star field managers were shocked as they looked in the direction of the 80th heaven pillar. The 9th son of Mo Gate? How was this possible? At the bottom of Duan Hung Mountain, a powerful figure rushed out from the boiling magma. Lord Ling Su, who was unable to suppress his anger, looked into the distance with murderous intent. Mo Gate's 9th son hadn't died. It turned out that everyone had been deceived by him. It's him. 10,000 miles away, Ziwei, Lingxiu, and Ying Qiong's expressions darkened as well. This was going to be troublesome. At the same time, in a majestic palace far away, numerous figures condensed. Mo Gate's 9th son had reappeared. Everyone, you've all received the news, right? Asked Lord Skymist. Yes. The various sovereigns nodded. All heavens, what's going on? Didn't Mo Gate's 9th son already die at your hands? Asked Lord Ling Su. I still don't know the truth. The all heavens sovereign's expression was cold. Let's think of a way to deal with this first. Since he hasn't died, no one can compete with him. Why can't we let him open the ancient battlefield? Asked the waning moon pavilion's master. If he's not the chosen one, how can he open the ancient battlefield? Is the pavilion master not worried that he'll kill anyone who might be able to open it? Asked Lord Ziwei. There can only be one chosen one. Once he dies, who knows how many more years we'll have to wait. There's no turning back. We have to kill him before they reach the ancient battlefield, said the All-Heavens Sovereign. Impossible. Shinji sneered. Mo Gate's 9 sons have already passed the Flame Realm and are very close to the ancient battlefield. Even if we move now, we won't make it in time. What about Reverend Baiwe? Why hasn't she appeared? Asked Lord Skymist. The various sovereigns fell silent. Baiwe's temperament was unfathomable, and no one knew what she was thinking. Time is of the essence. Right now, only Baiwe is closest to him. Immediately notify her to stop him, said Lord Skymist. Can she stop him by herself? Asked the Waning Moon Pavilion's master. We have to stop him even if we can't. Our 100-year plan can't be ruined by him, said Lord Skymist. All heavens, Ingqiong, and I will do our best to help. Lord Ling Su, Waning Moon Pavilion's master. You should hurry over as well, said Lord Ziwei. Yes. Lord Ling Su nodded. Everyone, we've been planning for 100 years. Success or failure is right before our eyes. No matter what, we can't let anyone threaten our plan, emphasized Lord Skymist. Understood. The various sovereigns nodded and scattered, returning to their original bodies. In front of the 80th pillar, Ning Qin, who had returned to his original appearance, looked back into the distance. The coldness in his eyes was not concealed at all. Young master, are you not going to hide your identity anymore? Asked AI Ran with a slight smile. There's no need. Previously, I hid my identity to make things easier. Now that I've achieved my goal, I might have unexpected gains by returning to my original appearance, said Ning Qin calmly. Oh! A strange light flashed through AI Ran's eyes. What was he scheming again? Mo Gate's 9th disciple, I've long heard of your name. Today I finally meet you. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky began to gather. Amidst the boundless pressure, a woman in a moon-white dress descended from the sky. She was like a fairy from the Moon Palace descending to the mortal world. Stunning everyone, she descended to the world. Without saying anything, Baiwe flipped her palm and slammed it towards the plain-clothed figure in front of the pillar. Seeing this, Ning Qin did not dodge. He flipped his palm and condensed his yuan to meet the attack. The collision of two extremes shook the heavens and the earth. Unparalleled cultivation and peerless foundation collided head-on. Boundless might soared into the sky and shook the stars. It's rumored that Mo Gate's 9th disciple sword arts are world-shocking, but his foundation is ordinary. Today, I see how ignorant the world is. Reverend Baiyu said softly. He increased the power of his palm essence, and the two of them clashed right in front of each other, shaking the sky. Venerate, when you encountered an enemy in the chaotic flows, I was the one who helped you. Is this how you repay this favor? Sneered Ning Qin. His body was covered in snow, and his palm could split the heavens and split the seas. With his peerless foundation, he did not fear the world. You really are naive to talk about principles with a woman. After exchanging several moves, Venerate Baiwe could tell that 70% of his qi had succeeded. He had condensed qi into a whip, and a heaven-shaking battle was about to begin. Ning Chen's figure was like an illusion as he dodged the energy. After taking several steps, he turned back and condensed his yuan into a palm, slamming it towards Baiue's heart. After a short exchange, the ground in front of the 80th pillar collapsed. The pillar that had withstood the shock waves of the battle collapsed, sending rubble flying into the sky. Qingning and AI Ran immediately retreated, avoiding the falling rubble. With such ability, you have already surpassed Mo Gate's master. It seems like Mo Gate Master's death is related to you. Venerate Baiue's palm shook the surrounding area. The more he pushed, the more powerful it became. Venerate Baiue condensed an 80% successful physique and faced the power of the wind and snow head-on. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the power destroyed the terrain within 1,000 miles. An indescribable destructive power spread out continuously, sweeping up sand and splitting rocks. Could it be that all the venerates like to meddle in other people's affairs? Or is it because of your self-proclaimed righteousness that you feel superior to others? Ning Chen snorted coldly, and with a flip of his palm, he shook off the shock waves. He took a step forward, and a majestic heavenly might rapidly coiled around him. The wind and snow turned into a heavenly waterfall. 12 spiritual styles, splitting the sea and splitting the flood. Venerate Baiyue's expression turned serious as he used his ultimate move. Moonlight fell from the sky, and 1,000 caddies converged, breaking through the sea. When the two moves collided, the starry sky shook and a destructive power surged out, instantly shaking the battle. 12 spiritual styles, sky-raising waterfall. One move was followed by another. Venerate Baiyue's figure stabilized, and a slender hand gathered spiritual source within 1,000 miles. Rolling waves poured down from the sky. Venerate Baiyue came from afar. How can I not let you return with pleasure? Seeing the shocking move descending, Ning Chen said coldly and did not retreat. Blood mist spread out from his body, and amidst the flowing lights, the symbiotic sword appeared. The moment he held the sword, the clouds broke through the sky. Sword technique, dragon sparrow transformation. For Symbol's divine seal, the sword's power was shocking, and the dragon's roar, and the sparrow's cry broke through the sky. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the sword and palm disappeared. White clothes flashed past, and the sword's light reflected the moon. The sword cut through the waves of sand, chasing after souls and taking lives. Is this your sword? Shin Ji and the others were not lying, and it deserves a shocking evaluation. Venerate Baiyue flipped his palm and caught the sword. His spiritual source surged, and he used his unparalleled cultivation to block the sword. The moment they collided, the universe shook and pieces of the void collapsed, unable to withstand the terrifying power. I am fully deserving of this praise. Ning Chen's footsteps changed again, and the sword's edge was sharp. Absolute speed, absolute sword power. One sword to break through the sky, the only sword in the world. 12 spirit styles, invincible, sky soul burial. The sword's edge attacked, and Venerate Baiyue raised his aura. His body was surrounded by the moonlight of the 9 heavens, and the power of the stars was added to the power of his palm. One palm to bury the sky, and 10,000 souls to mourn. The two shocking moves collided with a loud bang, and the destructive power backfired on both of them. However, the two of them who were at the peak of their power did not show any weakness in their moves. When they collided again, their battle intent became stronger. 4 Symbol's divine seal, Dragon Phoenix Burial. Not wanting to fight for a long time, Ning Chen used all of his spiritual source and the Azure Dragon's blood essence to boost it. The dragon and the phoenix intertwined, and the sword shot out. The sword's power became stronger, and Venerate Baiyue's expression became more serious. His hands gathered the spiritual source around his body and the power of the stars and turned it into 100 rivers and condensed it into a heaven's primordial energy. 12 spirit styles, chaotic extreme. The vast primordial energy swallowed the sky and destroyed the earth. The moonlight sprinkled down, and the moon's white brilliance filled the eyes. The fairies in the mortal world used all of their abilities to meet the only sword in the world. The sword and palm collided, and an extremely dazzling aurora rumbled, destroying everything in sight. The power was shocking. Drip! Suddenly, a dazzling red dyed the flawless white. In the falling red, the battle situation was clear. Chapter 747. At the end of the ancient path, a world-shaking battle was taking place. The fairies of the mortal world blocked the only sword in the world. After the peak, a dazzling scarlet color flew up in the wind. The matchless battle gradually became clear. Baiyu's left shoulder was pierced by the sword by an inch. Blood dripped from the wound. It was the first time he was injured. "I can't stop you. You can leave." Bai Yu took half a step back and his sword left his body. He looked at the plain-clothed young man. "Thank you." Ning Chen waved his hand and put away his sword. He didn't say anything else and left. "They're coming. Take care of yourself." Bai Yu calmly reminded him. "I'll wait for them to come." Ning Chen stopped and said. Then he continued to walk forward. 100 miles away, Ai ran and Qing Ning saw him and followed him. "Did you win?" asked Qing Ning softly. "I haven't used up all my moves. It's hard to say who won or lost." Ning Chen replied, although the woman's moves were fierce, there wasn't much killing intent. It was more like she was just doing it. It seemed that the sovereigns weren't united. They all had their own plans. Now he only needed to find the last pillar to find the ancient battlefield. However, from the attitude of the sovereigns, it wasn't easy to open the ancient battlefield. If opening the ancient battlefield required great strength, the sovereigns didn't need to stop him. They were sure that he wasn't the one who could open the ancient battlefield. Excluding the factor of strength, there was only one possibility. The sovereigns weren't sure who this person was. Therefore, they were worried that his existence would destroy their hope of opening the ancient battlefield. Ning Chen gathered his thoughts and looked into the distance. He had to obtain the time restriction. No one could stop him. The sovereigns and the heavens were the same. Behind him, the sovereigns were moving faster and faster. They wanted to reach the ancient battlefield as soon as possible. At the same time, in the meteor shower, many young figures also sped up, trying their best to make it through. Ning Chen led the two of them at the front. Light flashed and the world changed. Mountains and rivers were left behind. "We're here." After traveling for 10,000 miles, Bai Yu stopped and looked at the mountain range in front of her. The last pillar stood above the mountain range. It was incomparably majestic. "Go." She took a step forward and soared into the air, flying towards the peak of the mountain range. Qing Ning and Aaron Ming Wang followed behind, their robes fluttering in the wind. The heavenly pillar was right in front of him. At this moment, the clouds in the sky churned as a gigantic palm descended from the sky, pressing down with a terrifying might. The sovereigns joined hands, passing through the restrictions of time and space to stop Mo Gates' 9th disciple. "You want to stop me even though your main body hasn't arrived? Where does your confidence come from?" Looking at the huge palm pressing down from the sky, Ning Chen's expression turned cold. The sword in his hand transformed into a sword and slashed out to meet the attack. The sword pierced through the heavens, shaking the heavens and resounding through the universe. The giant palm collapsed and dissipated between heaven and earth. "9th son of Mo Gate, when we personally arrive, it will be time for you to pay with your life." The clouds dispersed, and the voices of the venerables also disappeared. Originally, there were no grudges between them, but because of the conflict of interest, they became mortal enemies, and there was no turning back. "I'll be waiting for you," Ning Chen coldly replied. He stepped forward, flying towards the peak of the mountain range. In front of the 81st pillar, Ning Chen placed his fingers together to carve a name. The instant he did so, the entire mountain range began to rumble. The image of the absolute beginning appeared in the world. Boundless light and primal chaos were born. An aura that seemed to originate from the primordial era rapidly awakened. An army of 1,000,000 appeared in the sky, their ancient battle robes piercingly cold. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. Was this the reflection of the ancient battlefield? He had already arrived at the battlefield. But how should he activate it? Qing Ning and Aaron Ming Wang stood behind him, not interrupting his thoughts. After pondering for a moment, Ning Chen's body shone with a bright red light. The image of a phoenix appeared in the sky. Both of them appeared at the same time, forming imprints that sealed the Yellow Springs, turning everything within 100 miles into a divine forbidden world. Space was sealed, making it difficult for even gods and ghosts to pass through. Not long after the divine Forbidden World was activated, hundreds of figures arrived outside the mountain range. At the peak of a distant mountain, a familiar figure appeared. The expressions of the young experts changed. It was Emo Gates' ninth son. Oh, are they all here? At the peak of the mountain, Ning Chun looked coldly at the young experts who were rushing over from afar. He then looked away and continued to look at the reflection of the ancient battlefield in front of the pillar. The 5 kings focused. One of them walked out. It was Qin Bai, whom he had met in Green Lotus City. He unsheathed his famed sword, and a curved heavenly sword appeared. A cold light broke through the sky and slashed toward the figure on the peak of the mountain. The murderous light reflected on the moon. The king's sword was famous. With a boom, the divine Forbidden World appeared. The sword light shattered, unable to pass through the lightning pool. Forbidden World. Qin Bai's face turned cold. For it to be able to block his attack so easily, the Forbidden World was not ordinary. Let's work together. Otherwise, none of us will stand a chance. Qin Bai looked at the other 4 kings and spoke in a low voice. Sure. The 4 kings looked serious as they nodded in agreement. As soon as they spoke, the 5 kings gathered their qi and power. Vast vital essence surged and condensed into one. The power that could overturn mountains and seas crashed into the spatial Forbidden World in front of them. The extreme powers collided, and the sky and earth shook. The Yellow Springs' divine Forbidden World flickered, and the 5 kings combined their attacks. The 5 kings' faces darkened. They raised their vital essence again. Rolling spiritual qi gathered from all directions. It was a shocking power that affected the sky and the earth. It frightened even gods and ghosts. Behind them, the young, strong cultivators saw what was happening and also used their vital essence. Hundreds of rivers converged to break the spatial Forbidden World. Aaron and I will stop them, Qing Ning said softly. No need. Ning Qin replied. He clenched his right hand, and Zhu Xian appeared. Boundless murderous aura surrounded him. He slashed with the sword, and its ferocious power could kill immortals. The sword broke through the void and flew out of the divine Forbidden World. It crashed into the combined attacks of the strong cultivators. With a shocking sound, the Zhu Xian sword light broke through the deadlock. Its frightening power spread out and pierced into the bodies of the 5 kings. Arg! There were several muffled groans and blood splattered. The sword shocked the world and defeated the strong cultivators. It looks like we don't need to do anything. In the distance, many figures walked out. They wore black cloaks, black robes, white sword robes. One after another, their auras were sharp. They were many times more powerful than before. On the ancient road, they had fought for several years. The once peerless geniuses had made further progress and reached a new peak. In the confrontation between the inner world and the outer world, the inner world is destined to win. The handsome man in the black cloak said lightly, We can't be careless now. After all, the star venerables of the other regions haven't shown up yet. A woman in a light yellow dress said from behind. Miss, you really look like an old friend of mine, the man in the black cloak said with a sigh. Fan Ling Yue? He also mentioned this woman, but Qi Yanxia looked at the mountain peak in the distance. Her eyes flashed, and she said calmly, I'm not her. Chapter 748. All the experts gathered in front of the mountain where the 81st sky pillar stood. They looked at the figure on the mountain peak in the distance with heavy expressions. It was an unshakable peak, but they couldn't pass the sky barrier even if they worked together. The 5 injured kings barely stabilized their bodies. Each of them had an ugly expression. They had fought all the way and looked down on the starry sky. They didn't expect that they would be defeated so thoroughly today. On the mountain peak, Ning Chun retracted his gaze and looked at the great battle of the ancient era. Light flashed in his eyes. The moon in the water was indeed not real. However, since the scene of the ancient battlefield could appear here, there must be a way to open it. Time passed. Figures walked out of the meteor fire region, one after another. Their auras were shocking. After an instant, they disappeared again. The ancient road changed. All the venerables gathered and rushed to the Heaven's Choice Peak, where the 81st sky pillar was. Not good. Sensing the flames of war in the distance, the expressions of Venerable Ling Su and the others changed slightly. They stepped into the void and moved forward quickly. Su stood quietly on the Heaven's Choice Peak. Her thoughts flashed continuously as she searched for a way to open the ancient battlefield. In front of the Heaven's Choice Peak, many young experts were blocked by divine restrictions and couldn't get close. Not far from the young experts, several young people stood quietly and also looked at the situation on the mountain peak. Why hasn't Ning Chen opened the ancient battlefield? Luo Xingchen asked. It's not that he doesn't want to open it, but that he can't. Jian Er's expression was solemn. According to the attitude of the venerables and the current situation, the key to opening the ancient battlefield might not be strength, but the choice of the heavens. Ji Ming definitely won't be recognized by the heavens. Then what should we do? Luo Xingchen's expression sank. Wait, the sword intent said. On the Heaven's Choice Peak, Su Yi stood quietly for a long time. In front of the sky pillar where she had carved her name, the ancient battlefield's reflection became more and more intense. Sister Qingning, Miss AI ran, give it a try. After thinking for a long time, Ning Chen looked back at the two behind him and said softly. Hearing this, Qingning and AI ran nodded and stepped forward to engrave their names. After a moment of silence, the 81st sky pillar started to shake. The ancient battlefield's reflection changed, and corpses were everywhere. When Ning Chen saw this, he was shocked. He looked at the two of them, and a terrifying thought grew in his heart. It was difficult for him to suppress it. What's wrong? Qingning asked in confusion. I'm fine. Ning Chen suppressed the throbbing in his heart and forced a smile. I'm thinking of something. After saying that, Ning Chen looked at the reflection in front of him again. The ominous feeling in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. It was not because of the opening of the ancient battlefield, but because of the changes in the ancient battlefield after Qingning and Aaron Ming Wang carved their names. When he carved his name, war and slaughter began in the reflection of the ancient battlefield. This was not strange. However, Qingning and AI Ran were both Lady Buddhas. Why would there be a scene of destruction with corpses everywhere? Was he overthinking things? At this moment, Ning Chen's expression suddenly changed as he looked into the distance. They were here. However, at this moment, in the distant sky, floating clouds obstructed one's eyes as brilliant light descended from the heavens. 5 extremely powerful figures slowly descended, and their imposing auras were peerlessly majestic as they sunk down for thousands of miles. This scene shocked everyone. The 5-star sector sovereigns had all arrived, and their pressure was as deep as a bottomless abyss. 9th son of Mo Gate immediately opened the restriction. Otherwise, prepare to be punished, Lord Ling Su said coldly. Punished? Who gave you the right and confidence? Ning Chen's expression was cold as he replied, stubborn. Everyone, make your move. After saying that, the 5-star sector sovereigns moved at the same time. Spiritual chi filled the sky as they rushed toward the peak of Heaven's Chosen. Sorry, sovereigns, you can't go there. At this moment, not far away, several figures flashed and blocked the front. The 3 in the lead had extremely powerful auras. Their extremely sharp killing intent made people feel cold all over. Seeing the several figures blocking the front, the 5-star sector sovereign's expression sank. It turned out that those unknown experts on the ancient road were related to Mo Gate's 9th son, Amitabha. A Buddhist chant rang out. In the distance, a young monk in white walked over. He looked to be about 20 years old, but his Buddhist energy was extremely pure, not the slightest bit inferior to any king. The Arhut has also come? On the mountain peak, Ai Ran's lips curved slightly. She took a step forward and descended the mountain. Sir, remember your promise. Ai Ran will block this calamity for you. As soon as she finished speaking, she landed in front of the white-robed young monk. Arhut, I've chosen my Tao protector, said Ai Ran with a smile. Is it him? Then I bless you. The Arhut glanced at the mountain peak. I need your strength. The smile on Ai Ran's face gradually faded as she said calmly. The Arhut was silent for a moment. A moment later he said, If you become a Buddha, I am willing to help you. But if you become a devil, I will personally convert you. As he spoke, the Arhut's body shone brightly with golden light. His figure dissipated, transforming into specks of Buddhist energy that entered Ai Ran's body. This is, above the void, Sovereign Ziwei's expression shook. A dual Buddhist and devil cultivator. In front of everyone's eyes, the fusion of Buddha and devil caused the clouds to change. A terrifying pillar soared into the sky. In an instant, the limits of the heavens shook. Ai Ran Mingwang. On the mountain peak, Ning Chen couldn't hide his shock. He had always felt that this woman was extraordinary, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated her. Below the mountain peak, the Buddhist and devil cultivators were in the most extreme opposition. Her eyes opened and closed, and waves of golden red blood spread out. The might of Buddha and devil surged, shocking the 9 heavens. As the Arhut's power entered, the Buddhist will behind Ai Ran turned golden red. The Mingwang turned into a Buddha and devil. Her golden eyes had a hint of blood red, looking extremely demonic. Devil Buddha 6 paths, Brahma ghost life and death. The Buddha and devil opened the path to hell, and reincarnation appeared at the Yellow Springs crossing. Ai Ran gathered energy, and waves of Buddha and devil surged with destructive power. The heavens shook and the earth shook. Everything within 100 miles was instantly overturned. It was a shocking scene, as if doomsday had arrived once again. The 5 of them focused and gathered their true yuan. They flipped their palms to block the waves of Buddha and devil. On the mountain peak, Qing Ning saw this and stepped forward. The green divine spear in her hand flourished with lotus aura. She supported the Buddha and her spear descended. Devil sword, reincarnation. On the other side, Xiazi also activated his devil qi. He stabbed his devil sword into the ground, and 10,000 swords surged. He supported the devil and broke through the sky. Similarly terrifying attacks came from 3 different directions, converging and surging, tearing mountains apart. You overestimate yourself. The 2 sovereigns, Lingshu and Ziwei, pushed their palms further and took half a step forward. They released their martial arts and dispersed the attacks of the 3. Myriad Heavens, Ingqiong, and Dawn Moon Tower Master flew out. They didn't care about the battle behind them and rushed forward. Scroll of the Moon, silent moonfall. In an instant, the wind rose and the moonlight spread. In an instant, the wind stopped, the sound stopped, the flowers stopped fragrant, and the birds stopped chirping. The sword realm was activated, and the cold edge was fatal as it slashed towards one of the sovereigns. Imperial celestial scripture, dazzling star river. In the mountain river realm, the Empress opened the sky with her palm. Qi pierced through the sky, and she activated her martial arts to attack another sovereign. Outside the battle, the young man in purple stood quietly. He drew his star mark bow, and there was no time to rest. The green arrow light was like rain that sealed souls. The 3 sovereigns came back to their senses and immediately condensed their essence to block the attack. In a loud explosion, Dawn Moon rushed out. When the sword realm blocked the attack, a voice came from afar. The sword realm immediately changed direction and let the attack pass. Dawn Moon Tower Master flew to the peak of the mountain. In front of the divine restriction, she slapped down and shattered the heavenly moat. Dawn Moon Tower Master, long time no see. On the peak of the mountain, Ning Chen spoke calmly. No need to say so much. Let's settle this with a move. Dawn Moon Tower Master said indifferently. She clenched her right hand, and the underworld divine weapon appeared. It was dazzling and dazzling. That's good. Ning Chen waved his hand, and two immortal swords appeared. With a clang, they trapped immortals. The sky was filled with red light. The forbidden area was filled with killing intent. A moment later, Bai Yi flew out, the immortal slaying soaring flower, the most powerful immortal sword, the most powerful martial Marquis, the most powerful martial spirit. Dawn Moon Tower Master blocked the immortal sword with her spear. The heavenly soul in her left hand turned into flowing light and shot towards the hand holding the sword. Nian Qing. The heavenly soul played the sound of underworld. At the moment of danger, a blade appeared in Ning Chen's left hand. Purple gas surrounded it, and the faith of all living beings surged, blocking the sound of underworld. It's been a long time, and you're even more capable than before. Dawn Moon Tower Master said softly. Her feet turned, and the heavenly soul bound the spear. The 100 breaths of underworld flew out without any pattern. Ning Chen waved his sword to block the 100 breaths of underworld. However, there was always a gap. A breath of underworld passed through, bringing out a dazzling waterfall of blood. Although he was injured for the first time, Ning Chen did not retreat at all. He changed the direction of his blade, and a brilliant blue light rose. The ultimate move whistled through the air. With a light step, Dawn Moon Tower Master retreated to the front of the heavenly pillar. She glanced over and immediately turned back. She held her spear and pierced through the sky. The light of the spear arrived, and Ning Chen dodged to the side. The immortal sword turned around, and the sharp sword Qi broke out. It was ruthless. In this shocking situation, no one showed any mercy. In front of the peak, the 4 venerables saw the situation and calmed down, focusing on dealing with the trouble in front of them. Who are you? Lingshu and Crepe Myrtle blocked one sword light after another. Their expressions were incomparably cold as they asked in a deep voice, "Go to hell and ask Yama. He will tell you everything." The Emperor and the swordsman's figures crossed each other. Each sword was faster than the previous, and each sword was heavier than the previous. On the other side, Wisdom King AI activated the power of Buddha and Demon. The power of mutual promotion and suppression filled the world. The laws were in chaos and everything collapsed. Evil 6 dust, lust confuses the sky. The demon technique appeared, and the demon sword followed suit. The demon sword soared into the sky, and its form changed. The Emperor of Demons reappeared as an unparalleled demon weapon. Demon sword, bury the heavens. The sword buried the heavens, and everything was destroyed. Wherever the sword light passed, the void shattered and nothing was left intact. There was a move within a move. Venerable Lingshu gathered his qi, and his palm met the sword light. In the rumbling, he took 2 steps forward. Venerable Crepe Myrtle saw the gap and stepped forward. He raised his hand and slapped the demon sword's chest. 1 sword, 10,000 calamities. The crisis was imminent. Sword 2 followed, and his sword broke the sky and slashed at the star domain Venerable. Despicable. When the sword light arrived, Venerable Crepe Myrtle's palm was forced to change direction. With a bang, his palm shattered the incoming sword light. Chapter 749. Heaven's Choice Mountain Range. In order to kill the son of the Mahis sect, all the supremacies from the major star regions came together. The geniuses from the inner world blocked the way. Their swords shone brightly, not allowing the supremacies to take even half a step forward. The shocking battle was beyond imagination. The 5 kings were shocked. For the first time, they felt how insignificant their existence was before the peak. Demonic Buddha, 6 tribulations, chaotic true flame. The battle reached its climax. Aaron Ming King refined the Buddha and demonic dual elements around her. The forces of mutual promotion and restraint collided violently. The demonic flame and Buddha fire converged, and the golden red true flame appeared. Supremacy Z Wei's palm slapped. Purple gas lingered and blocked the demonic flame. After a moment of stalemate, the purple gas broke through the true flame and swept forward. Sword form, formless sword. After the palm passed, Bai Yi waved his sword. The broken sword continued its sharpness. An absolutely concentrated sword broke through the purple gas and turned it into nothing. Demonic form, heaven burning demonic flame. The sword form broke through the move, and the demonic form followed. The demonic flame of doomsday in the sovereign's hand roared out. The old force had been exhausted, and the new force had yet to be born. Supremacy Z-Wei was in danger. Supremacy Ling Su stepped forward and refined the sky into flames. A green fire wave rushed out and blocked the incoming demonic flame. With a violent tremor, the sea of fire surged. In the flames, the clear sky lotus bloomed. The green spear absorbed the remaining true flame in the air. The heavenly dragon appeared and broke through the city. Supremacy Ling Su took half a step back and waved his hand to disperse the incoming move. The stalemate between the two supremacies was so intense that it was shocking. The 4 of them trapped the two supremacies. Even though they were in the true realm, it was difficult for them to take half a step forward. On the other side, In Cheong and Myriad Heavens were obstructed at the same time. The mountain river sword realm had no gaps to break through. The snow sword moved the mountains and rivers and waterfalls. Qi Yan's multicolored energy combined with the Emperor's celestial scripture. The power of thunder and lightning directly confronted the two venerables. Outside the battle, Luofei activated the moon scroll and sealed the two supremacies with the power of space. Not far away, the falling star's bow was bent. The dazzling arrow light locked onto the two supremacies' vital points. The tacit cooperation had no flaws. The two supremacies were shocked. They had never thought that there were so many young powerhouses in the world that could shake them. At the same time, on the Tianxian mountain, the focus of the battle, Zhi Ming was fighting the house master of the Dawn Moon Tower alone. The first echo of the Yellow Springs. The divine weapons clashed, and the aftershocks shook the area. The Dawn Moon House mistress narrowed her eyes and waved the Tianhun silk in her hand. In an instant, an invisible sound wave spread out, and a frightening and destructive pressure appeared. Everywhere it passed, the mountains collapsed and collapsed. Ning Chen's expression hardened as the Xuanin's voice came right at him. In his remembrance, the faith of all living beings surged out and turned into a barrier in front of him. With a rumbling sound, the remaining force shook, and the battle was separated. 7 rulings of the Yellow Springs, judgment of the third night. The Dawn Moon Tower mistress stopped, and the heavenly soul thread in her hand moved again. The mysterious sound was like a wave, and the King of Hell received the order. The horrifying pressure spread out and attacked the former again. Earth Scroll, 1,000 Earth Revolutions. The mysterious sound was unpredictable, and it was difficult for divine weapons to block it. Ning Qin gathered his energy and put his palm into the ground. Immediately, the ground rumbled and protruded from the middle, blocking the two of them. As the sound waves passed, the earth collapsed. Amidst the raging waves of dust and sand, Bai Yi swept past. Zhu Xian broke through the air, and the sword light was 1,000 zhang long. Imperial Qi vast sky. The sword light arrived, and the killing intent approached. The Dawn Moon Tower mistress held the Yellow Springs, and the blade of her spear changed. Amidst the dazzling green light, the spear broke the sword with one strike. The Dawn Moon Tower Mistress is worthy of being the #1 person in the world. Ning Qin squinted his eyes and said calmly, "You flatter me. You're just a narrow-minded businessman." As soon as she finished speaking, the silver-gray cloak fluttered in the wind. In an instant, the Dawn Moon Tower disappeared and reappeared. The yellow springs crossed the mountains and rivers. The divine weapons collided, and it was like the end of the world. On Tian Shan Peak, rocks flew everywhere, and the mountains sank hundreds of zhang. In this difficult battle, neither of them could gain the upper hand. Weapons crossed, and the sky fell, and the earth was destroyed. The Dawn Moon Tower Mistress can't capture him. In the distant battle, Honorable Ziwei glanced at the crucial battle on the peak, and his expression darkened. In front of everyone, it was impossible for the Dawn Moon Tower Mistress to hold back. The only explanation was that the 9th son of Mahist Gate indeed had the strength to rival them. "Ziwei, all heaven, what are you doing? Haven't you succeeded yet?" At this moment, the void shook, and a figure slowly descended. Golden light surged, dazzling everyone. "Honorable Jinyao, go and help the Dawn Moon Tower Mistress." Without explaining, Honorable Ziwei immediately shouted. Honorable Jinyao narrowed his eyes, but he didn't ask any questions. His figure flashed, and he flew toward the peak in the distance. 6 Karma's sky restriction, Azura silence. The 6th star Venerable appeared, and the battle was about to change. Suddenly, a red light fell from the sky, and a red harp half the height of one's body appeared. A beautiful figure appeared in front of the harp. She was incomparably beautiful, and she plucked the harp with her slender hands. Celestial music shook the wind and clouds. As the celestial music approached, Honorable Jinyao turned and avoided the sound waves. His expression darkened, and he looked at the woman in front of him and asked coldly, "Who are you?" "Heavenly Music Pavilion, Wu Qingying," the woman replied calmly. Honorable Jinyao snorted and said, "You want to stop me by yourself? How naive. Really? What if I join you?" As she spoke, dust rose behind the crowd, and a young man in purple and red clothes walked over. Although he looked calm, there was an indescribable aura that couldn't be ignored. The 4th prince of the Kaiyang dynasty. Seeing him, Qi Yanxia, who was fighting on the other side, was surprised. He had shown up, which was really unexpected. The Kaiyang Emperor Yuan Emperor had been killed by Ning Qin in the Battle of Killing Demons in the Central Prefecture. This hatred couldn't be resolved easily. Yishuan Miao glanced at the peak and said calmly, "Marquis Jiming, you owe me a fair battle of life and death." "Anytime." On the peak, Ning Qin waved his sword to stop the battle and replied seriously. Yi Xuanmiao nodded and looked at the Star Venerable in front of him. He said coldly, "I'm the only one who can take his life. You're not qualified." Arrogant, Honorable Jinyao's face turned cold. He dashed out, and his palm condensed majestic power to break through the barrier. Yi Xuanmiao waved his hand, and blue frost filled his eyes. In the frost, a clear blue sword appeared. The moment the sword was drawn, the sound of the sword resounded through the universe. The shrill sound of the sword was extremely ear-piercing, like the cry of cicadas in autumn, mourning for death. They fought at close range, and the sword was fierce and deadly. It was a sword that had surpassed the peak, and its sword style was unique, unpredictable, and unpredictable. Cyan bore a reverse rainbow. After a few moves, Honorable Jinyao dodged the sword light. But the cyan borer sword in the swordsman's hand suddenly twisted and turned back. The hard sword light turned into a soft waterfall and pierced toward Honorable Jinyao's heart. Honorable Jinyao's expression changed slightly. He turned his feet and dodged the sword light again. However, the sword followed closely and couldn't be avoided. "Back off!" The sword light suppressed Honorable Jinyao. He couldn't restrain his anger. He took the sword head-on, and then his whole body erupted, forcing the swordsman in front of him to retreat. 6 Ye Forbidden World, evil ghost open. The swordsman retreated, and the sound of the guqin followed. Wu Qingying played the guqin with both hands, and blood splashed. The guqin aura surged, and the destructive sound of the guqin spread out. With a loud bang, the golden light dissipated, and the red guqin waves crisscrossed. The destructive power made the entire heaven's choice mountain range tremble. The 6 Yi demonic sound could destroy heaven and earth. Honorable Jinyao turned his palm to block the demonic sound. He retreated half a step, and the blood qi in his body surged. After one move, Wu Qingying's hands didn't stop. Her delicate hands pulled 3 strings, and suddenly the red guqin waves spread out in front of the mountain range. The celestial sound was decadent, and the demonic sound disturbed the heart. Honorable Jinyao focused, and his feet turned in the air, wandering in the guqin waves. 6 Yi Forbidden Heaven, Azura Dao Destruction. Blood, qi entered the guqin, and the guqin aura roared. The hairpin on Wu Qingying's head shattered, and her long hair danced wildly. Blood dripped from her delicate hands, dyeing the strings red. For strings were plucked, and the terrifying guqin waves spread out. Endless blood light spread out with shocking power, and thousands of miles were destroyed. Honorable Jinyao calmed down, and his right palm flipped, and rain and thunder poured down, opening the path to hell. The 2 moves collided, and in an instant the blue sword light broke through the waves. Light dust, 100 breaths of the underworld. At the moment of the collision, Honorable Jinyao forcefully raised his qi to block the sword light. Suddenly his face changed. Not far away, the beautiful figure in front of the guqin played with 6 fingers. In an instant there was silence. After a moment, heaven and earth were vast, and everything disintegrated. Crazy red waves rushed out from the guqin. There is no Tao in the human world, and all living souls are lost. The extremely terrifying guqin aura swept out, and the red waves destroyed everything in its path. In front of the guqin, Wu Qingying staggered, unable to bear the backlash of the 6 Yi demonic guqin. She vomited vermilion blood. The guqin aura shook, and the shocking guqin reached its peak. Honorable Jinyao turned his palm to shake off the sword light in front of his eyes. He didn't care that his qi hadn't been generated yet, and forcefully raised his body to block the guqin waves. Ah! A muffled groan, and in the earth-shaking vibration, a splash of blood splashed out. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time Honorable Jinyao saw blood. At the top of Tianxian Peak, Ning Chen's gaze swept across the 3 battles. He focused his mind and no longer waited. Let's begin. With a sound transmission, Ning Chen's figure instantly swept in front of the trapping immortal sword. He raised his hand to draw the sword, and immediately boundless qi was drawn into the sword, increasing its power. The Dawn Moon Tower Master waved her hand, and her body rose to the extreme. A silver-gray brilliance soared into the sky. Her strongest move, the peak appeared. Return to the Yellow Springs, life and death uncertain. The divine weapon catalyzed, and the extreme move increased its power. It had been planned for a long time, and now it appeared. The extreme move arrived, and Ningchen didn't dodge. The Phoenix origin and life scroll in his body were pushed to the extreme. Yin and Yang opened, and the 2 sides reappeared. Red and white soared into the sky. The Taiji diagram appeared and spun violently. It attracted the wind and clouds of heaven and earth, condensing the qi of the immortal sword into the former's move. The 2 strongest people in the world combined their moves, and the terrifying power continued to rise. The Taiji diagram dissipated, and endless power poured down. The qi condensed for an instant, and the 4 scrolls in Su Yi's body absorbed all the power. They multiplied endlessly, and the scene of the absolute beginning appeared again. This is... At this moment in the distant battlefield, the honorables were shocked. They all looked at the distant battlefield. "Good friends, I need your help." At the top of the mountain, Su Yi said calmly, "Xiazi," and the others came back to their senses. Without hesitation, they stepped out of the battlefield and used their qi to support Ningqin. "Many thanks." Ningqin replied softly. He stepped into the air and soared into the 9 heavens. 6 Tao fall, myriad demonic calamities, grand forbidden sword. The sword entered the starry sky, and the 9 heavens sank. It was the extreme move of the sword, and one became infinite. It moved horizontally and vertically, and the bloody light was dazzling. Doomsday calamity. The calamity appeared, and 10,000 swords fell from the sky. The peak swords of the current era slashed open the boundary of time and space, and the ancient era appeared again. Chapter 750. On heaven's choice peak, the Taishang forbidden sword appeared. Thousands of blood-red sword lights appeared in the sky, surpassing the limits of time and space as they fell from the sky. Rumbling, everywhere the sword light passed, heaven and earth were destroyed. The entire heaven's choice mountain range instantly collapsed, becoming history. Doomsday catastrophe, the world was shocked. The star sector sovereigns immediately retreated, unwilling to be affected by the catastrophe. The sword on the sword, supported by immortal might, converged the chi of heaven's choice peak and the power of several peak experts of the present age, rose to the extreme. As the sword energy accumulated, it continuously surpassed its limits, drawing out one terrifying black crack after another on the horizon. How can this be? The star sector sovereigns looked at the shocking scene in front of them, shocked. An indescribable fear rose from the depths of their hearts. This was the first time they had experienced it in thousands of years. A moment later, the last sword fell from the sky. Baleful aura surged, and the forbidden technique ended. With a loud explosion, time and space collapsed, and the sword opened the ancient era. It was a shocking scene. The world was vast, the earth shook, and the mountains shook. The immortal slayer slashed open the human world. An illusory, ancient battlefield appeared in the void, gradually solidifying in front of everyone's eyes. How can this be? When the battlefield appeared, the sovereign's eyes trembled fiercely. They were already sure that Mo Gates' 9th son was not the one chosen by heaven. However, the truth in front of them was clear and dazzling. Above the 9 heavens, Bai Yi slowly descended. The 2 immortal swords flew back and circled around her. In the void, cracks spread out one after another. An ancient aura overflowed. One could vaguely see the killing intent. Buzz! The moment the ancient battlefield opened, 2 streams of light flew out from the majestic hall of sovereigns that was separated by countless years. Heaven and earth bore witness as they flew in the direction of the ancient battlefield. At the same time, in an ancient secret realm, the void shook. A stream of light streaked past. However, just as it flew out, it was stopped by a terrifying force, unable to move forward. The next moment, an ancient voice was heard, crossing time and space and spreading into the distance. On heaven's choice peak, Ning Chen looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. It's here. The stream of light streaked past, passing through the limits of space and arriving quickly. The vow of the sovereigns, heaven and earth bore witness, could not be violated. Looking at the 2 streams of light flying towards Mo Gates' 9th son, the 5-star sector sovereign's expressions were abnormally ugly, but it was too late to stop them. When the extreme heavenly thunder pearl appeared, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. The sea of thunder covered the sky and covered the sun. Not far away, a broken arm guard appeared at the same time. It was simple and unadorned with mottled patterns, revealing the aura of time. The 2 treasures arrived. The bracer fused into his left arm, and the thunder pearl entered his chi sea. The waning moon tower's master narrowed her eyes. Something was missing. This was troublesome. At this moment, a voice transmission from outside the boundless space swept over. The wind and clouds received the order and surged violently. "If you want the time seal, come and get it yourself." When Ning Chen heard this, his expression turned cold as he replied in a deep voice, "I will definitely take what belongs to me. I will be waiting for you." As he spoke, the wind and clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, disappearing along with his words. The coldness in Ning Chen's eyes grew thicker and thicker. Indeed, it wasn't so easy to obtain the time restriction, not fearing the heavens and the earth, forcefully stopping the birth of the time restriction. It was rumored that the strength of this person was immeasurable. Kill them all. Seeing that the primordial battlefield was about to open, Supremacy Ziwei swept his gaze across the people blocking the way and said coldly. The 4-star venerables nodded and moved at the same time. "Stop the battle." As soon as he spoke, a blue light shone in the sky. As the sleeves of her clothes fluttered, a beautiful blue-clothed figure with blood-red hair descended from the sky. The flower burial blade appeared, and in an instant the heavens and earth within 1,000 miles separated. The goddess of the saber and the butterfly of the flower appeared in the world. Her peerless grace stunned the world. Senior sister, seeing the person who came, Ning Chen's eyes trembled as he spoke in shock. The beautiful woman with blood-red hair fluttering in the wind had a delicate appearance and an exquisite figure. She was peerless in her generation. She surpassed the pearls and goddesses of any aristocratic family. "Junior brother, you all go in. Leave these people to me." Hua Zhongjie glanced at the figure in the sky in the distance and revealed a beautiful smile as she spoke. Ning Chen was startled. He was just about to speak when he was stopped. "Listen to me and go in." Hua Zhongjie spoke again. Ning Chen sighed deeply in his heart. He looked at the people in front of Tianshan Peak and said, "Let's go." Xiazi, Mu Qianshang, and the others nodded when they heard this. Without hesitation, they took a step forward and left the battlefield, flying toward the primordial battlefield in the sky. Don't worry and go in. The aura in this woman's body is extraordinary. Nothing will happen so easily. The Dawn Moon House Master transmitted her voice and walked into the primordial battlefield. Ning Chen looked at the beautiful blue-clothed figure in front of the 5 Supremes and clenched his fists. A moment later, he shifted his gaze to the 5 Supremes and a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He coldly said, "When I come out, if anything happens to her, I swear to the heavens that I will exterminate your entire family." With that, Ning Chen did not say anything else and turned to walk into the primordial battlefield. Not far away, the young experts cautiously avoided the center of the primordial battlefield and leaped into the air, flying toward the primordial battlefield in the sky. After everyone left, the atmosphere became even heavier. The blue-clothed butterfly stood alone in front of the 5 Supremes. Beside her, the flower burial tears gently hummed. Even before the saber moved, the killing intent had already risen. Feeling the terrifying power that was constantly filling the woman's body, the 5 Supremes' expression became serious. No one dared to be careless. This woman's situation was not right. The power in her body was not cultivated by herself. However, without a doubt, just this unknown power alone gave her the qualifications to be on equal footing with them. It's more important to go to the primordial battlefield. Don't delay, and the battle quickly. Supremacy Ziwei reminded in a deep voice. He stepped forward and started the battle. The flower burial tears flew out with a black brilliance. The flower burial tears flew out and slashed with a black brilliance. When the 2 attacks collided, the blue-clothed figure instantly moved. She held the saber and pushed the person in front of her back with a bang. Not far away, Supremacy Ling Su saw this and condensed a green flame in his palm. A vigorous and domineering sea of fire swept out, shocking the world and boiling the sea. Dance of butterflies, frost. Green flames soared into the sky. The saber in Butterfly's hand turned, and the wind surged. Countless blood-colored frost appeared out of thin air and descended on the battlefield. In the sky, beautiful frost flowers bloomed, so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. After an instant, the frost flowers collapsed and turned into the sky burial saber. Thousands of saber intents erupted and instantly drowned the green flames that filled the sky. 8C's furious current. Before the aftershock dissipated, the supremacies flipped their palms, and immediately, thousands of waves roared and pressed down from the sky. Dance of butterflies, double rainbow. Butterflies' sleeves fluttered, and a saber appeared within the flower burial tears. A white saber appeared, and the black and white saber drew a beautiful double rainbow that cut through the waves and slashed open the furious current. The unshakable saber gods, sleeves fluttered, and the saber danced within. The first wave of attacks from the three supremacies instantly disappeared. Sky swallowing finger. After 3 moves, the world rumbled, and the atmosphere of the battle suddenly stagnated. Supremacy Geniao's body shone brightly with golden light as he condensed energy from his fingers and pierced through the sky with a sharp finger. As the killing move approached, the wind and clouds changed. An indescribable power erupted from Butterfly's body. Blood mist surged, and Butterfly's eyes instantly turned blood red. The sleeves spread out and extended for dozens of feet. The flower burial tears shone brightly, and a saber light soared into the sky, cutting open the void. In the void, millions of black butterflies flew out like hell butterflies. There were millions of them, covering the sky and the sun. Dance of butterflies, Nether King. Butterflies' beautiful wings spread out, and a terrifying aura spread out. Everywhere it passed, the sea withered and the sky fell. It made people feel a bone-deep fear. In the next moment, the sleeves rotated and intertwined, forming an inescapable net that blocked around Butterfly. The sharp finger collided with the net, but in an instant, the force was completely dissipated. Butterfly stood in the air amidst the cold wind and raging flames. The black wings on its back flapped continuously. A destructive aura spread out. It was shockingly heavy and frightening. Demonic creature. Looking at the form of the woman in front of them, the expressions of the 5 supremacies sank. This woman could no longer be judged by human standards. Butterflies danced Qingping. Butterfly moved again and danced gracefully. The sleeves spread out, and the 2 sabers in the sleeves shone brilliantly. It was a stunning martial art that was both sharp and beautiful. The saber god used her ultimate skill. The 5 supremacies' expressions turned serious. They raised their extreme yuan and fought against Butterfly in the demonic realm. Sonorous sounds of extreme power colliding resounded throughout the world. The figures that were constantly crossing each other were fast and heavy. This was a battle of the pinnacle. In the starry night, the mountains within thousands of miles around the 6 of them collapsed one after another. Huge rocks rolled down and shattered in the terrifying aftermath. Seeing that the situation was difficult to resolve, Yingqiong took 2 steps back and leaped into the air. He condensed his yuan, and his true qi surged as he fell from the sky. With a bang, Butterfly used her saber to block the attack. She paused for a moment, and the ground beneath her cracked. Her sleeves wrapped around the 2 sabers. Butterfly flipped her palms and pushed away the person in front of her. She flapped her wings and quickly moved forward. Butterfly dance, flower burial. Butterfly burial, saber annihilation. 100 flowers whirled in the wind. In an instant, the saber light flashed and hundreds of flowers were destroyed. Ugh! With a groan, Yingqiong's figure flew out. Blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth and dyed his clothes red. In the cold night, in the cold wind, Butterfly in the demonic realm displayed a shocking ability. Wherever the saber went, the mountains moved and the earth moved. The world was destroyed. The emotionless saber and the emotionless butterfly bloomed in the flower burial and snow burial. They were unique and independent. They were so dazzling that people couldn't look at them directly. The situation was under control. The two star venerables, Lingshu and Ziwei, condensed their true qi at the same time. With the help of the wind and the fire, rolling fire waves appeared. The move that surpassed the limit ran through the sea of stars and broke the sky. In the void, Butterfly in the flower looked serious. She put her sleeves together and put her two sabers together. She held the sabers and poured her true qi into them. The ultimate qi broke the sky. The move of deification reappeared in the world. Since ancient times, it's the only one in 100 generations. It's a saber in spring and autumn. It's beautiful. The pinnacle move was used. The sky and the earth shook. The endless saber light, which went against the sky, absorbed the saber energy in the sky and spiraled. In an instant, it fell down quickly. The area within thousands of miles was destroyed. The mountains fell and the earth sank. The two moves collided. The sky and the earth became dim in an instant. The three of them groaned and retreated a dozen steps. Not far away, the three venerables were also affected by the final tribulation and retreated 1,000 feet. Ugh! The ground was dyed red. The two-star venerables, Lingshu and Ziwei, staggered. Looking at the butterfly in the dust, they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. The blue butterfly walked out of the dust. Its blood-red hair was flying. The black butterfly wings on its back were more horrible than the world could bear. It distorted the void within thousands of miles. Chapter 751. In front of Heaven's Choice Mountain, the butterfly was fighting 5 venerables. Black waves spread out from the butterfly's flapping wings, turning the battle into the most terrifying hell on earth. At the center of the battle, Venerable Ziwei and Venerable Lingshu had blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. They were heavily injured from the backlash. The result was hard to believe. The 5-star domain venerables were at a disadvantage even though they were working together. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Venerable Ingqiong opened his heavenly eye. It shone with a dim light and peeked at the butterfly's weakness. "Something's wrong!" A shocked cry was heard. A black light flashed, and a beautiful saber light came for his life. Venerable Ingqiong hurriedly turned his palm to block the attack. He was shocked and retreated several steps. Blood dripped down and dyed his right arm red. Venerable Ingqiong looked at the former's dantian in shock. There was no qi. How could it be? "Be careful, she's not human." Venerable Ingqiong suppressed the shock in his heart and said anxiously, "Boom!" As soon as he said that, the butterfly's wings split the sky. The black light swept out again at an extremely fast and ruthless speed. The 3 venerables received the attack. The ground beneath their feet cracked. The butterfly was close at hand. The bloody light in her eyes was like a demon, making people's hearts palpitate. Butterfly dance, sky burial! The butterfly's wings glowed, and the saber power of flower burial's tears became several times heavier. With a shocking sound, the 3 venerables were sent flying and retreated more than 10 steps. Absolute suppression, power, and speed that surpassed humans. Every time the butterfly's wings flapped, the sky fell and everything collapsed. After fighting for a while, the 5 venerables were all dyed red. Drops of blood dripped from the corners of their mouths. As their injuries accumulated, their true qi gradually became insufficient. Drag the battle! Sensing that the battle was unfavorable, Venerable Ingqiong reminded them. The girl's condition was very unusual and could not be maintained for long. As long as they could endure this dangerous period, her cultivation would not be a problem. Ziwei, Jinyao, Zhutian, and Lingshu heard him and spread out. One advanced, one defended, one attacked, one defended, and one attacked. They took turns to attack and defend, dragging the battle out. Seeing the 5 venerables change their tactics, The flower burial's tear saber in Butterfly's hand split in half. Her blue sleeves spread out like a sky net. She moved again. The sky net trapped Ing Cheong. Not good. Seeing that Ing Cheong's venerable master was obstructed by the water sleeve heavenly net, the four venerables' expressions changed. They immediately rushed forward and urged their vast essence to save Ing Cheong from danger. However, the water sleeves crisscrossed with each other, forming layers of barriers that separated the battle. Inside the heavenly net, the butterfly was killing Ing Cheong the Venerable with all its might. The one-on-one martial art was filled with killing intent. Fighting head-on, the sounds of battle rumbled. The aura was majestic. The butterflies danced and buried the flowers. The black and white demonic divine weapons moved swiftly and fiercely. Ing Cheong the Venerable, who was fighting alone, fell into a dangerous situation. Let's work together to break the heavenly net. Seeing that the crisscrossing water sleeves were facing a crisis, Ling Su turned into a green flame, waves of fire roaring and splitting the sky. At the side, Supremacy Ziwei saw this and used the 9th tier of Qi-controlling realm. 1,000 caddies of strong wind spiraled into the sky. The wind aided the fire, and the divine might shook the heavens. The two of them joined hands and unleashed their most powerful moves. The boundless sea of fire rushed towards the sky net. With a loud bang, the ultimate might heavenly net collided head-on. In an instant, the sky net was undone. A black stream of light rushed into the sky, avoiding the aftershock. The butterfly flapped its wings and fell from the sky. The moment the two venerables did not have enough time to recover their qi, the saber light flashed. In an instant, the all-heavens venerable's figure flashed, and his vast essence palm blocked the incoming attack. Rip! With an ear-piercing sound of clothes tearing, the all-heavens venerable blocked the first saber, but it was too late to block the second saber. The white saber pierced through his body, bringing out a large amount of blood. Impossible! It was an unbelievable scene. The all-heavens venerable vomited blood, and his vitality gradually faded away. You didn't expect more than this. The butterfly said coldly. Its blood-red eyes shone brightly. The white saber quickly swallowed the former's origin and assimilated it into its body. 9 underworlds, heaven-devouring demon scripture. Seeing the all-heavens venerable's origin rapidly dissipating, the 4 venerables' expressions changed at the same time. This woman must not be left alive. The 4 venerables came back to their senses and made up their minds. With a deep roar, their qi rose rapidly, and waves of qi surged continuously, connecting heaven and earth, stirring up the wind and clouds. The butterfly in the flower pulled out its saber. In front of them, the all-heavens venerable who had lost his origin slowly fell down, his vitality gone. A cold wind blew, and sand and dust rose, covering one's eyes for an instant. The black saber light cut through the void, and the killing move was majestic. The 4 venerables raised their qi, determined to kill the demon fetus. Their moves were full of killing intent, and every move was tricky. The vast essence palm connected, and the scene of doomsday was like the sky was collapsing. The 5 venerables' qi surged violently. The battle had been going on for a long time, and their qi had been exhausted. However, the 4 venerables relied on their advantage of teamwork, and the loss of their qi was even less. The power of their moves was still shocking. In the battle, the butterfly was fighting 1 against 4. Although her qi was exhausted, her killing intent did not decrease at all. Her blue sleeves danced, and she was as graceful as a fairy killing like a demon. Raging flames, burning sea. At the critical moment of the battle, Venerable Ling Su split open the sky, and his qi of fire surged. The power of his move was exhausted, and the final move was revealed. Seeing this, the 3 venerables succeeded, and each of them condensed their chi of fire, which converged in all directions. At the final moment of the battle, the four venerables' chi of fire split the sky and overturned the sea. The airflow suppressed heaven and earth, and the clouds surged, dyed red by this shocking power. The butterfly's eyes narrowed, and her figure slowly rose. The black airflow around her body swirled violently, and an unprecedented destructive power rose, devouring everything and annihilating time and space. The moment the chi of fire was used, victory and defeat would be decided. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, clouds surged, and a sword with purple light descended from the sky. Boundless pressure shook and broke the stalemate of the battle. Stop! As soon as the voice fell, 2 figures descended from the sky, and their powerful chi spread continuously, startling the universe. Shen-ji worshipped the moon. Seeing the 2 people who appeared in the battle, everyone's expression froze. Shen-ji landed on the ground and looked at the 4 people in front of him. Leaving for the ancient battlefield is more important. Could it be that the 4 venerables want to wait another 1,000 years? The 4 venerables' eyes sank, and a moment later, they coldly snorted and withdrew their chi, choosing to stop. Shen-ji's gaze shifted to the blood-haired woman on the other side. He sternly said, "Miss, your goal of blocking us has already been achieved. Mo Gates' 9th son and the others have already taken a step forward. There's no benefit in continuing this battle. How about we just stop here?" Hua Zhongjie still didn't say anything. She calmly stood in front of the venerables, blocking them all by herself. "Miss, although your abilities are rarely seen in the world, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Since I've come, I can't just stand by and watch. Miss, how long can you block us all by yourself? If something happens to you with Mo Gates' 9th son's personality, he definitely won't let it go. At that time, a war will be unavoidable, and it won't benefit anyone," said Shen-ji seriously. "Why?" Hua Zhongjie calmly asked for the first time. She could see that this person was different from the other venerables. "Wild is already my adopted daughter. If possible, I don't want to become enemies with Mo Gates' 9th son," said Shen-ji without the slightest concealment. Hua Zhongjie looked back at the ancient battlefield in the sky. After a moment, she withdrew her gaze, and the blood-red light in her eyes and the butterfly wings on her back vanished. She stepped into the air and left. "Do you need me to speak on your behalf?" asked Shen-ji. "If fate wills it, we'll meet again." As she spoke, the beautiful blue figure disappeared into the horizon, no longer clearly visible. "Shen-ji, we need your explanation." Now that she had left, Venerable Ziwei's expression was icy. Everyone knows how terrifying the 9 netherworlds, heaven-devouring devil scripture is. If we continue fighting, even if we manage to kill her, the price will be unbearable. Everyone, 1,000 years of waiting has finally come true. "Don't let this hard-earned opportunity go to waste," said Shen-ji indifferently. Venerable Ziwei snorted and didn't say anything more. He took a step forward, flying toward the ancient battlefield. Ling Su, Jinyao, and In-cheong followed. When they passed by each other, ill feelings flashed in their eyes. This Shen-ji's calculations were becoming more and more incomprehensible. For Shen-ji to choose to appear and stop the battle truly surprises Baiwe. After the 4 of them left, Venerable Baiwe indifferently said, "Planting good karma will bring good karma sooner or later," said Shen-ji calmly. "Shen-ji, do you think it's worth it for Mo Gates' 9th son to cause ill feelings between the other venerables?" asked Venerable Baiwe. "The relationship between the venerables has always been one of mutual benefit. How could there be ill feelings? As for Mo Gates' 9th son, before today, who would have thought he would be able to open the ancient battlefield? Everything that happened today was without a doubt planned by Mo Gates' 9th son and the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master. But I didn't expect that other than the 2 of them, there would also be so many powerful young experts helping them." At this point, Venerable Bayue's expression turned serious, and he continued, "The Earth Chi of the Heaven-Chosen Mountain, the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master, the Immortal Extermination Sect, the Immortal Trapping Sect, and those unknown youths. M.O. Gates, Ninth Son, has truly gathered all the power he can hear. If it's a coincidence, I'm afraid no one would believe it. There are never so many coincidences in this world. It's all a result of human effort. I think that from the moment he faked his death to confuse the Venerables, his plan had already begun. When he arrived at the heaven-chosen mountain ahead of everyone else, the Venerables had already been defeated. The Dawn Moon Pavilion Master's reward for choosing him is the next step," said Shinji indifferently. "What a terrifying pair." Venerable Bayue sighed. The Dawn Moon Pavilion Master's boldness was truly not something an ordinary person could compare with. As for M.O. Gates' Ninth Son, he had repeatedly exceeded their expectations. "Shinji, do you know who the Heaven Chosen is?" asked Venerable Bayue. "It no longer has any meaning. From the moment M.O. Gates' Ninth Son forcefully opened the ancient battlefield, the Heaven Chosen was nothing more than a joke. Let's go. Let's see who the final winner of this trip to the ancient battlefield is." After saying that, Shinji took a step forward and soared through the air, heading towards the ancient battlefield. Venerable Bayue followed. His clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a fairy descending from the heavens. The ancient battlefield was completely desolate. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single trace of life. The flames of war from the ancient times could no longer be seen. Only the merciless passage of time remained on the dark brown earth. Just as everyone entered the battlefield, a beautiful woman in a blue dress appeared. She walked step by step on the desolate earth. She was so quiet that it made one's heart ache. Her bare feet were an inch off the ground. Her blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. She was like a beautiful butterfly. Once she spread her wings, there was no turning back. Chapter 752. In front of the ancient battlefield, the Heaven's Choice Mountain had been reduced to scorched earth after the battle. The demonic butterfly's destructive power had destroyed everything within thousands of miles. There was not a single place left intact. The wind was whistling, and the night was cold and desolate. Sand and dust filled the air as a beautiful woman walked over in the wind. She held a red umbrella in her hand, and her features were picturesque. She was so perfect that she seemed to have come out of a painting. It was very unreal. Below the ancient battlefield, the woman took a step forward and flew toward the battlefield in the sky. In the battlefield, the wind was cold, and the yellow sand was covered. The butterfly moved forward, and with every step it took, the surrounding mountains collapsed. The uncontrollable destructive power kept flowing, shocking the world. That's, under the night sky, a young expert looked at the shocking scene in front of him. His face was filled with shock. Who was that? Boom! The demonic aura was hard to control, and the black wings on the butterfly's back unfolded on their own. Suddenly, a terrifying destructive aura spread rapidly, and the world changed color. With a miserable cry, the young expert was affected by the demonic aura, and his body exploded. The instant his blood and bones scattered, they were immediately swallowed up by the demonic aura. The butterfly groaned in pain, and its eyes were faintly discernible. Its murderous aura rose. "Butterfly in the flower, come back with me." At this moment, a beautiful woman holding a red umbrella appeared and said softly, "Don't worry, Brother Yi." Impossible. Butterfly in the flower's face turned cold when she saw the woman. Those star venerables already know that you're practicing the 9 serenities, sky-devouring demon scripture. This world can't tolerate you anymore. Coming back with me is your only choice, the Moon Weaver said calmly. Butterfly in the flower didn't answer, and continued walking forward. The path you've chosen can only lead to destruction. Do you really want me to kill him before you're willing to come back with me? Red light flashed, and the Moon Weaver's figure flashed. "If you dare hurt him, Butterfly in the flower will not rest until you're dead." The butterfly's eyes were filled with murderous aura when its reverse scale was touched. Its blood-red eyes were threatening, and the dots of red made people's hearts palpitate. "I can't help it." With a soft sigh, the red light broke through the sky and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Hua Zhongjia's expression changed. She wanted to chase after him, but all of a sudden she staggered. The demonic yuan in the black wings on her back went out of control. A horrifying power vibrated. The power of destroying mountains and splitting seas roared out, covering thousands of miles. Separated by tens of thousands of li, Su Yi advanced alone. She entered the battlefield, searching for the ancient immortal's opportunity. It was a strange place. Everyone who entered was separated, and it was hard to see anyone within 1,000 miles. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves thundered, as if it had surpassed the ancient times. The oppressive pressure that assaulted their faces made them feel an indescribable feeling of being torn apart, heavy and ancient. Ning Qin stopped in his tracks and stared ahead. His robes fluttered in the wind. His body was as still as a mountain. Even if a mountain collapsed in front of him, his expression wouldn't change. Hundreds of thousands of armored cavalry passed through. It was so shocking. Even if it was just an illusion, it still made people feel fear. However, after seeing the real battlefield and experiencing countless battles, the knowing destiny state was no longer afraid. A general died in 100 battles, but a warrior returned after 10 years. The great Xia, Jiming Marquis, had experienced far more than 100 battles. Thousands of troops and horses passed by, but in front of them was still desolate. Perhaps it had been prosperous in the ancient times, but now only scorched earth was left. Immortal's opportunity, seeking immortality, cultivating immortality, becoming an immortal. It was just like the scene in front of them. No one knew if it was a mirage or a masterpiece from the ancient times. Ning Qin continued forward with firm steps. Since he had made his choice, he wouldn't regret it. On the other side, the lady in white took out the heaven-suppressing chessboard. Looking at the crisscrossing black and white pieces, her beautiful eyes flashed. Ever since the 9th son of Emo's sect forcefully opened the entrance to the ancient battlefield on behalf of the Chosen One, the situation on the heaven-suppressing chessboard changed. The black pieces gradually took the lead, breaking the deadlock. The Chosen One is actually stronger than the Chosen One. The result of this trip to the ancient battlefield is hard to predict. After observing for a long time, Bayu the Venerable waved his hand and put away the heaven-suppressing chessboard. Then he took a step forward and flew towards the direction indicated by the chessboard. Dong! Just as everyone was searching for the ancient immortal's opportunity, a bell rang out from somewhere. Then it rang out again and again, echoing throughout the battlefield. A bell! In the wilderness, Ning Qin stopped and narrowed his eyes. How could there be a bell in this place? After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen's figure flashed as he rushed towards the source of the bell. The 9th son of Emo's sect. Perhaps I should call you the Knowledge Marquis. As he spoke, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. A red paper umbrella blocked the filth of the mortal world. A pure and holy aura spread through the night sky. An unfamiliar person with shocking words. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed and he raised his guard. In the outer heavens, other than the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master, there was someone else who knew of his identity. Miss, who are you? Why are you blocking the way? Asked Ning Qin calmly. Moon Weaver, the person who took your life. Moon Weaver said softly. Her voice was calm and without the slightest threat, but it made people feel a chill in their hearts. Ning Chen's expression turned cold. This should be the first time we've met. There shouldn't be any enmity between us. Don't you think you've gone too far? Killing people is always going too far. Knowledge Marquis, I've heard that your sword cultivation is extraordinary. Today Moon Weaver will experience it. red light blossomed, and a shocking silver divine sword appeared. Moon Weaver gripped the sword and shot forward. Ning Chen didn't dare be careless. His right hand clenched, and the life executioner's sword fell in a bloody mist. Blood-colored lines spread out and stabbed into Knowledge Destiny's sword-wielding hand. Their bloodlines were connected, and their auras flourished. The two swords clashed, and a frigid chi roared out, instantly freezing everything within 1,000 miles. "Miss, you've gone too far." Ning Chen couldn't help but feel angry at being blocked for an unknown reason. With his sword in hand, he didn't care about life or death. As the two swords clashed, Moonweaver's divine sword began to shine brightly, and its power multiplied. Knowledge, destiny, the sword began to hum. The sword and man breathed as one. The sword danced, and the wind and snow reflected a brilliant bloody light. Such a shocking sword was rarely seen in 100 lifetimes. Oh, sensing the pressure from her opponent's sword, Moonweaver's eyes flashed. This child's sword was extraordinary. Flowing light flashed, and the divine sword under the red umbrella moved with unfathomable agility. The peak of its power appeared for the first time in the world. The moonlight sword art was a peerless sword art that had never been seen before. It was hard to tell which sword was superior, but now it appeared at the same time. Sword art, nothingness. Nothingness's sword wind swallowed the heavens and destroyed the earth. The sword art fused with the power of the heavenly tome, and the earth in all directions disintegrated, swallowed by the rising sword energy. The corners of the Moon Weaver's mouth curled up. Her red umbrella spun rapidly, emitting a brilliant light. A blood-colored wave that could topple mountains and overturn seas extended outwards, blocking the sword energy. Red light flashed, and the divine sword broke through the shock waves, instantly arriving in front of Su-Yi. Extreme Tao, chaotic reversal. With a bang, the two swords clashed once more. Ning Chen felt his entire body sink, and the ground beneath his feet sank a meter. He had never seen such a strange martial art before. After one exchange, the situation had changed. "This sword reverses the moon and water," Moon Weaver said softly, but the sword energy did not decrease at all. The sword light flashed, and a brilliant silver light filled the eyes. Ning Chen stepped out of his bindings, and his sword met the divine weapon. He once again felt the gravity increase by 1,000 times. With a bang, his feet sank into the ground once more. Earth scroll, earth turns 1,000 times. The battle was unfavorable. Ning Chen flipped his palm, and the ground around him split open. The endless abyss split open, and the bottom couldn't be seen. Heavenly tome? Moon Weaver's eyes flashed, and she moved gracefully. Under the red umbrella, the divine sword once again displayed its shocking power. Silver light shone, and the gravity within 100 miles was reversed. The two swords clashed, and Su-Yi's figure soared into the air, out of her control. Extreme Tao, heavenly rainbow. With the advantage accumulated, Moon Weaver stepped into the air, and the divine sword slashed toward knowing destiny. Heavenly scroll, unparalleled under the heavens. The sword light descended and shook the divine sword once more. There was a loud tremor, and the aftershocks were turbulent. The void within thousands of miles collapsed bit by bit. "You're not going to use the divine sword?" Up close, Moon Weaver looked at the plain-clothed young man and indifferently said, "There's no need." Ning Chen's expression was cold. He flipped his palm, and with a bang the battle began. Rumor has it that knowing destiny Marquis is someone who will do anything to win. Today it seems that it's not so. Moon Weaver's figure flashed, and her killing move closed in. Her unparalleled cultivation, peerless divine weapon, and the most terrifying killing move left no way out. There was no conspiracy, no backstabbing. Moon Weaver's killing intent came openly, but it became the most terrifying calamity since knowing destiny Marquis returned. Knowing destiny, Marquis was unparalleled in the world when it came to scheming. No one could break his open schemes. Sword technique, dragon phoenix burial. Borrowing strength, the dragon and phoenix intertwined. Dragons roared and phoenixes cried around Ningchen, and the power of the gods rose rapidly, breaking through the sky. Seeing this, Moonweaver's red umbrella shone again, and with it, she soared into the 9 heavens. Extreme Tao, Moon Goddess command. The divine sword danced, and in the brilliant light, huge starlight appeared, gathering the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the essence of the moon. The command of the gods, all things received it. An instant later, the starlight rotated, and sword light shot out one after another, destroying the heavens and the earth. The dragon and phoenix met, and for a moment there was a stalemate, but with a shocking sound, the destructive move ended, and a sword broke out, piercing through Ning Chen's body. Ugh! There was a muffled sound, and blood splattered. Sui took half a step back, and bits of red fell. In the sky, Moonweaver's figure slowly descended. Looking at the injured young man, she said calmly, "Before you truly enter the immortal realm, you won't be my opponent. Use the immortal sword. This is your last chance." "There's no need." Ning Chen endured the injury in his chest and replied again. Then, with a long cry of pain, his body glowed with bloody light, and the two bodies forcefully merged. The sky was filled with red light, and the phoenix returned to its ancestral state, standing in the divine realm. Sword technique. Holding the sword in front of him, the peak appeared again. In an instant, the wind rose and sword light shot into the sky, crisscrossing, magnificent and unparalleled. The strongest sword intent, the phoenix's unyielding will, unwilling to bow its head in the face of death. The phoenix bathed in fire, seeking life in death. With a step, Sui rose, and 10,000 swords coiled around her. The phoenix in the sword, the god in the sword, appeared. Nirvana! The unparalleled sword was dazzling. In the next moment, 10,000 swords flew out, and the phoenix appeared. Chapter 753. On the ancient battlefield, cold winds howled. In the cold night, sword light soared into the sky, dazzling and making it difficult to look straight at. Nirvana reappeared with only one peak. Wherever the rain of swords passed, mountains and rocks were destroyed. It was a sword rarely seen in the world, and its power was unparalleled. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were illuminated by the sword light. The Moonweaver's expression turned serious. The divine sword in her hand glowed with silver light, reversing the moon and absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Instantly, the void flipped and everything was upside down. The unimaginable power affected the layers of sword light and scattered them in all directions. Bang! The last few swords landed on the Moonweaver's body. The Moonweaver blocked with her sword, and with a rumble, she slid back dozens of feet. The red umbrella fell to the ground, stained with a trace of dust. Under the moonlight, the picturesque woman's hair fluttered, and her body was surrounded by moonlight. The Moonweaver looked at the bright moon in the sky and frowned. A moment later, she walked to the side and picked up the red umbrella again. The paper umbrella blocked the moonlight, and the erupting energy around the Moonweaver gradually calmed down and returned to normal. In this short interval, the mood of the battle had completely disappeared. Not far away, Ningchen did not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Instead, he quietly waited for the second round. Just as the battle was about to start again, the Moonweaver's expression changed slightly. She took a step forward and flew into the air. "Jiming Marquis, this is it for today. See you later." With that, the red light disappeared into the night. Seeing this, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. What's going on? Thousands of miles away, demonic chi surged. In the destroyed world, the blue-clothed butterfly found it difficult to move. The wings on its back exuded a black aura, and its power grew more and more terrifying. Red light gathered as the moon weaver waved her sword and unleashed demonic chi. Her figure flashed, and she condensed true chi into the butterfly's body. As the true chi entered the butterfly's body, the devouring power of the 9 netherworlds, heaven-devouring demon scripture, gradually stabilized. The butterfly wings dissipated and merged into the butterfly's body. Butterfly in the flower, you must come with me. The moon weaver raised her hand and sealed the butterfly's aura. Then she stepped forward and rushed out of the ancient immortal realm. The 9 serenities, sky-devouring demon scripture, had been lost for a long time. She didn't know where the butterfly in the flower had gotten it, but cultivating the scripture was a path of no return. She could either keep devouring the original power of thousands of innocent creatures, or let the devouring power of the demonic scripture devour her. There was no place in this world for someone who cultivated this demonic scripture. Once the venerables of the star fields were free, the next person they would deal with would be Butterfly in the flower. Dawn. In the depths of the battlefield, the bell rang once again. The aftershock reverberated and reverberated throughout the entire ancient battlefield. Hua Zhongjie turned her head and looked at the silhouette in the distance. Tears flashed in her eyes and fell silently. 10,000 miles away, Ning Chen sensed something and looked back. However, all he saw was an empty starry sky. It was so quiet. When will the infatuation of all living beings end? Outside the ancient battlefield, the moon weaver sighed softly. A moment later, she took the butterfly in the flower and flew away. Dawn. In the battlefield, bell after bell rang out continuously. One figure after another flashed by, rushing in the direction of the bell's origin. In the starry sky, the silver-robed Di Mingtian appeared. His incomparably gorgeous clothes and silver-beaded mask all revealed his noble status. Your Highness! Ying Qianjiang bowed. Mo Gates' 9th son has opened the ancient battlefield for the heaven's chosen one. In the following days, the heavens will also change. I need to recover my strength. Ying Qianjiang, prepare the sacrifice of life, said Di Mingtian calmly. Yes. Ying Qianjiang respectfully accepted the order. In the depths of the battlefield, the bell rang out from within a mountain range. It was unknown where it had come from, or where it had come from. The sound of the bell echoed for 11 times before it stopped. Under the cold moon, thousands of rusty broken spears were stabbed into the ground in the spiraling mountain range. The aura of the ancient era flowed through them. Strangely, they had been preserved by the aftermath of the bell's chimes. The bell stopped ringing. An hour later, many figures rushed over from different directions and rushed into the mountain range. The huge mountain range that could not be seen in the mortal world stretched for tens of thousands of miles. When humans entered, they were like a drop in the ocean, unable to cause the slightest disturbance. Bai Yi appeared and entered the mountain. She looked at the stone pillars in front of her and didn't hesitate. Her figure flashed past, rushing forward at extreme speed. Due to the moon weaver's obstruction, he had already wasted quite a bit of time. He had to hurry. The immortal opportunity that everyone was searching for should be the method to reach the 4th realm. Up until now, he had never heard of a true 4th realm in sky beyond heaven. Perhaps this time he would be able to find some clues. Cultivating the 9 ranks, passing the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations, and experiencing the 3 realms. The path of cultivation started from Hotian to Xiantian, and then experienced the tempering of the 3 realms of immortal treading. Only then could one be called a true grand cultivator. However, it was said that above immortal treading, there was a 4th realm that had reached great success. However, it had existed since ancient times, but it had not been seen in the present. According to his and the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master's deductions, in the era when the 4 immortal realms still existed, the 4th realm might be the threshold for mortals to ascend. Thus, the legendary true immortals were very likely cultivators at or above the 4th realm. Dawn! Another hour later, the bell rang again. At midnight, the bell rang 12 times in a row. Sound waves rippled out from the mountain range and spread throughout the ancient battlefield. As the bell rang, the shadow of a huge ancient bronze bell appeared in the sky above the mountain range. No one rang it. After millions of years, it had not changed at all. Eastern Emperor Bell. Looking at the shadow of the ancient bell in the sky, the faces of the star sector sovereigns changed. The treasure of the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm was actually here. Among the 4 immortal realms, the strongest was undoubtedly the Eastern Immortal Realm, and the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm was the most powerful person in Jiotin City. Even the Queen Mother of the West, who ruled the Western Immortal Realm, was slightly inferior. In ancient times, the Eastern Immortal Realm had 2 treasures that shocked the entire starry sky. One was the god-slaying sword, and the other was the Eastern Emperor Bell. Who would have thought that the Eastern Emperor Bell, which had disappeared with the collapse of the Eastern Immortal Realm, would appear in this ancient battlefield? After the bell rang 12 times, the shadow of the ancient bronze bell in the sky gradually faded. At this moment, in the sky, several figures rushed into the sky and joined forces to lock down the shadow of the ancient bell. Boom! The moment their auras came into contact with the bell, the ancient bell suddenly shook again. A terrifying shockwave spread out, and the 4 people who were close to it were shattered. Blood and bones filled the sky and rained down from the sky. In the mountain range, the expressions of the people who came changed. Without anyone controlling it, how could the Eastern Emperor Bell still be so powerful? 6 karmic silence, Wanxiang heavenly beginning. On a mountain peak, Wu Qingying looked at the ancient bronze bell in the sky. With a wave of her hand, a red harp that was half the height of her body appeared in front of her. Soon after, she plucked the strings, and an invisible celestial sound spread out. When the celestial sound arrived, heaven and earth became silent. The moment the harp's shockwave sealed the ancient bell, the Eastern Emperor Bell shook, and the celestial sound instantly collapsed. The shockwave caused Wu Qingying to stagger and vomit a mouthful of blood. Looking at the bell in the sky, her beautiful face revealed shock. This bell was actually alive. In another direction, azure light gathered, and the star mark bow was drawn. An arrow light was about to shoot out, but a hand blocked it. Don't test it anymore. This bell is too strange. Carelessly using it might cause a backlash, said Mu Qianshang. Are we just going to wait like this? Asked Luo Xingqian. In the end, there's still a gap between us and those star field sovereigns. There's no need to start a conflict with them because of an unknown ancient bell. Let's just wait and see, said Mu Qianshang. Luo Xingqian nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said, What about knowing destiny? Why haven't I seen any movement from him? He should have arrived earlier than us. Perhaps he was delayed by something, or perhaps he arrived earlier and is just waiting to see what's going on like us. Mu Qianshang replied uncertainly. A hint of worry flashed across his brows. He was also worried about this matter. Knowing destiny state was different from them. They could ignore these things, but knowing destiny state could not. Knowing destiny's original body only had a lifespan of less than 100 years. If one died, the 3 bodies would fall. Even if he obtained the time seal, he wouldn't be able to wait until the day the undying immortality peach tree bloomed. There was no way out of this predicament unless he could break the rule that mortals couldn't become immortals. However, the reason why the heavens will was called the heavens will was because it was the will of the heavens. No one could go against it. Knowing destiny knew that the sovereigns were a threat, but he still entered the battlefield regardless. That was probably the reason. Shinji, help me. On the other side of the mountain range, the woman in the white dress said softly, Baiyu, have you thought about it? The void swirled and Shinji walked out. He looked at the woman and said calmly, I must get this bell. Baiyu the Venerable said seriously, As you wish. As he spoke, the purple light around Shinji shone brightly. His clothes fluttered in the wind. The whole world turned into a chessboard with the stars as the pieces. When he raised his hand, the stars moved and the moon moved. Seeing this, the sovereigns from all over the mountain range became serious. They didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. In an instant, rays of light shot up into the sky. The aura of the true realm rose to the extreme, shaking the stars. The sovereigns attacked together. Their aura pierced through the clouds and pressed against the ancient bell in the void. The battle for the immortal artifact had reached its climax. Dong! The bell rang. Sound waves spread out and blocked the aura of the sovereigns. After a moment of stalemate, the sky-stabilizing chessboard appeared in Bayou the Venerable's hand. Starlight shone from the 9 heavens. Black and white pieces flew in all directions, turning into runes and suppressing the power of the sovereigns. Bayou the Venerable took the initiative and rushed in front of the ancient bell. His slender hand condensed the power of wind and clouds and locked onto the ancient bell. "I want this bell." At this moment, silver light gathered in the void. Di Mingtian walked out. He turned his palm and gathered primordial qi. An unparalleled force slammed towards Bayou the Venerable. Bayou the Venerable's face darkened. He turned his slender hand and attacked with his palm. There was a loud rumble. Thousands of ripples whistled. Countless figures who were kneeling in front of the altar exploded. The power of the life sacrifice passed through time and space and spread to the ancient battlefield. As the power of life entered his body, Di Mingtian's eyes shone brightly. The power of his palm increased by several times. With a bang, the Venerable in front of him was sent flying. Ugh! Bayou the Venerable stabilized himself 100 feet away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the silver-robed man in front of him. He couldn't hide his shock. Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? Chapter 754. In the ancient battlefield, the Eastern Emperor bell had appeared. Bai Wei had set the sky. The moment he tried to seize the bell, he was thwarted in one move and blood dyed the sky. The man standing in the sky wore a luxurious silver battle robe. A silver beaded mask covered half of his face, and an extremely powerful energy flowed around him, causing the sky to shake. Di Mingtian, who had just shown his power, shocked everyone with one palm. Boundless pressure quickly spread out. Bai Wei was injured, and the chessboard's power in the sky immediately weakened. The sovereigns shook off the restraints and rushed toward the Eastern Emperor bell at the same time. Forbidden Dark Seal, 6 Sins Annihilation. 5 sovereigns arrived at the same time. Di Mingtian raised his hand, and his eyes shone with purple light. The sun, moon, and stars appeared. His divine essence surged, and an indescribably terrifying power spread out, blocking the combined power of the 5 sovereigns. After a moment of stalemate, the purple light spread out, and the 5 sovereigns flew back, retreating several steps. An unexpected change. Outside the battle, Shinji looked at the silver-robed man in the sky, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. This person was even stronger than before. "Shinji, aren't you going to do anything?" An illusory figure in a silver-gray cloak walked out from the sky. "Didn't you also not do anything?" Shinji said calmly, "This item doesn't belong to me. Why bother?" The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled. "The Master of the Eastern Celestial Realm is already dead. The Eastern Emperor Bell is an ownerless item. Why do you say that?" Shinji said indifferently, "Let's not beat around the bush. Does Shinji really think that anyone can control the Donghuang Bell?" The Waning Moon House Master looked over and said, "Huh." Shinji smiled indifferently. "Immortal items have spirits. Naturally, they won't easily recognize anyone as their master. However, it's been hundreds of thousands of years since the collapse of the celestial realm. Even the spirit has been wiped out by time. If the spirit of the Eastern Emperor Bell disappeared so easily, it wouldn't be qualified to be used by the master of the Eastern Celestial Realm, right? The Dawn Moon Tower Master replied. Shinji didn't argue. He looked at the battle and said indifferently, "There's no point in arguing. Let's just wait and see." The Dawn Moon Tower Master didn't say anything else. Her illusory figure disappeared. After the two finished talking, the battle in the sky had reached its climax. Di Mingtian was fighting 6 sovereigns, and they were at a disadvantage. Dong! As their ultimate moves collided, the shock waves rippled out, and the Eastern Emperor Bell was affected. Bell chimes rang out one after another, and the heaven and earth in all directions were destroyed by the bell chimes. Mountains collapsed, and the earth caved in, as if it was the end of the world. When Di Mingtian and the other venerables saw this, they retreated hastily. However, they were still half a step too late. They were instantly injured by the bell chimes. Specks of vermilion fell as the venerables condensed their essence to suppress the surging blood chi in their bodies. Looking at the Eastern Emperor Bell floating in the void, their expressions became increasingly solemn. In a deadlock situation, with a strong enemy in front of them and the immortal Bell difficult to collect, the venerables hesitated for a moment, unable to make a decision. Di Mingtian sneered when he saw the expressions of the sovereigns. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the ancient bell. With a flip of his palm, the heavenly might rumbled. In the unknown world, in front of the sacrificial altar, tens of thousands of figures exploded. The power of sacrifice surged through time and space, surging into the Di Mingtian's body to resist the backlash from the immortal bell. Just as Di Mingtian was about to succeed, the aura in the mountain range suddenly stagnated. Boundless sword intent spread out, and in the next instant, a dazzling sword light soared into the sky, piercing through the air. Knowing destiny. At the same time, the eyes of the young experts from the inner world narrowed as they looked in the direction of the sword light. He had finally made a move. When the sword light arrived, Di Mingtian's expression sank. He changed the direction of his palm and met the incoming sword light head-on. When the two extreme powers collided, the void exploded and a destructive force spread out. The terrifying shockwave caused the immortal bell to alert itself once more. The bell chimes shook the void for thousands of miles. Di Mingtian's expression changed slightly. He erupted with energy to block the bell's waves. Sword form, bury the heavens. The moment the immortal bell showed its might, Hong Yi appeared in the distance. She slashed with her sword, and the clouds in the sky changed color. A terrifying pressure pressed down. Di Mingtian's expression became serious. He moved his palms to block the attacks from both sides. With a loud rumble, the bell's waves and sword light dissipated. Di Mingtian let out a soft groan as blood quietly dripped down, dyeing his silver battle robe red. Impudent! Being injured for the first time, Di Mingtian furrowed his brows in anger. He raised his hand and condensed the essence of heaven and earth. Suddenly, violent lightning fell from the sky, and the might of the heavens and seas surged for thousands of miles. The extreme heavenly might illuminated the horizon. Seeing this, Hong Yi condensed her essence. The wind and clouds on the immortal slaying sword changed. The sword light shone brightly as it slashed toward the immortal bell. Shameless! Di Mingtian's expression turned cold. His figure flashed and instantly blocked in front of the immortal bell. The might of thunder shot out to meet the sword light. With a rumble, the thunder drowned out the sword light. In the blink of an eye, Hong Yi had already arrived in front of him. Her immortal sword was dazzling as it flashed past. Di Mingtian raised his hand to block the sword. The moment his palm and sword collided, Hong Yi disappeared again. She arrived behind the immortal bell and slashed at it again. Dong! The Eastern Emperor trembled and the bell's waves shook. The powerful force spread out for thousands of miles. Hong Yi waved her hand, and the green cauldron appeared to block the bell's waves. With a loud rumble, the bell's waves collided with the green cauldron. The green cauldron trembled violently, but after a moment it returned to normal. On the other side, Di Mingtian turned his hand to block the bell's waves again. With a loud rumble, he took 2 steps back. In the void, Hong Yi stood quietly. A drop of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. The green cauldron blocked most of the bell's power, but some of the aftershocks still hurt her body. In this dangerous battle, in just a blink of an eye, life and death had almost taken place. Outside the battle, the venerables kept retreating, unwilling to be affected by the battle. Only wisdom exists in the world, Marquis Ji Ming. On the peak, in front of the tall red harp, Wu Qingying looked at the red figure in the battle and said slowly, without a doubt, Ji Ming's wisdom was the reason why he could fight against experts who were much stronger than him ever since he entered the martial arts world. His observation was meticulous, and he used all the power he could. This was the real reason why Ji Ming was able to live until today. In the void in the battle, 2 experts were facing each other. Ji Ming in red looked at the person in front of him coldly. His calm face never changed. Between the 2, the immortal bell floated up and down. Ancient runes could be vaguely seen on the bell. An indescribable power of law flowed around it. A true immortal item couldn't be desecrated by mortals. With a light step, Di Mingtian used his supreme cultivation to instantly take the initiative. His vast palm drew the thunder and struck towards the former. Hong Yi took a step and moved in the wind. As she dodged the attack, the immortal sword's baleful aura rose. The sword swept over, wanting to kill. The power of the forbidden dark seal is unparalleled in the world. Di Mingtian snorted coldly. The dark qi on his palm soared into the sky. The vast power blocked the sword. A pool of blood splashed out. The immortal slaying sword's momentum changed again. With a boom, it slashed the immortal bell. Dong! The immortal bell rang, shaking the world. The bell's waves were boundless and spread rapidly. Hateful! Di Mingtian turned his palm to block the bell's waves. Ignoring his blood, he took a step forward and attacked again. Behind the green cauldron, Hong Yi's figure moved quickly. Her absolute speed dissolved the storm-like attacks. Something's not right. On the ground, Luo Xingchen, who had been watching the battle for a long time, became serious. Ning Chen's main body had already returned. His foundation shouldn't be just like this. It's the phoenix body. Beside him, Mu Qianshang said seriously, "Where's his main body? Why is he still being mysterious?" Luo Xingchen asked in a low voice. "I'm not sure." Mu Qianshang shook his head and said, with knowing Destiny's character, he won't do anything meaningless. Since he made such arrangements, he must have his own plans. Do we need to make a move? Luo Xingchen frowned and asked. Not for now. Mu Qianshang looked at the battle in the void and said, with the immortal bell, the phoenix body's speed will be more threatening. The star venerables are afraid of the immortal bell's power and won't interfere easily. As long as Ning Chen's main body doesn't make a move, it means he still has power. We don't have to rush to make a move, so as not to disrupt his plan. While the two were talking, on the other side of the mountain, the white-haired demonic cultivator in black stood quietly watching the battle. He also didn't make a move. He knew very well that with knowing Destiny's wisdom, there must be other arrangements. Beside the demonic cultivator, Luo Fei's eyes flashed. Among the people from the divine prefecture, Marquis, knowing Destiny, was definitely the most unpredictable person, excluding his martial arts. He had been calculating step by step to live to this day. In terms of martial arts, knowing Destiny might not be as good as many people, but in terms of wisdom, he was the best in the world. Z, after helping Marquis, knowing Destiny get the immortal bell, we should go find our own celestial fate. After watching for a long time, Luo Fei looked at the person beside her and said softly, Xiazi was silent. After a while, he nodded in agreement. The road ahead was long, and the demonic path was unpredictable. He also had to improve his strength as soon as possible. In addition to dealing with unknown dangers, he also had to find a way to refine the mysterious power in his body. The Dawn Moon Tower Master, the ninth son of Mo Men, what are you planning? In front of a mountain peak, Shinji was watching the battle. Thoughts flashed in his eyes. The Dawn Moon Tower Master hadn't made a move yet, which was what puzzled him the most. He always had a feeling that the Dawn Moon Tower Master and the ninth son of Mo Men must have reached some kind of agreement. From the opening of the Mystic Realm to the current battle for the Immortal Bell, there was something unusual about it. Others might not be able to sense it, but he had known the Dawn Moon Tower Master for hundreds of years, so he more or less knew something about her. In the battle between the two experts was getting more and more intense. Borrowing the power of the Immortal Bell, the Phoenix body was using its full strength to deal with Di Mingtian. With absolute speed, it avoided the dangers of life and death time after time. As the battle reached its climax, Di Mingtian's expression became colder and colder. His attacks were condensed, causing the wind and clouds to howl. You still haven't finished? In the mountain range, the silver-robed man looked at the plain-clothed young man in front of him and asked, "How can a heavenly bestowal restriction be completed so easily?" The plain-clothed young man calmly replied. He didn't stop the imprint on his hand, continuing to do what he was doing. "Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? You're going against the entire world." The silver-robed man reminded him, "If I don't do this, will those venerables give up? My past experiences have taught me many things. First, when it's possible to let people off, one should be lenient. Second, I should strike first to gain the initiative, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots." The plain-clothed young man coldly said. His eyes were filled with killing intent. What happened in the central continent wouldn't happen a second time. He swore. Chapter 755. Under the moonlight, the battlefield was overflowing with murderous light. The endless flames of war spread, and no one dared to take a step closer. In the battle, the two of them didn't fear the might of the Immortal Bell at all. Their killing moves were boundless, and when their attacks collided, the scene of the heavens collapsing and the earth sinking could be seen. "How long do you think you can stop me?" Di Mingtian raised his hand and repelled the former's attack. He activated his vast essence again, and the wind and thunder roared. When the lightning arrived, Red Robe flashed by, and Zhu Xian followed suit. The majestic sword might slashed apart the heavy lightning, and the might of the heavens was shaken. Dong! The Immortal Bell rang, and the lightning and sword light dissipated. The two of them retreated again. Red drops fell, dyeing the sword red. The two sides of the Immortal Bell looked at each other coldly, and their killing intent was clear. The Immortal Bell's remaining power rippled, and the space around the two of them collapsed. It was an extremely powerful immortal artifact, and the mortal world could not withstand its power. After 100 moves, the situation became clear. Although they had the help of the Immortal Bell, the difference in their foundation and cultivation made the situation tilt. The blood-stained immortal sword hummed softly. Baleful chi lingered in the sword, but the emotionless eyes did not waver. "Be careful, I'm going to get serious," Di Mingtian said coldly as he raised his ultimate move. Instantly, the 9 heavens darkened as boundless nether chi condensed into clouds that stretched for thousands of miles. Muffled thunder resounded throughout the universe. "The Immortal Bell is yours!" Extreme power descended upon the world. He actually retreated without a fight. He took a step forward and quickly left. Di Mingtian's expression sank, but he did not chase. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the Eastern Emperor Bell. The Immortal Bell was about to be lost. The faces of the venerables changed. Without saying anything, they stepped forward again to take over the battle. At the same time, many experts who had been hiding in the mountain range chose to attack. They rushed out to fight for the immortal opportunity. Seeing this, Reverend Bayue's eyes flashed. He also wanted to fight for the immortal opportunity. Bayue, wait! Just as he was about to attack, Shinji transmitted his voice to stop Bayue. Reverend Bayue's figure subconsciously paused. He was puzzled, and his eyes suddenly shrank. Within 100 miles of the Eastern Emperor Bell, a blood-colored beam of light shot up into the sky and into the starry sky, instantly engulfing all the cultivators who were near the bell. In front of the light pillar, a red-clothed figure walked out. Looking at the trapped venerables, the killing intent in his eyes was bone-chilling. This is... In front of the mountain peak, Shinji looked at the blood-colored light pillar that trapped the honorables. The shock on his face could not be concealed. The seal of the underworld and the immortal slaughtering baleful chi. Senior Shinji, Reverend Bayu, this is a personal matter. Please step back. In the void, Hong Yi turned her head and said calmly. She said, Baiwe, the Venerable, recovered from her shock. Her face was full of fear. If Shenji had not warned her, she would have been trapped in the light pillar. What was this brat trying to do? Ninth son of Mo Gate, what are you trying to do? Reverend Moon growled. Clean up the filth, Red Shirt said calmly. Do you know what your actions mean? Reverend Bayue's face turned colder and colder, going against the entire world. Why? Is it that serious? Red Shirt asked calmly. Lunatic. Reverend Bayue said coldly. Reverend, if you want to stop him, it's not too late. However, if you attack now, you'll become an enemy of Knowing Destiny. Knowing Destiny will no longer care about the way of a gentleman, Red Shirt said indifferently. Impudent. Reverend Bayue was furious. Just as he was about to attack, he was stopped. Bayue, don't be rash. You can't stop him right now, Shinji said telepathically. Do you want to watch the honorables die here? If that happens, the entire world will descend into chaos. Reverend Bayue replied. She did not care if the honorables died or not, but she could not ignore the battle that would ensue if they died. The situation will change. Moreover, the honorables are not easy to deal with. Don't get involved, Shinji advised. Reverend Bayue's eyes flashed with hesitation. At this moment, another telepathic message came. Reverend Bayue's expression changed again. Bayue, don't get involved. The honorables have no chance of surviving. If you get involved, the ninth son of Mo Gate will not show mercy. Retreat. The illusory, silver-robed figure appeared once more beside Shinji. Reverend Bayue suppressed the waves in his heart. With a conflicted expression, he retreated. Seeing Reverend Bayue leave, a white-robed figure walked out from Hong Yi's side. The two of them merged and walked into the pillar of light. Sorry for making you wait so long. Ning Chen spoke calmly as he looked at the honorables trapped in the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land. Ninth son of Mo Gate, what are you doing? Ziwei, Jin Yao, and the other honorables all asked coldly. I'll send you on your way. Ning Chen waved his hand, and an ancient zither appeared in front of him. An unconcealable, murderous aura spread. It was so cold that it could be sensed even from 1,000 miles away. Yama King. Reverend Ing Cheong's expression changed. Hadn't this zither been lost long ago? How had it ended up in Mo Gate's ninth son's hands? What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Asked Venerable Lingshu when he saw the change in Ing Cheong's expression. Reverend Ing Cheong suppressed the shock in his heart and reminded, that is the inherited divine weapon of the White Tigers. It is used for killing. Everyone be careful. The zither is my weakest skill. Everyone, please be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of the King of Hell rang out. The void instantly fell silent, and the night grew even darker. A night without any splendor descended. In the next moment, a great terror appeared. With Yama King as the center, a blood-red wave spread out. Its terrifying power destroyed everything in an instant. Seeing this, the honorables immediately jumped out of the way. However, a moment later, their expressions changed. The zither wave spread out and hit the immortal bell. Immediately, an even more terrifying bell sound rang out. Yama King judged life, and the yellow springs opened the way. Bang! One of the honorables couldn't dodge in time, and his arm was swept by the bell wave. Blood exploded and dyed the sky red. Impossible. How could M.O. Gates' ninth son have such terrifying attainments in the zither? Outside the battle, Shinji's expression was grave. This son's attainments in the sword were already shocking. But with his talent, it was impossible for him to have the energy to learn the zither. A moment later, Shinji seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the illusory figure and said, "It's you. Music is nothing more than a pastime for me. Giving it away to someone isn't a big deal. The important thing is that this son can afford it," said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master indifferently. "No wonder Pavilion Master hasn't done anything yet. Even the Pavilion Master would need to rest for a while to forcibly build a foundation for someone else," said Shinji coldly. He really hadn't thought that the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master would be willing to spend so much on this son. It was truly beyond his expectations. The more you pay, the more you get back. Moreover, there is no need for high risks to have high returns. Apart from this, there is no other thing in the world, said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master indifferently, not hesitating to give up part of your foundation to help this son. Pavilion Master, I'm very curious. What is your so-called return? Sneered Shinji. An opportunity for the fourth realm. The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master's eyes narrowed. Chapter 756. The cold night was bleak, and the sound of the zither was ethereal. In the sky, the King of Hell played and the massacre began. The divine artifacts and the celestial bell echoed, and the underworld welcomed the people. It was indescribably terrifying. The blood-red zither waves surged, and wherever they passed, the sky collapsed and everything collapsed. It was a shocking scene, with the divine zither in front and the celestial bell behind. The venerables were in a more difficult situation. They couldn't block it, nor could they not block it. The zither waves spread out one after another. In the mountain range, the young experts looked at the scene in the sky, and they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Did the ninth son of the Mahis sect want to bury all the star venerables here? Don't! The zither waves hit the celestial bell, and the Eastern Emperor shook. The bell waves rippled, and the zither sounds and the bell sounds intertwined. The terrifying destructive power shook the area, and the sky and the earth lost its color. The massacre in the night, and the white clothes fluttered in the wind. There was no mercy in the cold eyes. The King of Hell had accepted the order to eliminate all future troubles. The battle in the central prefecture was unforgettable. Qingning had sacrificed herself to protect him, and he didn't want to recall this memory ever again. This made Jiming even more ruthless. In the mountain range below, the woman in the blue dress had tears in her eyes, and they dripped down, wetting her clothes. Beside her, Erin stood quietly, looking at the silhouette in the sky. After a long while, she sighed softly and looked at the woman beside her. She was the only person in the world who could make him change so much. When would he do the same for her? The venerables are hopeless. Shinji, who was in front of the mountain peak, looked at the blood-red light pillar and sighed. After considering everything, he won't let the venerables live. The result of this battle has already been decided. The waning moon house master said calmly, "Didn't you think about how chaotic the situation would be if the star venerables died?" Baiwe the Venerable looked at the two and asked in a deep voice, "As long as there are people, there will be conflicts. The situation will change sooner or later. Why can't we change it now?" The waning moon house master said coldly, "You're crazy." Baiwe the Venerable was so angry that he didn't know what to say. The ninth son of the Mahis sect was crazy, and the two-star venerables didn't take it seriously. When the two of them were conversing, the most terrifying thing finally appeared in the air. An immortal bell that couldn't block the might of the immortal bell exploded apart, causing its blood and bones to scatter about in the air, dyeing the night sky red. In the forbidden land of Yellow Springs, the figures of the venerables were obstructed and unable to escape. They could only continuously resist the killing intent of the divine zither and the immortal bell. Yellow Springs, immortal slaying, flowing time, these are truly heaven-bestowed abilities. If the Eastern Emperor Bell and the ninth disciple of Mo Gate did not exist, the sovereigns might have been able to break the seal in a short period of time if they joined forces. However, they no longer had the chance to do so now. "Shanji, do you still insist on your previous opinion?" asked the Waning Moon House Master. Shinji was silent for a moment before nodding. "I admit that this child's intelligence and strength are rare in this world. Even we cannot underestimate him. However, his greatest enemy right now is not us, but the heavens. The will of the heavens is difficult to deal with. The Tower Master should understand this principle better than anyone else. People say that humans can defeat the heavens, but that's only because mortals don't know the immensity of the heavens. Only after reaching our level do we gradually understand that humans cannot defeat the heavens. Let alone humans, even the masters of the four immortal worlds were defeated by the will of the heavens in the end. Actually, at the beginning, I also didn't believe it. However, I saw from this child what perseverance is. True perseverance. The master of the Dawn Moon Brothel looked ahead. Specks of light flashed in her eyes. Compared to us, his path is undoubtedly much more difficult. Shinji, have you ever seen him hesitate? I don't know if humans can really defeat the heavens, but if there is one person who can, it will definitely be him, said the master of the Dawn Moon Brothel calmly. So, you choose him? Asked Shinji seriously. It's not that I choose him, but that reason makes me have to choose him. If I miss out on such a person, do you think there will be a second one? The heavens are not benevolent and treat all things as dogs. Even the four immortal worlds were unable to avoid the destruction of the heavens, let alone you and I. After cultivating for nearly 1,000 years, you and I have reached the most critical moment. Every step forward is extremely difficult. I hope that what I see in the future is rebirth and not destruction, said the Waning Moon House Master seriously. But in my eyes, this child will only bring destruction. Shinji looked at the battle ahead and said, Filth needs to be purified. This is the philosophy of the gods. Perhaps the gods are right, murmured the Waning Moon House Master softly. Shinji frowned and asked, Why do you say that? Nothing. You will know in the future. The Waning Moon House Master gently shook her head. In the sky, the battle had reached a critical moment. In the forbidden land of the underworld, knowing Destiny, who had been waiting for a long time, seized the opportunity and played the song of the death of the King of Hell. With a boom, the venerables were pushed back. Something's wrong. Hearing this, the venerables' expressions changed. However, it was already too late. The Eastern Emperor bell rang by itself. It was right in front of them, and its celestial might shook them. Dong! The celestial bell rang, and the two venerables closest to it couldn't react in time. The bell waves entered their bodies, causing them to stagger and vomit blood. Now let the slaughter begin, Su Yi said coldly. In the next instant, Hong Yi left her body, and in an instant, the celestial slaying sword sealed their throats. It was an unbelievable scene. They were shocked and puzzled. The two venerables' heads flew up, and they took one last look at the human world. Hong Yi's body looked like it was bathed in blood. With the celestial slaying sword in her hand, she looked like the god of death once again. She looked coldly at the remaining venerables, emotionless and emotionless. Both of them appeared at the same time, one restrained while the other killed. This was the most terrifying combination, and it turned the ancient battlefield into a living hell. At the same time, in the boundless void, a pleasure boat was drifting in the middle of the Mi River. It was a lonely boat drifting in the middle of the lake, and it never reached the shore. The devil, guarding the divine tree, no longer killed. Day after day, it watered the immortal peach tree. On the shore, a young girl was practicing her sword. Her sword technique was becoming more and more mature. Wild wasn't here, so knowing destiny was teaching her. Day after day, year after year. Teacher, I've finished practicing. After finishing her sword practice, Lingji looked at the pleasure boat in the middle of the lake. Sui walked out. His figure flashed, and he arrived on the shore. He looked at her and said calmly, "I'll teach you the next move tomorrow. Go back and rest." "Thank you, teacher." Ganoderma's face lit up with joy as she happily thanked him. She then put away her sword and happily returned home. After the young girl left, Sui calmly looked at the divine tree. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes. Soon, the phoenix body had gone to find the time restriction. This time, it would definitely succeed. In the ancient battlefield, King Yama's song ended. The venerables' corpses fell from the sky. It was so glaring and ironic. When the devil cultivators restrained their sharpness, the virtuous ones personally opened the path to hell. Was this a joke from the heavens, or was it a mockery from fate? At this moment, who could tell? Chapter 7:57. In the ancient battlefield, the battle for the immortal bell came to an end. The ascendants fell one after another. Their blood dyed the night sky red. No one could change the outcome. The Eastern Emperor bell vibrated for an unknown number of times. It sounded again and again like a death knell from the Yellow Springs, urging people to take their lives. "Now, you are the only one left." Hong Yi turned around and looked at the silver-clothed figure standing in the air as she said, coldly. Their eyes met, and their words were cold and detached. The situation was abnormally heavy. The phoenix's body was dyed red, and killing intent was revealed. When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. "I have truly underestimated you." Di Mingtian looked at the red figure in front of him and said coldly. Now that the situation had come to this, the phoenix body didn't say anything else. It took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Qin Wentian. The immortal slaying sword soared through the sky, displaying its murderous intent. Thousands of feet of sword light cut through the bloody night. With a flip of his palm, Di Mingtian caught the sword. With a loud bang, he took half a step forward and gathered his qi to counterattack. At such a close distance, the power of the palm was shocking. In the instant of danger, a vermilion blade appeared. Plain clothes held her sword horizontally and blocked the incoming palm force. The two of them were unparalleled under the heavens. In the next moment, the two of them converged and became one again. One body dual transformation. Di Mingtian looked at the silhouette before him with a cold expression. He had planned for a long time, but he did not expect to make a mistake here. He was too careless. Before he had time to think, Bai Yi moved again. The immortal slaying, baleful qi surged. A terrifying might rose to the extreme. With a loud bang, the sword and palm collided. One was tyrannical, the other was sharp. In the final battle, they no longer held anything back. As they moved, their qi pierced through the sky, drawing out rays of death. Di Mingtian's movements were restricted by the god-trapping prohibition. Up until now, his knowing destiny technique had also been worn out. The two of them knew each other well, so their moves were even more ruthless and merciless. "Why aren't you using your zither anymore? Is it because you can't play it?" Di Mingtian sneered. He gathered a vast amount of energy in his palm and slapped the incoming sword. When they clashed again, the shock waves shook the area. Both sides were forced to retreat, suffering a backlash of their own. Bai Yi's sword was like a bolt of lightning. Her sword's momentum didn't change. but her strength was slightly inferior. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. It wasn't easy to kill so many venerables. Even someone as strong as a knowing destiny state cultivator would consume a lot of energy. The sounds of battle rang out unceasingly. The boundless pressure fluctuated endlessly, the peak above the peak, transcending the limits. Snow attracted thunder, the might of the heavens shook. So, you really are no longer at your peak. Sensing the difference in the former's moves, Di Mingtian's expression turned even colder. He activated his cultivation technique again, resisting the restraints of the yellow springs as his moves became even more domineering. So what if you're not at your peak? As long as you're in this divine restriction, no one can save your life. Ning Qin replied coldly. He clenched his left hand, and the celestial trapping sword flew up from the ground. It was surrounded by a red light and murderous intent. With a loud boom, the two swords shook the sky. Di Mingtian's blood and qi stagnated. A drop of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and dyed his silver battle robe red. Impudent! Di Mingtian's eyes turned cold when his body was injured. Dark qi surged out of his body and pushed Di Mingtian back. Ning Qin stopped himself a few feet away. He raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. His figure flashed as he charged forward again. The celestial sword's display of its might added some variables to the already difficult battle. The sharpness of the celestial sword was unparalleled in the world. Di Mingtian could resist the celestial might with a flip of his palm. The sword could block it, but the sword couldn't. His injuries accumulated and became heavier. Forbidden dark seal. Extreme ghost judgment. The situation gradually became clear. Di Mingtian didn't want to give up just like that. He used his ultimate move, and the heavy energy circled around his body. Netherworld Gate. Ghost King Judgment. This was the first time Ning Qin saw such a horrifying phenomenon. His expression turned serious. He gathered his energy and gathered his qi. The two swords coiled up, and martial arts appeared in the world. Heaven and earth resonance, life and death defying fate. The battle rumbled as different martial arts clashed. Blood splattered everywhere. The silver-robed figure flew out and vomited blood. The final attack couldn't be missed. The white-robed figure flew out with the celestial sword in her hand. It was sharp and murderous. Is it that easy? The moment he succeeded, the silver light around Di Mingtian shone brightly. Destructive power spread out and pushed Di Mingtian back. In an instant, Di Mingtian took a step back and used the momentum to retreat. He formed hand seals with both hands, and his might soared into the sky. At the same time, outside the ancient battlefield, Ing Qianjiang sensed something. He also formed hand seals with both hands, responding to Di Mingtian. The two formed hand seals together, and heaven and earth responded. The yellow spring forbidden land couldn't stop them and started shaking violently. Mo Gate's ninth son, you have won today's battle. However, this is just the beginning. We will meet again in the future. Right after he spoke, Di Mingtian's figure gradually disappeared in the silver light. After a while, he disappeared completely. The silver light dissipated, and the strange divine forbidden land regained its calm. The world stopped shaking, no longer shaking. Up in the sky, Ning Chen looked ahead and narrowed his eyes. Even the divine forbidden land couldn't trap someone. It seemed like the future wouldn't be peaceful. A cold wind blew, and the moon was cold. After a bloody battle, all that could be seen was the aftermath of destruction. It was so glaring. Su Yi stepped forward and gently touched the immortal bell in front of her. A hint of emotion flashed in her eyes. Was this the legendary immortal artifact? To think that someone could be so ruthless in order to obtain it. The Eastern Emperor bell rang softly. Sensing the calmness in Su Yi's heart, it also gradually calmed down. The phoenix appeared and opened its mouth. A strong suction force came out, trying to swallow the immortal artifact. The Eastern Emperor bell shook. Just as it was about to resist, the yellow spring forbidden land quickly shrank, stopping the immortal bell that was about to ring. The phoenix swallowed the sky, and the immortal bell disappeared into the phoenix's stomach. The battle calmed down, and the divine forbidden land dissipated. Ning Qin walked out and glanced at the shocked gazes in the mountain range. He didn't care anymore and left. A moment later, Su Yi appeared in front of the mountain peak. Looking at the three of them, she said, "Pavilion Master Dawn Moon, thank you. It was a fair trade. We each took what we needed." "There's no need to be polite," the Pavilion Master replied. "I will abide by the agreement. From now on, I won't fight for anything in the ancient battlefield," Ning Qin said calmly. The Pavilion Master smiled and said, "Brother Ning, do you think it's unfair? I can give you a bit more." "There's no need." Ning Qin shook his head. "Pavilion Master, you know that my ambitions don't lie here. People should be content with what they have. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "You want to leave the ancient battlefield?" Shinji frowned. "There's nothing for me to do here. It's good for everyone that I leave," Ning Qin said indifferently. "Ninth disciple of Mo Gate, do you know what kind of trouble you've caused today?" The Reverend Moon, could no longer hold back the fury in his heart. Ning Chen looked over at the woman and said indifferently, "I know. But so what?" "You," the Reverend Moon was speechless. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. "The three of you, I'll take my leave now." Ning Qin didn't say anything else. He cupped his fists and flew away. A generation's genius. Shinji sighed as he watched Su Yi leave. In the current younger generation, who would dare to call themselves a genius with such a person present? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, let alone a mortal with ordinary talent. If one day Shinji learns of this child's past, he will know that the words heaven's chosen will not be enough to describe this child to this day. The house mistress of the Dawn Moon House said softly. Her shadow faded and disappeared into the night. Two women stood side by side in a continuous mountain range. They looked at the silhouette in plain clothes leaving in the distance. Their eyes flashed with brilliance. "Aaron, I'm leaving." Qing Ning looked at the woman beside her and said softly. Aaron Ming King shifted her gaze to the former and sternly said, "Have you thought this through? There might be many unknown immortal opportunities buried in this ancient battlefield. Now that the Venerables have fallen, this is our best chance." "There's no need." Qing Ning smiled and shook her head. "Whether there are immortal opportunities or not isn't important to me. I only came here for him. Now that he's leaving, there's no need for me to stay." After saying that, Qing Ning smiled again. She took a step forward and flew up into the sky. Under the moonlight, Su Yi and Qing Yi's figures gradually merged and disappeared into the distance. Aaron Ming King watched the two of them disappear with a complicated look in her eyes. Only now did she know why Ji Ming had slaughtered the entire central state for her. So the love of the world was so sincere. It was so sincere that not the slightest impurity could enter it. "He's gone." On the other side of the mountain range, Luo Xingqian looked away and said, "That's not what he wants. Obtaining an immortal bell is enough for him. Let's go. We should also go and find our own opportunities." Mu Qiansheng said indifferently and turned to walk into the depths of the mountain range. "Z, let's go too." 1,000 miles away, Luo Fei said softly. "Okay." Xia Zi nodded and looked away and left. On the starry sky path, Su Yi and Qing Yi walked side by side. From the very beginning, the two grew up together. Their silence had already surpassed 1,000 words. "Have you decided?" 3 months later, by the riverside, Qing Ning looked at the man beside her and asked softly. "Yes." Ning Qin nodded. "Then go, I'll wait for you here." Qing Ning smiled. "I'll come back alive." Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him and promised. I believe you. Qi Ning replied softly and raised her hand to caress his face. She smiled through her tears. Empress, do you see? The young man who needed to hide under your wings back then has truly grown up now. I'm leaving, Ning Chen said softly and looked at the divine tree on the lakeside. Without further delay, he walked away. On the boat in the lake, the black-clothed demon's figure faded at the same time, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. 3 bodies in one body. After 30 years, they once again became one. Taishan Star, Ancient Glory's Secret Realm. In front of the most majestic palace, a middle-aged man in a green robe stood quietly. His black hair danced in the wind and his powerful aura surged. He stood between heaven and earth, but heaven and earth kept trembling, unable to bear this terrifying existence. In the secret realm, the disciples were busy with their tasks. No one noticed the approaching storm. At this moment, Su Yi walked over from afar. The cold wind could not stop her arrogance. Knowing destiny, feared no one. Gods were like this, and so was the first person in the treading immortal realm. Venerable ancient glory, knowing destiny, seeks guidance. After 100 steps, knowing destiny stopped. With a clang, he stabbed the immortal sword in his hand into the ground. The sky was filled with red light. In the red light, his cold eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 758. He had cultivated for nearly 40 years, experienced 1,000 tribulations, and was filled with pride. He would rather die than submit. Today, all 3 of his bodies were gathered, and because of the time restriction, he challenged the number 1 person in the treading immortal realm. The rustling cold wind blew up the sand that covered their eyes. Their white clothes fluttered in the wind, and their fighting spirit shook the world. Honorable Gu Yao looked at the plain-clothed young man before him, and a glint flashed through his calm eyes. Was this the 9th disciple of Mo Gate that all the honorables of the various regions feared? With a wave of his hand, a jade slip flew out and inserted itself into the stone wall in the distance. The aura of time flowed through it, making it seem ancient and ancient. Sheng Wu, you can take away the time seal, said Sovereign Guyao. Please. There was no need to say anything more about the current situation. Ning Chen waved his right hand, causing immortal extermination to appear. Baleful energy roared, and it was heavy, vast, and might shook the world. The immortal slaying sword was unleashed. Heaven and earth shook. The immortal trapping sword cried, and killing intent spread. The 2 swords appeared at the same time, resonating with each other from a distance. The bright moon in the 9th heaven suddenly changed color and became dim. The battle began, and there was no room for mercy. The 2 figures moved at the same time, sharp swords and vast palms shocking the world. The first immortal treader had an unparalleled cultivation base. His palm strike was like a thunderstorm, frightening even gods and ghosts. In the first move, the knowing destiny state was half a step behind. The combination of the 3 bodies and the peerless foundation was difficult to overcome in the face of the world-shocking power. The knowing destiny state retreated and the earth cracked. After gaining the upper hand, Honorable Gu Yao took another step forward. His palm energy was merciless. Ning Chen turned his feet and avoided the palm strike. The sword light broke through the sky and cut open the night sky. It was an ordinary move, but it had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Honorable Gu Yao did not dodge. Instead, he turned his palm around and took the immortal sword head-on. As the palm and the sword met, the enraged Xinyuan wave shook violently. The ground around the 2 of them cracked continuously. Dust and sand swirled wildly, covering the sky and the moon. The battle was so close that it was shocking. The knowing destiny state cultivator who had returned with 3 bodies was facing the most powerful man in the world. He did not back down and fought head-on. Move after move, the immortal sword and the vast palm collided under the night sky. Relying on his peerless cultivation, Honorable Gu Yao did not hold back at all. His moves were powerful and domineering, breaking the sky and sinking the sea. On the other hand, knowing destiny had an endless supply of the origin energy of the three bodies. His peerless foundation activated the supreme will on his sword. His sword was like a dragon breaking through a city. His every move was ordinary but extremely sharp. This was a battle at the pinnacle, rarely seen in the world. Palm and sword, transcending the limits of the heavens. 10 moves collided, and the secret realm shook. Layers of formations collapsed one after another, unable to withstand the extreme power. Seeing this, Honorable Gu Yao narrowed his eyes and stomped his foot. Instantly, the ground beneath their feet rumbled and rose continuously. Mountains rose from the ground, reaching thousands of feet high and reaching the sky. On the high peak, the two of them stared at each other. After 10 rounds of probing, they both knew what was going on. If you don't have true ability and only rely on 2 damaged immortal swords, you have no chance of winning this battle. Honorable Gu Yao said coldly. With a flip of his left palm, the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens suddenly changed. Waves of clouds rolled and fell from the sky. The waves of clouds crashed down, and the force of breaking the heavens shook the heavens. Expanse after expanse of space collapsed and turned into nothingness. Ning Chen's eyes darkened as he clenched his left hand into a fist. Blood mist swirled out, and a dazzling green sword appeared. It was a 4 essences sword. Water, fire, wind, and thunder coiled around each other, reinforcing and restraining each other. The sword will broke through the air and soared into the sky. Above the 9 heavens, the 2 moves collided. Turbulence roared, and the space within a radius of 5,000 kilometers twisted violently. On Taishan planet, many martial artists were shocked as they looked at the high peak in the distance. Their eyes were filled with shock. Who was that? How could he fight against Honorable Gu Yao? On the high peak of the ancient Yao secret realm, the battle between the two was reaching its climax. The two of them were fearless, and their killing moves were earth-shattering. In an instant, the mountains were torn apart. Cloud Tower 11 style, sky of wind and thunder. After 100 moves, Honorable Gu Yao's palms moved and used his ultimate move. In an instant, the wind changed color. The wind howled and thunder rumbled. It was a shocking scene, as if the end of the world had come again. When the ultimate move arrived, the color of Ning Chen's eyes changed instantly. They were as dark as the abyss, and demonic qi filled the sky. 6 ultimates of the Sky Demon, Samsara Calamity. The Sky Demon ultimates reappeared in the world. Ning Chen took a step forward, and his sword went against the world. A huge whirlpool appeared in the wind and clouds, and the cycle of reincarnation was endless, swallowing everything. As the 2 ultimate powers clashed, Ning Chen's figure retreated half a step. A drop of red dripped down, and he was injured for the first time. Is this all you can do? Honorable Gu Yao didn't give him time to breathe. He rushed forward and slammed his palm towards Ning Chen's chest. In an instant, a red light shone, and the phoenix moved 100 feet away in an instant. Honorable Gu Yao squinted his eyes and looked at the figure 100 feet away. This was the second time. The attribute of the body changed instantly. This kid had a lot of secrets. Earth scroll, earth destruction, mountain destruction. 100 feet away, Ning Chen waved the sword in his left hand and stabbed it into the ground. The earth scroll opened again. When the earth scroll appeared, tens of thousands of swords soared into the sky. It was unavoidable and swallowed the clouds. Seeing this, Honorable Gu Yao's face turned solemn. He took a step forward and jumped into the sky. Immediately, his hand started to absorb the qi in the sky. The wind and clouds within 10,000 miles started to gather. In an instant, tens of thousands of swords were about to reach him. The wind and clouds blocked the swords. After a moment of stalemate, the red light appeared again, and Su Yi's figure disappeared. She instantly appeared in front of Honorable Guyao. Sword form, formless sword. The sword of contemporaneity shone brightly. The concentrated sword broke through the clouds and approached Honorable Guyao's heart. Too slow. Honorable Gu Yao retracted his true qi and snorted coldly. His palm condensed into 9 heavens thunder and smashed toward the person in front of him. The palm energy was dazzling. Ning Chen's body was surrounded by wind and snow. He activated the life scroll and met the attack head-on. With a bang, Su Yi took 2 steps back. Before the red light faded, demonic qi rose again. 6 ultimates of the sky demon. Demonic flame, prairie. The immortal sword turned into a demonic blade. Demonic flames burned the 9 heavens. Demonic flames swept out and burned the world. This was the first time the world had seen the world burning demonic flame. Honorable Gu Yao's face turned gloomy. He flipped his left hand, and a blue wave came crashing down. Water and fire clashed. After a moment of stalemate, the wave broke through the demonic flames and continued forward. Ning Qin swung his sword to block the attack. The hand holding the sword was dyed red again. He took a step back and disappeared with a red light. Su Yi's sword slashed again. It was the same move, the same position. Your move is useless. Honorable Gu Yao was already prepared. He snorted coldly and used his protective Zhenyuan to block the sword in his heart. 4 symbols, divine seal, heavenly dragon tremble. The sword collided with the protective Zhenyuan. In an instant, the sword's momentum changed again. Sword qi rose into the sky, and a dragon roar shook the sky. With the dragon roar, Honorable Gu Yao's protective Zhenyuan became unstable and shook violently. Formless sword. Zhu Immortal attacked again. The sword gathered boundless demonic qi and instantly broke through Honorable Gu Yao's protective Zhenyuan. Sensing the danger, Honorable Gu Yao forcefully grabbed the sword with his left hand and slapped the former's chest with a backhand. Blood splashed out, dyeing the peak red. Su Yi was sent flying 300 meters away. The sword stabbed into the ground and stopped her. Blood kept dripping from Honorable Gu Yao's left hand. The sword qi was 1 inch in front of his heart. It's been 100 years. The feeling of being injured is really nostalgic. Honorable Gu Yao waved his hand to suppress the injury. He looked at the young man in front of him with a serious expression for the first time. Chapter 759. It was a cold night in the ancient Glory Secret Realm. The moonlight was cold. Under the moonlight, an unprecedented battle was taking place. It was a battle of life and death. The towering mountain peak was gradually destroyed in the great battle. The mountain rocks crumbled and rolled down from the peak. Venerable Gu Yao, the first person to step into the celestial realm, the existence closest to the 4th realm, displayed his most shocking ability in this battle. Cloud Tower 11th style, endless waves. Reverend Gu Yao's heavenly form appeared once again. Reverend Gu Yao turned his palm over, and in an instant, raging waves swept out, shocking the 9 heavens. The waves were wild and powerful, shaking the entire Taishan planet. The moment the move appeared, Bai Yi moved along with the sword. The sword was swift and fierce, suppressing the enemy's moves. The sword shadow was fast, and the vast essence rolled. The 2 strong forces clashed in close proximity, shocking the world. The earth rumbled, and dust filled the sky. The difference in cultivation made the moves clear. Venerable Gu Yao shook the battle with 1 palm. Above the 9 heavens, raging waves suddenly descended. The heavenly might descended, and the sky lost its color. The heavy pressure descended, and the entire peak kept sinking, pressing into the ground. 6 unique celestial demons. Star transformation. Unable to dodge, Ning Chen's eyes turned into an abyss. Demonic waves surged around his body. With a turn of his hand, The 9 stars swayed, and a vision appeared in the void. The huge shadow of the stars rapidly circled and soared into the sky. The King Clan's Sky Demon ultimate technique displayed its sharpness, boundless might blocking the descending cloud disk. After a single breath of deadlock, Bite moved again. The immortal trapping sword that was inserted into the earth flew out, its peerless edge moving about. 3 swords danced, 100 styles in one breath. There was only one sword in the world. Venerable Gu Yao's expression was serious. In one breath, he condensed his essence to block 100 styles. He was the strongest opponent in 1,000 years, the only one at the peak. The sword light was dazzling, and the moonlight illuminated the sky. The 3 swords danced at the extreme speed. The rarely seen swords appeared for the first time. Boom! The 9 heavens shook. Blue chains pierced through the clouds and the stars and fell from the sky. The sword resonated with the world, and a vision appeared, shocking the world. The swaying sound of the chains rang in the ears. A lifetime of martial arts, a lifetime of holding a sword, unrivaled in the world. Sword technique, heavenly sword. The sword shocked the world. Its unparalleled sharpness broke through the dark night. The dazzling sword light rose to the extreme and slashed down. When the heavenly sword appeared, it was incomparably peerless. The 9 heavens and 10 earths instantly dimmed. The world was silent, and there was only this sword. Honorable Gu Yao's expression turned solemn as he condensed his palm energy to block the incoming attack. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the first immortal was forced back for the first time. Forcing himself to the limit, the 1,000-year seal collapsed. Light shone around venerable Gu Yao's body. A power that he had never seen before flowed, surpassing the world and reaching a new realm. Your sword technique is unique in this world, but if you don't enter the treading immortal realm, how can you pry into the heavens? A palm smashed outwards. Blood dyed the sand red. Bai Yi flew out more than 100 zhang, landing on the ground and vomiting blood. Celestial 3 proofs, star soul brilliance. At the pinnacle of the immortal treading realm, Honorable Gu Yao gathered the starlight in the sky with a flip of his hand, revealing a power that had never been seen before in the mortal world. The celestial pole 3 proofs shook the stars. Above the starry sky, beams of brilliance descended. The boundless night instantly turned into day. Under the might of the heavens, humans seemed so insignificant. The starry sky fell from the sky, destroying everything. The realm of the unknown was beyond understanding. In the sky beyond the sky, Ning Chen's expression turned solemn. He was still fearless in the face of destruction. The phoenix body and the demon body were formed. Immortal slaying and immortal trapping were in his hands. With the addition of the extreme vitality, the yin and yang formation appeared. Red and black formations rose. Yin and yang merged to resist the might of the heavens. Above the void, the Tai Chi formation blocked the starlight from descending. It rumbled and resounded through Taishan. After a moment of stalemate, the starlight broke through the formation and descended to the mortal world. The 3 swords blocked the might of the heavens. However, the might of the heavens was not something that could be stopped by mere mortals. The 3 bodies flew out together, staining the night sky with their blood. You are the first person in 100 years to be able to hold on until now. But it's time to end this. The situation gradually became clear. Honorable Gu Yao did not want to hold back. He slowly raised his hands. As the brilliance flowed, the entire Taishan land shook violently. Everything quickly collapsed. Before the move of Purify the World was used, the world was already unable to bear it. The mountains and rivers on Taishan Star were upside down. Abnormal phenomena were everywhere. Knowing destiny stood up. The 3 bodies looked at the sky and were shocked. Above the 9 heavens, the moonlight spread out endlessly. The moonlight was thousands of miles, shaking the starry night. Celestial pole 3 proofs Jingyueshi. Extreme might descended. The moonlight purified the world. Wherever the light reached, all filth would be purified and vanish. At the moment of life and death, there was no way to retreat. Bai moved, standing in the void. Her body was covered in snow, and the 4 scrolls spread out. 4 scrolls at the same time, no life in heaven and earth. Bai rushed into the sky with 4 scrolls and her peerless foundation. She turned her palm to block the moonlight. An instant later, the moonlight pierced through Bai's clothes. Blood splattered and her body fell. The ground was dyed red with dust and sand. Bai vomited blood. Her body was seriously injured, and her true qi was constantly dissipating. Bai swept past. The azure dragon's power of regeneration poured into her body, suppressing her injuries. I will come back alive. I believe in you. Bai's promise was vivid in her ears. She could not go back on it. Bai vomited blood again. Her flawless clothes were blood-red and dazzling. The time restriction cannot be lost, even if I have to sacrifice everything. With a resolution in her heart, the phoenix body looked ahead and said calmly. The demon body stepped forward at the same time. The determination in her eyes did not waver. There was no way out. Ning Qin no longer hesitated. He shouted. Suddenly the life scroll opened. Extreme cold air spread out. Heaven and earth trembled. The wind and snow surged. The entire Taishian planet changed. Heavy snow fell from the sky, drowning the world. Sensing that something was wrong, Honorable Gu Yao's expression sank. He used all his power. He raised his hand and condensed his true qi. His peerless technique reversed day and night. Celestial 3 signs, divine sun and heavenly blaze. The sun and moon changed. Under the divine sun's brilliance, the destructive power burned the world. 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles turned into a sea of divine flames. The celestial ultimate technique was immeasurable. The ability to surpass the limit was a calamity in the world. However, in the divine flames, the cold snow did not disappear. It fell on the world. In the wind and snow, the knowing destiny body rose into the sky. His clothes fluttered. The wind and snow around him rolled violently. He was like a true immortal descending to the mortal world. The aura in his body changed from life to death and merged into the forbidden technique. After 30 years, the forbidden technique reappeared after the blasphemy war. In an instant, the phoenix and demon bodies dissipated. Their foundation was completely devoured. The forbidden technique surpassed heaven and earth. Blood mist filled the sky and dyed the wind and snow red. Destruction of all living beings. The forbidden technique destroyed the world. Above the peak, the space collapsed one after another, forming horrifying black holes. Only the wind and snow, stained with blood, continued to rise and dyed the sky red. In the next moment, the 2 extremes collided. After a brief moment of silence, a world-shocking, great terror appeared. The 2 extremes mutually annihilated each other. An entire ancient radiance, secret, land collapsed. Enormous cracks extended for tens of thousands of Li mountains were destroyed, and great rivers disappeared. In the chaotic aftermath, Honorable Gu Yao flew out. His green robe was dyed red. His true qi was in a mess. The moment he landed, his clothes appeared. The cold sword was about to reach Honorable Gu Yao's throat, but it stopped an inch away. You lost, Ning Qin said in a hoarse voice. Honorable Gu Yao's eyes narrowed. After a while, he said slowly, You can take the time forbidden technique away. Thank you, Ning Qin said calmly. He clenched his left hand, and the jade slip in the broken wall in the distance flew into his hand. Ning Qin didn't stay any longer. He waved his hand, put away the sword, and turned to leave. Looking at Ning Chen's departing figure, Honorable Guyao's gaze turned to several figures that had appeared not far away. His expression turned cold. "Who told you to come?" "Honorable, we were worried that this child would harm you, so—" In the darkness at the front of several figures, the black-clothed man bowed and replied, "Go to Black Moon Cliff and reflect on your mistakes for 30 years. Without my orders, you're not allowed to take half a step out," said Honorable Gu Yao coldly. "Yes." Everyone obeyed and disappeared into the night. Honorable Gu Yao withdrew his gaze and looked at the rumbling world in front of him. What a good ninth son of Mo Gate. He was decisive and decisive. Who in the world could compare to him? Chapter 760. It was a quiet night by the riverside. Bai Yi, who had just experienced a great battle, was returning. Her blood energy was hard to conceal. Qingning saw Bai Yi in front of the god tree and quickly walked over. "How are you?" Qingning was worried. "I'm fine." Ning Chen softly replied. He looked at the god tree and said, "Sister Qingning, I'll be focusing on studying the time restriction for the next few days. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the god tree." Qingning nodded. She flipped her right hand and a letter appeared. She handed it to Bai Yi. Ruah, she used a secret technique to send this letter. She and Wulei are fine. They're guests at Spirit Void Ji's house. Ji Yuqing is taking care of them, so you don't have to worry. Ning Chen took the letter and read it. He nodded. "I'm relieved that they're fine. They can already take care of themselves. They have their own paths to walk. You don't have to worry about them," Qingning said softly. Ning Chen smiled tiredly and didn't say anything else. He took a step and flew towards the boat. Qingning's eyes flashed with worry as she watched the plain-clothed figure disappear into the pleasure boat. She had sensed that his aura had clearly weakened by more than one level. Just what had happened to steal the time restriction? Back on the boat, Ning Chen took out a jade slip and began to study the endless changes of the time restriction. Time flew by like a shuttle, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Winter left and spring came, and all living things came back to life. On the lakeside, new life was born, adding a bit of vitality to the quiet Mi Shui River. He didn't take half a step out of the boat. Day after day, he studied the mysteries of the time restriction without rest. The 3 great restrictions of the mortal world, Yellow Springs, Ju Immortal, and Time Restriction. Each of them had tens of millions of changes. They were beyond the scope of human control. They were abilities bestowed by the heavens. Ji Ming was good at scheming and had outstanding intelligence. However, it wasn't easy to control the time restriction. Cough, cough! Suppressed coughs sounded in the gaily painting boat. Knowing Destiny State, who had been working day and night, began to feel weak. He was already injured. So how could he bear such exhaustion? However, Ji Ming, who had always been calm, couldn't wait any longer after 30 years. The backlash from a forbidden move was not something that could be resolved in a short period of time. He did not want to wait another 30 years. On the riverside, Lingji would come on time every day to practice her swordsmanship. From the snowfall to the spring rain, she never stopped. Other than practicing the sword, Lingji would always stare blankly at the pleasure boat on the lake, but she didn't dare to disturb him. She knew that her teacher must be doing something very important. After the beginning of spring, in the 5th month, the vitality on the riverside was getting stronger and stronger. The weather was getting warmer, and everywhere was full of vitality. Inside the pleasure boat, the suppressed coughs became more and more frequent, each sound piercing one's heart. Qingning looked at the pleasure boat in the middle of the lake, and a trace of sadness flashed across her eyes. This time, she hoped that she would not disappoint him again. No matter how strong a person was, there was a limit to how much they could bear. Time and time again, the burden on his shoulders would have crushed anyone else. In the 7th month, the beginning of summer arrived. The lush green trees and the ripples in the lake were mesmerizing. At the center of the lake, specks of strange light rose up. An indescribable power that was difficult for mortals to see changed the world. Everything was arranged, crawling and trembling. The law of time appeared for the first time in the world. On the riverside, Qing Ning looked ahead and was shocked. Was he going to succeed? In the 9th month, the pleasure boat gradually aged and became rusty, showing signs of decay. In front of the pleasure boat, Su Yi stepped out. Her aura was extremely weak, but her eyes were unprecedentedly bright. Strange patterns crisscrossed the world. With every step Ji Ming took, the sea turned into mulberry fields and the ripples dissipated. It was a short journey from the center of the lake to the riverside, but Ji Ming seemed to have walked for a long time. His body was surrounded by the time restriction and the world changed. At the riverside, the divine tree swayed in the wind. Ji Ming raised his hand and merged the last of his strength into the yellow spring restriction. When the restriction merged, time and space changed. In the space of the restriction, time flew and accelerated the growth of the divine tree. Qing Ning's expression changed. She was about to step forward when she was stopped. Sister Qing Ning, let me finish. I used the forbidden technique of the life scroll. I can't keep my strength. Ning Chen smiled tiredly. He looked at the divine tree and said calmly, "It's worth it to use this strength in exchange for the growth of the divine tree of immortality. If the divine tree bears fruit, it's useless for me to keep this strength. I'm tired. I don't want to walk anymore." But Qing Ning looked anxious. He only had less than 100 years of life left. If he lost all his cultivation, there would be no turning back. If the ghost girl comes back to life, Ji Ming will have no regrets after 100 years, Ning Chen said softly. Qing Ning's eyes were dazed. Then they dimmed, and she didn't say anything more. Perhaps it was time for him to take a break. In the restriction, time flowed, and the divine tree grew faster. The vitality of the divine tree grew stronger and stronger. Boundless spiritual qi was faintly discernible. 9,000 years was no longer so unattainable. Half an hour later, Ning Chen put down his right hand and looked at the divine tree in front of him. The tiredness on his face became clearer. "Sister Qing Ning, let's go," Ning Chen said. "Where to?" Qing Ning came back to her senses and asked in confusion. "Home," Ning Chen replied softly. Before leaving, he took one last look at the divine tree. There was a trace of tiredness and a trace of hope. When he came again, he hoped that everything would end. He was really tired. In the divine prefecture, more than 30 years had passed since the battle of sending off the gods. The divine prefecture had regained its former prosperity. The people lived in peace and gradually forgot the hardships of the past. The disaster of the divine prefecture didn't affect the divine prefecture. After Chao Tianqi broke the boundary of the Pluto King with the power of 1 star, martial arts flourished in the divine prefecture. The innate stage and the 3 disasters appeared frequently. However, because it hadn't been long, no one could step into the celestial realm. The Xia dynasty, the Northern Ming dynasty, and the Barbarian dynasty had become stronger after recuperating. Wise emperors that were hard to come by in 100 years appeared in the 3 dynasties. Qi, Mingyu, and the crown prince of the Barbarian dynasty had all become emperors. Few people could compare to them. No one took the initiative to break the balance of power between the 3 dynasties. Although the 3 dynasties had reached their peak, the emperors of the 3 dynasties all tacitly chose not to invade each other. The people experienced a rare period of peace. In the imperial city of the Xia dynasty, in the princess residence, in the herb garden, a beautiful figure was concentrating on organizing the herbs in the garden. The most beautiful princess of the Xia dynasty was still unparalleled in the world after 30 years. On this day, the morning sun was bright and beautiful. In the princess residence, a plain-clothed figure walked over. His expression was unprecedentedly peaceful. "You're back." Seeing the person, Xia Xinyu stood up and said, "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and smiled. He said softly, "I've finished my business. According to the agreement, I've come back to marry you." Hearing this, a brilliant smile appeared on Xia Xinyu's beautiful face. It was so dazzling that it was like 100 flowers blooming. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Chapter 761. In the Weiyang Palace of the Great Xia Imperial Palace, Qingning walked over. Looking at the decorations and scenes in the palace, tears filled her eyes. Unknowingly, 30 years had passed, and the scenery in Weiyang Palace had not changed much. Miss Qing, palace maids and eunuchs came forward and bowed respectfully. "No need to be so polite. Continue with your work." Qingning came back to her senses and said, "Yes." The palace maids and eunuchs accepted the order and continued with their work. Qingning walked toward Zhangsun Palace and opened the door. The familiar scene entered her eyes. It had not changed, but the people had changed. In the palace, a fist-sized luminous pearl gave off a gentle glow. It was a gift from Zhangsun Palace, and it was still in its original position. Qingning could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. Drop by drop, they dripped down, drenching her cold clothes. An hour later, the door opened, and Qingning walked out and walked toward the Heavenly Mandate Hall. The Heavenly Mandate Hall was the sacred hall that represented the highest authority in the Great Xia Empire. The Emperor of the Great Xia Empire sat on the dragon throne. The child had grown up, and he had surpassed his ancestors. In front of the dragon throne, the table was filled with memorials from the various officials of the Great Xia Empire. As the Great Xia Empire grew stronger, there were more and more people with evil intentions. It was impossible to have absolute peace in every era, be it a prosperous era or a war. As long as there were people, there would be darkness. On the dragon throne, Xia Qi frowned from time to time. He wrote down one by one and carefully read each memorial. Below, Qingning walked over and looked at the young emperor on the dragon throne. She waited quietly and did not make a sound. In the darkness, when the dark dragon guards saw her, they hid themselves again. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Xia Qi's body suddenly shook, and he looked up at the lady in the hall. His eyes were filled with shock. "Aunt Qing, why are you here?" Xia Qi quickly put down the memorial and brush in his hands and walked down the dragon throne. "There's something I need to tell you," said Qingning with a gentle smile. "Aunt Qing, please say it." "Qi, I will do as you say," Xia Qi replied seriously. "Prepare for the marriage between your master and Aunt Jiu," Qingning said. Xia Qi was shocked when he heard this. His face was full of disbelief. "There's no need to doubt it. It's true. Your master came back for this matter," said Qingning calmly. Xia Qi suppressed the waves in his heart and nodded with difficulty. This was too shocking. "Do we need to inform Northern Meng and the barbarian dynasty?" Xia Qi thought for a moment and asked hesitantly. Qingning nodded and said, "Send someone to deliver the invitation." "Aunt Qing, why did Master and Aunt Jiu change their minds? Didn't Master and Aunt Jiu reject this marriage?" Xia Qi couldn't help but ask. "There's not much time left. Your master and Xan, you don't wish to leave behind any regrets." Qingning sighed softly. 3 days later, in the royal palace of the Northern Meng royal court, the invitation card from Great Xia arrived. When Mingyu saw the invitation, shock and disbelief flashed across her delicate face. "Purple crystal." Mingyu passed the invitation to the person beside her and said with a complicated expression, "He's getting married." Purple Crystal took the invitation, glanced at it, and said softly, "Your Majesty, are you going?" "Yes." Mingyu nodded and said, "Get ready. The wedding will be in a month. We have to leave as soon as possible." "Your Majesty, you can't." A young figure walked into the hall and stopped her. "Lord Ling, you entered the hall without a summons. Aren't you looking down on me?" Ming Yu said indifferently from the dragon throne. This subject doesn't dare. However, your Majesty's body is priceless. How can you personally go to such a dangerous place like the Grand Xia's imperial city? Ling Xiao knelt. Oh, Mingyu narrowed her eyes and said, "It seems Lord Ling already knows what happened. I didn't expect Lord Ling's news to be even faster than mine. It's my duty. I just didn't have time to report it," said Ling Xiao. "Lord Ling, do you think the Grand Xia's Jiming Marquis will harm me?" Ming Yu's tone gradually turned cold. Ling Xiao's heart sank and he immediately lowered his head. "I don't dare." Everyone knew that Ming Yu had a close relationship with the Grand Xia's Jiming Marquis. They could even be said to be half teacher and half friend. Even in northern Meng, no one dared to say anything bad about the Marquis. In these 30 years, the Marquis was the true reason why northern Meng and the Grand Xia could coexist peacefully. Ming Yu looked at the kneeling figure. After a long while, she said calmly, "This trip to the Grand Xia will be arranged by you. I don't want to see any mistakes. Do you understand?" "Yes." Ling Xiao bowed his head and replied, "You can leave." Ming Yu waved her hand. "This subject will take his leave." Ling Xiao accepted the order, got up, and left. "Why did your Majesty let Lord Ling arrange this? Aren't you worried that he won't say what he thinks?" Xiling asked worriedly. "He doesn't have the guts." A cold smile flashed across Ming Yu's face. The 10 great families have withered and the Ling family has grown. However, as long as there's someone who can keep the Ling family in check, there's nothing to worry about. "Your Majesty, are you talking about the Empress?" Xiling thought for a while before asking. Ming Yu nodded. "You should know her identity. With the Wang family, it's enough to keep the Ling family in check. I think the Wang family also knows the value of their existence. They have always been clear about their position and have always opposed the Ling family. Then this time," Xiling said worriedly, "the Empress is the Empress of Beimeng, so she naturally has to go." "Let her prepare," Ming Yu said calmly. Xiling nodded, but she was still unable to suppress the worry in her eyes. The enmity between the Empress and the Marquis was not something that could be explained in a few words. She hoped that there wouldn't be any trouble this time. At the same time, in the Barbarian Dynasty's imperial palace, the invitation from the Grand Xia arrived. Man's eldest brother, the current king of the Barbarian Dynasty, had an ugly expression when he saw the invitation. After thinking for a long time, Manqiu didn't dare to make a decision on his own. He looked at the attendant beside him and said, "Immediately send this invitation to the Grand King's palace." "Yes." Attendant Wang accepted the order, took the invitation, and quickly walked out of the hall. A quarter of an hour later, a loud bang rang out in the Grand King's palace. Furious and uncontrollable killing intent surged out, destroying all the decorations in the hall. The next moment, an imposing and domineering figure walked out. It was the previous barbarian king who had stepped down from the throne. With one step, the barbarian king's figure disappeared and rushed towards the north. In the quiet night, Ning Qin stood quietly in the courtyard of the Jiming Marquis residence. He looked towards the south. According to the time, that person should be arriving soon. Just as he was thinking, a powerful pressure came from the imperial palace. The unusually domineering aura was many times stronger than 30 years ago. "Great perfection," Ning Chen murmured softly. He was indeed worthy of being called the twin prides with his predecessor. This barbarian king, or the Grand Barbarian King, was likely to be the first person in the divine prefecture to break through to the celestial realm. The arrival of the barbarian king shocked everyone. They all looked towards the direction of the Jiming Marquis residence, unable to hide their shock. In the Weiyang Palace, Qingning walked out and looked into the distance. Her eyes flashed. She couldn't intervene in this matter. Only Ning Qin could solve it himself. In the imperial palace, a marquis walked out. Looking at the powerful figure rushing towards the Jiming Marquis residence, he frowned slightly. The previous barbarian king's action was really too disrespectful to the Grand Xia. This is not something we can intervene in. Let's leave it to that person. Not far away, a Marquis who stayed in the imperial palace walked out. He looked forward and said calmly, "In the backyard of the Jiming Marquis residence, the barbarian king arrived." Without saying a word or asking a question, he raised his hand and attacked. Ning Chen leaned slightly to the side and avoided the attack. Immediately he clenched his left hand. In the study, a bright red sword flew out. It was sparkling and dazzling. The sword was in his hand. With a clang, a sharp light overflowed. The aftermath shook. In the backyard of the Marquis residence, the Netherworld seal was activated. It blocked the overflowing aftermath and confined the destructive power to 100 feet. Barbarian King, violence can't solve the problem. Why don't we sit down and talk? After exchanging a few blows, Ning Chen, who had lost his foundation, focused on defense. He didn't want to fight head-on. What's there to talk about with an ungrateful person like you? The Barbarian King couldn't suppress his anger. He turned his palm into a fist. Rumbling sounds echoed. Within 100 feet, the sky and earth were turned upside down. Waves of dust rolled and covered the battlefield. Ning Chen sighed in his heart. His eyes gradually became firm. He didn't dodge anymore and said calmly, "Excuse me." With that, Ning Chen's sword changed. He took a step and leaped forward. He changed from defense to offense. Under the night, the sword moved gracefully. Even without the support of his foundation, it was still sharp and unparalleled. Under the night sky, the godly power and the peak of the sword clashed. Rumbling sounds echoed, but they were all confined in the Netherworld seal. Within 100 feet, there was a clear boundary between hell and the mortal world. Within 100 feet, the earth and sky were destroyed. Outside of that, it was peaceful. Dragon shaking heaven tower. After exchanging a few blows, the Barbarian King was furious. He waved his left arm and activated his godly power. His true yuan gathered around him and he punched. The move was shocking. Its power was unparalleled. Ning Chen's figure was like an illusion. He dodged the attack and the sword light swept out. With a loud rumble, the aftermath spread out. The Netherworld seal shook. After a moment, it calmed down. In the waves of sand, a silhouette flashed past. The sword broke the waves. Bang! The iron fist blocked the sharp sword. A drop of vermilion fell. Then, a powerful force shook out and forced the former back. Your cultivation has actually weakened to such an extent. Surprise flashed in the Barbarian King's eyes. After a moment, he was once again suppressed by his anger. He used a powerful move. Determined to get justice for a man, Ning Chen took a few steps back and stabilized himself. His eyes calmed down again as he calmly looked at the incoming killing move. Behind him was the Netherworld seal. He couldn't retreat. The moment the move arrived, the silhouette avoided a vital point and took the punch head-on. At the same time, the sword in her hand moved forward and pointed at her throat. With a loud rumble, the fist energy penetrated her body, bringing with it a waterfall of blood. The silhouette leaned against the Netherworld seal and didn't retreat a single step. "Senior Barbarian King, can we talk now?" Ning Chen endured the injury on his chest and spoke slowly. He was so close that he was barely an inch away from him. Chapter 762. In the back courtyard of the Marquis estate, a sword was pointed at Ning Chen's throat. Blood dyed his clothes red. "Senior Barbarian King, let's sit down and talk." Ning Chen's sword fell. "Humph!" The Barbarian King snorted and withdrew his fist's aura. He didn't attack again. "Senior Barbarian King, please." Ning Chen waved his hand to disperse the Yellow Springs restriction. The Barbarian King walked over, still unable to conceal his anger. In the study, the tea had just been brewed. Ning Chen poured 2 cups of tea and pushed one in front of the Barbarian King. The Jiming Marquis' prophecy is truly divine. You even prepared the tea, sneered the barbarian king. Since I received the invitation, how could Senior not come? Ning Qin calmly replied, You expected me to come and even dared to greet me with a heavily injured body. You really are confident, sneered the barbarian king. Senior Barbarian King is just asking for an explanation for a man. How could you possibly want my life? Ning Chen smiled tiredly. I'll only remember your life for now. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, I won't let this matter pass, said the barbarian king coldly. Ning Chen silently raised his teacup and took a sip of tea. How could this matter be resolved with just a simple explanation? A man is currently cultivating under a true realm venerable in the sky beyond heaven. In less than 100 years, she should be able to step into the true realm. Ning Chen softly put down his teacup. So what? Don't you know what a man is thinking? When has she ever cared about such things? Ning Chen was speechless. A moment later he sighed. 800 years is too long. I can't wait that long. The barbarian king narrowed his eyes. He had felt something was wrong just now. This child's strength was far greater than 30 years ago. Now that they met again, he seemed much weaker. Thinking of this, the barbarian king grabbed Ning Chen's arm and poured his true essence into it. A moment later, his expression changed. You. The barbarian king was shocked. His foundation had been destroyed and his lifespan had less than 100 years. How could this be? Ning Chen withdrew his arm and calmly said, It's a long story. Regardless of whether or not my foundation is destroyed, with my talent, it's impossible for me to step into the immortal realm within 100 years. When the barbarian king heard this, he gradually fell silent. All along, this kid's performance had been too shocking, causing them to forget that this kid's aptitude was indeed not suitable to practice martial arts. The candlelight flickered, and the atmosphere in the study was strangely quiet. Neither of them said anything, and they drank cup after cup of tea. What about the 9th princess of the Grand Xia? After a long time, the barbarian king put down his teacup. Xianyu is only an ordinary person. Although she used a special method to preserve her appearance, her lifespan is no different from an ordinary person's, Ning Chen said honestly. Those of the royal bloodline of the Great Xia are all martial arts geniuses. I remember that the 9th princess of the Great Xia should have also learned martial arts before, the barbarian king said in a deep voice. I once learned it, but I gave it up later on, Ning Chen replied. Why? The barbarian king asked. Not everyone wants to live forever. This is Xianyu's choice. I respect her decision, Ning Chen calmly said. The barbarian king stared at the man before him as a bright light flashed in his eyes. Was the truth really so simple? Immortals were strangers, while ordinary people stayed together. The 9th princess of Great Xia was the smartest person in the world. She was willing to be ordinary in exchange for dozens of years of companionship. Such determination was something that no woman in the world could compare with. Putting down his teacup, the barbarian king stood up and walked out of the study. Junior respectfully sends off Senior Barbarian King. Ning Chen stood up, bowed respectfully, and said softly. The barbarian king left, his figure disappearing into the night. He didn't say anything else. Looking at the departing back of the barbarian king, Ning Chen sighed in his heart. Suddenly he vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the tea on the table red. A moment later, a suppressed cough rang out in the study, reverberating for a long time. Several days later, the news of the marriage between the Jiming Marquis and the 9th princess of Grand Xia spread throughout the world. The various marquises guarding the borders of Grand Xia received the news and the emperor's orders and immediately set off. In the northern Meng royal court, the royal family traveled south, rushing day and night, heading towards the direction of the Grand Xia royal capital. Countless gazes were fixed on the Grand Xia royal capital. After 30 years, The Jiming Marquis had officially returned. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, no one could say for sure. In the grand Xia royal capital, the imperial palace and the Marquis manor were decorated with lanterns and banners. A festive atmosphere could be seen everywhere. After Ning, she returned. She took care of everything in the manor. The old Lan Jun had retracted his sharpness and had become much gentler. "Brother, have you really decided?" Ning, she looked at the person beside her and asked softly, "N?" Ning Chen nodded. Looking at the festive atmosphere in the Marquis manor, a trace of comfort appeared in his tired eyes. 30 years was too long. They couldn't wait for another 30 years. In the Grand Princess Manor, in the herb garden, an unparalleled beauty was quietly tidying up the herb garden. Even though the day of the wedding was approaching, her daily habits didn't change much. The maids in the manor looked at the princess in confusion. Their princess was too calm. Could it be that the princess hadn't been waiting for this day to arrive? "Princess, Miss Qing is here." A maid walked up and said respectfully, "Invite her in." Xia Xinyu said softly, "Yes." Not long later, the maid brought Qing Ning over. She bowed and left. Qing Ning looked at the beautiful woman in the herb garden and smiled warmly. "Right now, everyone in the royal capital is talking about your marriage with him. On the contrary, the two of you are calmer than anyone else. Since it's already decided, it's already decided. There's still some time until the day of the wedding. It's a bit early to be anxious," said Xia Xinyu softly as she tidied up the plants in the garden. Qing Ning walked into the herb garden. Looking at the different types of plants, she didn't understand. These medicinal plants aren't commonly seen. Where did Princess get them? Grand Xia, Northern Meng, or the Barbarian Dynasty all have some. These plants are very delicate and have to be looked after daily. Otherwise, they'll quickly wither. Xia Xinyu smiled faintly. Soul-breaking grass. After tidying up for a while, Qing Ning's eyes suddenly narrowed. She saw an exceptionally eye-catching medicinal plant and was shocked. "Sister Qing Ning, there's no need to think too much. All medicinal plants are somewhat poisonous. Soul-breaking grass is no different from other medicinal plants. It's just that its medicinal properties are a bit more intense." Xia Xinyu smiled. "As long as you're careful when you use it, it'll have effects that ordinary medicinal plants don't have." Qing Ning was silent. She looked at the woman in front of her. After a while, she softly said, "Is it worth it?" It was not easy for non-cultivators to retain their looks. There were always gains and losses. The price behind this was easy to imagine. "It's worth it." Xia Xinyu walked forward and plucked a leaf from the soul-breaking grass. She put it in a purple jade box and placed it next to her. Qing Ning sighed. The Grand Xia's 9th princess was more beautiful than flowers. Her martial talent was not inferior to her eldest brother's. Yet, she had given up on immortality and was willing to be ordinary. She would rather have a short period of time than wait forever. This 9th princess really was the proudest person in the world. In the Grand Xia's imperial mausoleum, in front of Zhang Xuan's tomb, Bai Yi walked over. She was weary and exhausted. Her knees touched the ground. Even if her name shook the starry sky, even if she was unrivaled. So what? She didn't want immortality and didn't want to have an afterlife. In this life, she only wanted to have no regrets. Not far away, Ning, she stood silently. She looked at her brother in front of Zhang Xuan's tomb and didn't disturb him. "Empress, I came to tell you something. Xinyu and I are going to get married. The time is half a month later. Once Xinyu marries, we'll come together to pay our respects to you." Ning Chen had a smile on his face. He knelt in front of the tomb and recounted everything that had happened in the past few days. After an unknown amount of time, outside the mausoleum, the autumn wind blew past the red maple trees. An autumn leaf silently flew into the mausoleum and landed on the tombstone. The red maple leaves were as beautiful as blood. Autumn was cold. It was another year of falling leaves. The passage of time mercilessly made people grow old. Ning Shi, are the maple leaves outside all red? Ning Chen looked at the maple leaves on the tombstone and asked. Yes. Ning Shi nodded and softly replied. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he stood up and said, Bring me to take a look. After speaking, Ning Chen turned and walked out of the mausoleum. 300 meters outside the mausoleum, there was a red maple forest. The red maple leaves were like fire and fluttered in the wind. Ning Chen stood in the forest and looked at the red leaves. He sighed emotionally. When he had come, he hadn't noticed that the maple leaves were already red. He had left in too much of a hurry these past few years and hadn't had the chance to stop and take a look. It turned out that the scenery of the world was so beautiful. Boom! Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky. Endless resentment swirled around Ning Chen's body, covering the sky and the sun. Knowledge, Marquis. Resentment filled their faces. They wouldn't enter the cycle of reincarnation and would stay in the mortal world forever. Everyone can't wait any longer? Ning Chen looked at the countless faces in the air and calmly said, It's been 30 years. We've long since grown impatient. A sinister woman's face approached and said harshly, For 30 years, none of our descendants have come to avenge us. The heavens are unfair. The resentment on an old face grew even thicker. The commoners are healthy. Your descendants can live in peace and contentment. Isn't that good? Could it be that bearing hatred for your entire lives is what you want? Asked Ning Chen. Is it right for us to die in vain? Jiming Marquis, why were you so vicious when you sacrificed us? Another face came forward and said angrily, There's no need to explain. Everyone, just wait a few more days. I'll give you an explanation, said Ning Chen calmly. How much longer? Faces filled with hatred appeared one after another as they spoke harshly. The day the ghost woman awakens, said Ning Chen. The resentment spirits wanted to say something, but Ning Chen's gaze suddenly narrowed. The chaos volume on his body shone brightly and his aura rapidly spread, drawing all the resentment spirits back into the chaos volume. Brother, the Northern Meng Imperial Courts group is almost here. Let's go back. Ning, she walked in from outside the maple forest. She looked at the plain-clothed figure in the forest. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. A faint smile flashed on his face as he walked out of the forest. The autumn wind blew the red leaves into the sky, making them look like rain. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Chapter 763. In the north of the Grand Xia Imperial City, the Beimeng Imperial family's ceremonial procession slowly approached. The Emperor and Empress of Beimeng had personally arrived with thousands of elite imperial guards protecting them. Countless imperial families' consecrators were hidden among them. The scene was extremely shocking. When an emperor of a dynasty entered another dynasty, both dynasties attached great importance to it. No one dared to make any mistakes. The 4 Marshal Marquis personally came out of the city to welcome them. A battalion of imperial army opened the way along the street. The atmosphere of the entire imperial city became tense. Countless soldiers came and went, checking for any hidden dangers that might exist. Marshal Marquis. As the plain-clothed soldiers walked past, they immediately knelt down and greeted respectfully. Rise. Ning Chen said calmly, Don't be too nervous. Just patrol as usual. Yes. The soldiers received the order and continued their patrol. Ning Chen walked forward towards the north gate. According to the time, Ming Yu and the others should be arriving soon. 10 li away from the north gate of the imperial city, banners fluttered in the wind. The Beimeng Imperial Guards cleared the way in front. The imperial family's ceremonial procession was surrounded by imperial consecrators. They did not dare to relax at all. As the procession approached, a plain-clothed figure stood quietly in front of the north gate. The 4 martial marquises bowed together. No need to be so polite. You are all martial marquises of Grand Xia. There is no need to bow to me. Ningchen looked at the four and said calmly, Kong Yu, Zhang Sunyan Xian and Ling Marquis and Dongji Marquis stood up and took half a step back. Although the person in front of them had already stepped down from his position as Marshal Marquis, no one in the world was more qualified than him to bear the title of Marshal Marquis. Even Emperor Xia had to bow when he saw him, let alone them. They're here. The sound of wheels and dust flew into the air. A faintly discernible canopy surrounded the procession and rapidly approached. Let's go and welcome the guests from afar, Ningchen said. Yes, the four of them nodded and followed him. The Beimeng Imperial Guard's leader saw the plain-clothed figure walking towards them and was shocked. He immediately recognized the latter and did not dare to be careless. He immediately raised his hand to stop the procession and dismounted to show his respect. In the next moment, the procession separated and a figure walked out from the canopy. After more than 10 years, the appearance was still the same. Everything had changed too much. Looking at the girl dressed as an emperor, Ning Chan revealed a gentle smile and asked softly, Mingyua, are you all right? It was a familiar face and a familiar voice. Bright Moon's eyes overflowed with tears as she resisted the urge to rush forward. She smiled brightly and said, I've always been good. Although the consecrators of Northern Meng felt strange about this strange greeting, no one dared to say anything. The Jiming Marquis of Great Xia was not an ordinary person. His Majesty had stayed by his side for a long time when he was young. Under his teachings, he must have learned many things that they did not understand. Greetings, Marquis. Behind Mingyu, Amethyst bowed and said respectfully. Ning Qin looked at the former, smiled, and said, Amethyst, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Why haven't you reached perfection yet? Purple Crystal's aptitude is dull. I've made a fool of myself in front of the Marquis. Purple Crystal lowered her head and said, I'm just joking. Let's go into the city first. Ning Qin smiled as he spoke. Soon after, he turned around and led the way towards the imperial city. Mingyu followed and did not return to the royal family's group. The consecrators of Northern Meng and the commanders of the royal guards all chose to remain silent. They did not want to make His Majesty unhappy. Within the group, Ling Xiao saw this scene and frowned unconsciously. However, he suppressed his emotions and followed the group towards the imperial city of Great Xia. In the imperial city, the entire city was under lockdown. The royal guards lined up to welcome the arrival of the Northern Meng group. At the front, Ning Qin and Ming Yu walked side by side. A marquis and an emperor walked side by side. It was so natural, as if it had been more than 30 years. The little girl of the past had now grown up to become the emperor of Northern Meng, whose name shook the entire divine continent. Can I still stay in the marquis residence? Ming Yu looked at the person beside her, her delicate face filled with anticipation. Not this time. Ning Qin smiled and said, This time, you are here as the emperor of Northern Meng to attend my wedding with Xinyu. In the end, you have to be arranged by the minister of Honglu of Great Xia to enter the reception courtyard. I don't want to go. Ming Yu's face flashed with dissatisfaction. You can't be willful. Now that you are the emperor of Northern Meng, it's fine normally, but this time, you have to follow the rules. Ning Chan advised softly. All right. Seeing that the person beside her didn't agree, Mingyu knew that she couldn't go against the rules this time and could only give up. After thinking for a while, Mingyu glanced at the group behind her and whispered, Bad guy, can I ask you something? Speak, Ning Qin replied. The Ling family of Northern Meng is strong now. Although the Empress and the Wang family are keeping them in check, the Ling family's strength is growing too fast. I feel that the Wang family and the Empress won't be able to keep them in check. Mingyu whispered, I should have taught you how to keep powerful officials in check. Why did you let a powerful official like the Ling family appear? Ning Qin didn't understand. Behind the Ling family is Yang Ho. Ming Yu replied. Yang Hong? Ning Qin frowned and said, Even if you didn't tell me, I was going to ask. Why didn't Yang Hong come this time? He should be the strongest person in northern Meng. Yang Ho has been in seclusion for 7 years and hasn't come out. In this generation of the Ling family, one of them is Yang Ho's disciple. Thus, their strength is growing very fast. No one in northern Meng dares to easily offend them. Ming Yu said honestly, supporting powerful officials and keeping them in check is only a temporary solution. The two most important things cannot be lost: the people's hearts and military power. You are the emperor of northern Meng. As long as you don't act ruthlessly, the people's hearts will not be lost. As for military power, who holds it now? Ning Chen asked. I have 30% of the military power. 20% is in the hands of the old minister's descendants. The remaining 50% is in the hands of the Yang family and the Wang family, Ming Yu said simply. 30% of the military power is too much. Northern Meng's military power is too concentrated. It's better to deal with it as soon as possible. Ning Chen reminded. The military power in the hands of the old minister's descendants is still manageable. However, the Yang and Wang family's power has already taken root in the imperial court. Almost half of the court officials are related to these two factions. It's easier said than done to take back this military power. Ming Yu was a little worried. Have I told you the story of dispelling military power with a cup of wine? Ning Chen said calmly. Yes. Ming Yu nodded. Disposing of meritorious officials will cause criticism in the imperial court and the people. This is not a wise move. However, officials who wield power are different from those who are loyal and meritorious. As long as they are willing to investigate, they will definitely have a lot of information that can be used against them. Announce their crimes and make them a show of strength. However, do not implicate their entire family, or leave their lives, leave their names, and give up their military power. How do I explain it to Yang Ho? Ming Yu was a little troubled. Yang Hong is the most loyal person in northern Meng. As long as the evidence you find is beyond doubt, he will not say anything. However, at this point, Ning Chen looked at Zi Jing and smiled. It's not appropriate to place your trust in others. If Zi Jing's strength is enough to deter those who have ulterior motives, it will be much easier for you. Hearing this, Zi Jing's eyes flashed with shame. Her cultivation was still too low. Zi Jing, make a few more trips to the Marquis' residence these days. Ning Chen smiled. Zi Jing was stunned. Then, joy appeared on her face. She bowed respectfully and said, Thank you, Marquis. I'll go too, Ming Yu said unhappily. Zi Jing's identity is just a servant girl. She won't cause too much trouble if she comes to the house of Marquis. You are the emperor of a dynasty. Do you want my house of Marquis to become a market? Ning Chen said angrily. Too annoying. Ming Yu shook her head vigorously and said, I didn't want to be the emperor for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that there is no one to pass the throne to, I really want to leave. Huh. Ning Chen smiled. He really couldn't do anything about this. Even if Fan Lingyue was alive, he wouldn't be able to solve this problem. Seeing the smile on the former's face, Ming Yu was even more dissatisfied. She secretly reached out and pinched him as revenge. Ning Chen secretly sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain, but he didn't dare to make a sound. He couldn't argue with the servant beside him, so he could only hold it in. Ming Yu was a little happy in her heart, but she didn't show it. She quietly put down her hand and continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. In front of the reception courtyard, Ning Chen sent the Northern Meng group to their destination. The minister of Honglu, who had been prepared for many days, came forward to arrange their accommodations in detail. He didn't dare to be negligent. I'm going back. There are still many things to deal with in the Marquis' residence. You all rest first. After 2 days, I will set up a banquet to entertain you all, Ning Chen said. Xia Qi, that brat. Humph, I get angry when I see him, Ming Yu said, curling her lips. Ning Chen smiled lightly and didn't say anything. They were both flesh and blood. He also watched Cheer grow up. He couldn't beat him up just because Mingyu didn't like him. Let's go. Ning Chun waved his hand and turned to walk toward the Marquis' residence. In the palace in the Heavenly Mandate Hall, a dark dragon guard appeared and knelt down. Your Majesty, the Northern Ming group has arrived at the reception courtyard. Marquis Jiming personally sent them here. There were no problems along the way. On the dragon throne, Xia Qi heard this and put down the memorial in his hand. He nodded and said, Tell Marquis Dongji to ensure the safety of the Northern Ming group. I don't want to see anything happen at this time. Yes, His Highness, the Dark Dragon Guard respectfully accepted the order and immediately disappeared. In the Marquis' residence, Ning Chun returned. When the bright moon rose in the sky, he stood in the courtyard and waited quietly. At midnight, a stream of light flashed in the sky above the Marquis' residence. Zi Jing appeared in the Marquis' residence. Greetings, Marquis, Zi Jing bowed and said. No need to be so polite. Is Mingyu resting? Ning Chen asked. Her Majesty is already asleep. Zi Jing nodded and said. Ning Chen waved his hand, and a bright red sword flew out of the study and swept in front of him. There's not much time. You don't lack things like cultivation techniques, and you don't need me to teach you. Swords are killing weapons, so what I teach you is killing techniques, Ning Chen said seriously. Please teach me, Marquis, Zi Jing said respectfully. Do you need my help? At this moment, a stream of light gathered in the void above. A beautiful and noble figure walked out. Her aura was majestic and even stronger than before. Female supreme, how have you been? Seeing the person who came, Ning Chen smiled and said, Chapter 764. In the backyard of the Marquis' establishment, Nu Chong appeared. Her beauty and otherworldly aura made people not dare to profane her. Jiming Marquis, you've put yourself in such a sorry state again. Nu Chong looked at the man in front of her and said helplessly, I had no choice. Ning Chen smiled. Nu Chong understood that the person in front of her did not care about this and did not persuade him. She looked at the woman in purple and asked, Who is this girl? Is she your new disciple? Ning Chen shook his head and said, Zi Jing is Mingyue's personal servant. Although she is a servant, she is no different from an elder sister. Right now, there are many hidden dangers in Beiming's court. I am worried about Mingyue's safety, so I let Zi Jing learn some things. Nu Chong looked at the former with a strange expression and said, You really can think of letting a girl with clean hands learn your killing methods. Ning Chun was rendered speechless. After a short moment, he laughed bitterly and said, Your Highness, please don't laugh at me. That's all I know. Your Highness ought to be aware that I learned all those things from slaughter. Besides that, I can't teach you anything else. You can't teach, but that doesn't mean I can't. Let this noble one do it. Nu Chong said. Hearing this, Ning Chun was surprised and then came back to his senses. He looked at Zi Jing and said softly, Zi Jing, why aren't you thanking Nu Chong? Thank you, Nu Chong. Amethyst suppressed the confusion and doubt in her heart, bowed and thanked him. Nu Chong is the master of Chongling and has been an immortal for many years. If she teaches you, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Ning Chen explained. Zi Jing heard this and was first shocked. Then, respect flashed across her face and she bowed again. This girl's talent is actually not bad, but she has never received guidance from a true expert. Jiming Marquis, I have always been curious. The people around you are all outstanding in martial arts, but why are you so ordinary? Nu Chang's lips curved slightly. Nu Chang, please don't tease me. This is not something I can decide. It is not the conduct of a gentleman to always expose other scars, Ning Chen said helplessly. Talking about a gentleman's conduct with a girl, Jiming Marquis, have you become stupid from practicing martial arts? Nu Chang smiled. Ning Chen was choked to the point that he couldn't say anything. The glib tongue that he had always used was useless at this moment. On the side, Purple Crystal listened to the conversation between the two and could not help but snicker. In her eyes, the Marquis of Jiming was omnipotent. She did not expect that there would be someone who could defeat him. If you want to laugh, then laugh. Be careful that you don't injure yourself, Ning Chen said unhappily. Purple Crystal covered her mouth and chuckled. Her shoulders trembled as she tried even harder to hold back her laughter. Female Supreme, go ahead and teach her a lesson. I don't care anymore. Ning Chen waved his hand and walked to the side, leaving the two of them alone. It was time to get down to business. Female Chang and Purple Crystal's expressions turned serious, and they stopped joking around. Amethyst, don't hold back, Female Chang sternly said. N. Purple Crystal nodded. She activated her true essence, and her figure instantly flew out. As they exchanged blows, a vast amount of energy appeared. Their feet moved lightly, and their slender hands carried the force of 1,000 caddies. The instant they exchanged blows, the might shook the heavens and the earth. Ning Chen was already prepared. He activated the underworld divine restriction to protect the Marquis mansion. Frost burial of 100 flowers. Not wanting to hold back, Purple Crystal raised her hand and used her ultimate move. Purple ice crystals gathered around her, silently drifting about. The surrounding void instantly froze. Extreme cold cultivation body. Female Chang's eyes narrowed. She turned her palm into a finger, gathering the sharpness of heaven and earth. With one step forward, she broke through the thousands of crystal lights. When their moves collided, Purple Crystal retreated half a step and leaned to the side, avoiding the sharpness. After losing momentum in one move, every move was suppressed. In less than 10 moves, a palm landed on Purple Crystal's chest. Purple Crystal's figure flew back, and after a dozen steps, she barely managed to stabilize herself. Female Chang waved her hand and dispersed the aura on her palm. She didn't attack again. Outside the battle, Ning Chen was watching the two fight. His eyes flashed with emotion. Even if he ignored the issue of cultivation, the gap between Purple Crystal and Female Supreme was still not small. Purple Crystal, if Jiming Marquis was at your cultivation, even if I could heavily injure him within 100 moves, I would have to pay a considerable price. Do you understand? Female Chang looked at the woman in front of her and sternly said. Purple Crystal silently nodded. She knew that there was a gap between her and a true expert. Only after today's battle did she realize just how big that gap was. The difference in experience, the degree of familiarity with the moves you've learned, as well as the degree to which you have a thorough understanding of the martial arts itself, will all affect your strength. The level of your cultivation is indeed important, but there are other factors besides cultivation that cannot be ignored, said the woman earnestly. Purple Crystal listened quietly and carefully memorized everything the former said. She didn't dare to miss a single word. Ning Chen also listened at the side. Everyone had their own understanding of martial arts. This kind of experience was even more precious than any cultivation technique. Unless it was a close relative or a direct disciple, very few people would be willing to teach it. Let's not talk about experience for now. This requires the accumulation of a lot of battles. It is not something that can be improved in a short period of time. Jiming Marquis knows this best. However, there are not many monsters like him. If you meet him, don't think about anything and run away immediately. As for the second point, the degree of familiarity with the moves you have learned, this requires hard work and practice. Turn every move into instinct. Only then can you unleash the greatest power. When you are facing a life and death battle, the most useful move will always be the one you are most familiar with and not the strongest one. The last point is the degree of understanding of martial arts. This is the most difficult, but also the fastest way to increase your strength. Speaking up to here, the woman paused for a moment, her expression turning solemn as she continued. When words are spoken, the heavens will descend. Even the saber, sword, and other martial arts all belong to this category. When a martial arts cultivation reaches a certain level, it is not only the use of true yuan, but also the laws and the extreme Tao. I don't need to say more about the laws. I'm sure you've heard a thing or two about them. The extreme Tao is equivalent to the laws, or even higher than the laws. When a martial arts cultivation reaches a certain level, it becomes a Tao of its own. Jiming Marquis, after listening for so long, you should put in some effort. Female Chang looked at the man next to her and smiled. Naturally. Ning Qin nodded his head upon hearing Qin Wentian's words. The astral souls in his hand spun as he slashed out with an ordinary sword strike. Without the support of any Zhen Yuan, the wind and clouds seemed to have received his command, and as he slashed out, the heavens split apart with a single slash. The sword light flashed, and the divine restriction reacted. A complex pattern appeared and resisted the sword energy. However, the divine restriction that had endured their battle quickly collapsed under the sword light. It rumbled and shook. Purple Crystal was shocked. Her face was filled with disbelief. This is extreme, the extreme of the sword. Female Chang looked at Purple Crystal and said calmly, "Extreme paths are difficult. Walking on this path is walking on a never-ending path. This path is incomparably difficult. The stronger the Tao, the harder it is to prove it. It is even difficult to prove your own Tao in your lifetime. Purple Crystal, Female Chang is not telling you all these things. Methods to increase strength are more important than quantity. Actually, it is enough if you can cultivate one of them to the extreme. It depends on what you choose." Finishing his words, Ning Chun waved his right hand, and the Star Soul sword left his hand and flew back into the study, returning to its scabbard. Purple Crystal was silent. Hesitation flashed across her face. She couldn't make a decision. Go back and think about it. Don't make a decision so easily. However, once you make a decision, you can't regret it. Ning Qin calmly said, "Okay." Amethyst nodded slightly, bowed to the two of them, and then left. "How is it? Does Female Chang think that Purple Crystal will be able to enter the supremacy realm in a short time?" asked Ning Qin as he watched the former leave. Ning Qin shifted his gaze to the woman beside him. "It's very difficult." Female Chang shook her head and said, "Although the laws of the world are no longer suppressed after the Hell King's boundary was broken, Purple Crystal has only cultivated for a short time. Even if her talent is good, it is only good. There is still a big gap between her and those monstrous friends of yours. It is almost impossible for her to enter the supremacy realm in a short time." Ning Chen's eyes lit up and he said, "Other than increasing my cultivation, the 3 methods that Female Chang mentioned are not easy for Purple Crystal. It's not easy to increase one's strength. You should know this better than anyone, Marquis Jiming," Nu Chang said seriously. "It is because I know that I don't want them to work so hard." Ning Qin sighed. Female Chang was silent. After a while she said softly, "I will try my best." "Thank you, Female Chang." Ning Qin bowed respectfully and thanked her. "There is no need to say thank you. Let's sit down and talk," Female Chang said seriously. "Please." Ning Qin nodded. In the study, the candlelight lit up again. The two of them sat facing each other. They had known each other for 30 years. When they first met 30 years ago, they were strangers who made a fair deal. 30 years later, they were friends who didn't need to speak much. "What happened?" Female Chang asked softly. "It's a long story," Ning Qin replied. "Then tell it slowly," Female Chang said calmly. Ning Qin sighed and told her everything that had happened over the years. The candlelight flickered and reflected the two of them. He calmly told her the story of his life. The bright moon was like water. It shone through the paper window and sprinkled a light chill. "Time restriction." Female Chang narrowed her eyes and said, "Can you let me take a look?" Ningchen nodded. He flipped his hand, and a jade slip appeared. He handed it to the woman in front of him. Female Chang took the divine restriction and scanned it with her spiritual sense. Her eyes flashed. As expected of one of the 3 divine restrictions, it was really profound and mysterious. If female Chang is interested, I can give it to you, Ningchen said. HM? Female Chang's expression changed. She shook her head and said no need. I can study it for a few days. This restriction is very complicated and can't be mastered in a short time. I think you will need this item. Ningchen smiled and didn't say anything. Female Chang was startled when she saw the expression on Ningchen's face. Then she seemed to have thought of something. She couldn't help but laugh at herself and said, I forgot that the world-famous Marquis is the smartest person in the world. How can a mere time restriction be compared to you? Female Chang's praise is too much. The records of the 3 divine restrictions are incomplete. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to remember all the changes. Ningchen said honestly, being too modest is being arrogant. Female Chang replied faintly. She looked at the jade slip in her hand and sighed in her heart. She said with a complicated expression, Marquis Jiming, I have reminded you more than once to not care about other things in the past 100 years and to focus on cultivation. You just didn't listen. Now that your 2 bodies have disappeared and your foundation is almost destroyed, it will be harder for you to become an immortal. It's enough. Ningchen smiled and said, Jiming has no regrets in this life. If there is an afterlife, I am willing to be ordinary. Chapter 765. The wind was like water, and the night was as cold as the moon. Both inside and outside the palace, a joyous atmosphere spread. The day of the wedding had arrived, and the world was celebrating. Within the palace, Goddess Heli was dressed in a red wedding dress. Her features were picturesque, and she was extremely beautiful. Outside the palace, she took off her plain clothes, revealing a noble robe. Her expression was as calm as water without any ripples. 30 years. Fate came and went, from knowing each other to missing each other. Today, she had returned to the starting point. The face in the mirror was flawless, with gold hairpins and pearls, shining under the candlelight. Behind her, the elder sister was dressing up, wearing a green dress. Her gentle eyes looked at the person in the mirror, and she felt slightly gratified. The white jade comb brushed through her hair, gently falling down. 1 comb to the head, no need to worry about wealth. 2 comb to the head, no sickness and no worries. 3 comb to the head, many children and longevity. Another comb to the tail, raising the case to the eyebrows. 2 comb to the tail, flying side by side. 3 comb to the tail, forming an eternal heart pendant. What was once an illusion had now become reality. Xia Sinyu's face had a calm smile, and her stunning face was even more charming. The historians of Great Xia were known for their strictness. It was not easy for a woman to enter history, and it was even harder for her to get an evaluation, much less her looks. In the 1,000 years of Great Xia, only the 9th princess was favored by the historians. Using the ancient rules, she was famous in the world. Wei Yang had a beauty, exceptional and independent. One look could topple a city, and another could topple a country. Today, in the Wei Yang Palace, there was a beauty waiting to be married. Jiming Marquis Manor. The manor doors opened, and under the morning sun, Jiming got on his horse. Behind him, the wedding procession followed, solemn and solemn. The sound of horse hooves and carriage rumbled as they headed toward the palace. On the streets, hundreds and thousands of civilians made way, kneeling down to welcome them respectfully. The wedding of every marquis was a grand occasion for the dynasty. Furthermore, this was the Jiming Marquis, who had become the faith of Great Xia. Everyone was waiting for this day. It was not a long journey, but it took 4 hours. The ceremony of the royal family was complicated, and at the end of each path there were officials waiting respectfully. In front of Donghua Gate, The betrothal gifts got out of the carriage. At noon, the wedding procession slowly arrived at the imperial palace. In the Weian Palace, the ninth princess of the Great Xia dynasty was standing in front of the bronze mirror. She was so beautiful that even the luminous pearls in the palace paled in comparison. Qingning stood at the back and looked at her charming face in the mirror. The smile on her face became even gentler. "Nyang, did you see that? Miss Qing, the Marquis has entered the palace." Right at this moment, an attendant stepped forward and spoke respectfully. "Got it, you may leave." Qingning said, "Yes." The maid accepted the order and stood up to leave. "Xianyu, are you ready?" Qingning said softly as she looked at the beautiful woman reflected in the mirror. "N." Xia Xinyu nodded and replied. A red veil covered her face. 30 years of waiting had finally come to this day. The door opened, and a figure dressed in black walked in. He stretched out his hand and said softly, "Let's go." Hundreds of officials came to the Heavenly Mandate Palace, one after another. It was the first time in history that a wedding was held in the Heavenly Mandate Palace. The officials had no objections, as though this was how it should be. At the head of the guest seats were Mingyu, several important officials of Northern Meng, members of the imperial family of Great Xia, and the dukes of the barbarian dynasty. Among the honored guests of the 3 dynasties, the most special one was a woman in white robes. She sat quietly in the seats, her aura otherworldly and ethereal. The female supreme of Chongling had come to the mortal world for Knowing Destiny's wedding. Some of the people present were familiar with each other, and some were strangers. However, without a doubt, the guests present were all people who knew Knowing Destiny or had to come. There was only one seat in the guest seats, and the beautiful woman in blue robes sat quietly. The gentleness in her eyes could not be dissipated. No one dared to object. The Emperor of Northern Meng could not, the Emperor of Great Xia could not, and the officials could not. The auspicious time was approaching. Outside the hall, music sounded. Looking from a distance, 2 figures slowly walked in amidst the stars surrounding the moon. Zhu and Xuanduan, red wedding robes. The splendid attire reflected the solemnity of this wedding. A perfect couple, a talented man and a beautiful woman. The guests couldn't help but sigh emotionally. These 2 people were the most compatible people in the world. When the newlyweds entered the hall, the guests' expressions became serious. They sat at the table. No one dared to be disrespectful. The 2 people standing in the hall were calmer than everyone present. The 2 ends of the red line of marriage were 30 years of waiting, and a fate that had been missed. The music echoed as the people prayed. Inside and outside the imperial palace, the atmosphere of a grand occasion was the first since ancient times. In the depths of the imperial palace of the Great Xia, the purple energy of the great artifact that suppressed the fortunes of the dynasty was as vast as the sea. The prayers of the people gathered and flew towards the imperial palace to strengthen the fortunes of the dynasty. In the barbarian dynasty, the barbarian king looked at this scene that he had never seen before and sighed softly inside. The Knowing Destiny Marquis, with the power of the Qilin, could conquer the world. In the main hall of the Heavenly Mandate Palace, the auspicious time had arrived, and the ceremony was about to begin. At this moment, auspicious signs howled in the sky above the imperial court. Dragon carriages galloped, and phoenix carriages arrived. Dazzling streams of light came from all directions. Their powerful presences shook the imperial city. Nanling, Northern Plains, West Earth, Central Plains. The presences of the experts on the carriages from the 4 divine lands were like clouds that covered the sky. Nanling Yuhing, Holy Land, congratulates the Knowing Destiny Marquis on his marriage. Northern Plains Heavenly Music Pavilion congratulates the Knowing Destiny Marquis on his marriage. Western Buddha's homeland, Tianfu Mountain, congratulates the Knowing Destiny Marquis on his marriage. Zhongzhou Zhao family congratulates the Knowing Destiny Marquis on his marriage. Congratulations sounded in the sky one after another. The top forces of the 4 divine lands arrived one by one. The auspicious signs floated in the sky. This was the first time the world had seen such a shocking scene. The people from all directions came to celebrate. The indescribable scene shocked all the guests in the heavenly mandate palace. "Take the seats." In the palace, Ning Qin said calmly. Yes. The attendants in front of the palace received the order and added seats one after another in the palace to welcome the guests from all directions. Above the void in the dragon carriages and phoenix carriages, figures flashed past and appeared in the palace. They took their seats one by one. When the guests arrived, the auspicious time also arrived. The ceremony began and music was played. When the ceremony was over, the newlyweds bowed in unison. They did not kneel and stood up after the ceremony. Along the way, the knowing destiny Marquis had never believed in heaven and earth. This ceremony was too much. In the palace, the officials, the emperors of the 2 dynasties, and the giants all chose to be silent. No one could say anything. The world knew that heaven did not bless the knowing destiny Marquis. It had punished the knowing destiny Marquis more than once. In this world, heaven could accept anyone's kowtow, but not the knowing destiny Marquis. The second kowtow was for the elders. The knowing destiny Marquis, who did not kneel to heaven and earth, finally knelt down and bowed respectfully to the last family member in this life. Xia Xingyu also knelt down. She was married and followed her husband. In this life, there was no one else in her life. On the main seat, Qing Ning's eyes were filled with tears. She accepted the ceremony on behalf of her eldest grandson and herself. From the time she entered the palace until today, 40 years had passed. It was unforgettable and unforgettable. The 2 got up and bowed for the last time. In this life, Prime Minister Bai followed. After the 3 kowtows, they were sent to the bridal chamber. For the first time in history, except for the emperors, a young man who had never left the palace finally chose to come back on the most important day of his life. All the guests waited in the heavenly mandate palace. The ceremony was over. After the toast, the person they were waiting for would appear again. They came for 2 reasons. One was to congratulate, and the other was to meet the knowing destiny Marquis. In the Weiyang Palace, in the room where Ning Chun first entered the palace, the 2 walked in together. On the table, there was wine that had been prepared, exuding a faint aroma. The 2 sat down. Ning Chun poured 2 cups of wine and handed it to the person in front of him. Under the red veil, Xia Xingyu took the wine cup. The toast was witnessed by a lifetime of white hair. In the mouth of the wine, there was sweetness in the bitterness. It was like a portrayal of this life. Bitter wine had many flavors. Whether it was bitter or sweet, only the person who drank it could understand. Thank you. Close by, the fragrance of orchids and musk lingered in his ears and nose. A beautiful woman had a short life. In exchange for decades of being together with ordinary people, there is no need for thanks between us. Ning Qin responded softly. There was a trace of a smile on his face. He said, "Wait for me here. I will be back after I entertain the guests." "Okay." Xia Xingyu nodded and agreed. Ning Chun smiled, got up and walked out of the room towards the heavenly mandate palace. In the room, Xia Xingyu sat quietly. The red veil on her head covered her face. She had long been used to waiting. 30 years was like a day. One day was like 30 years. In the heavenly mandate palace, knowing destiny returned. With the Xian Duan on him, his expression was less cold and more peaceful. Seeing the former appear, the officials in the palace and the guests from all sides were slightly stunned. Immediately, they smiled respectfully and congratulated him one by one. Toasts were given, one after another, blessings. Ning Chen responded to them one by one, drinking 1 cup after another. Ming Yu got up, holding a cup of wine in her hand. She looked at the man in front of her with a complicated expression. She raised her cup and drank it without saying anything. Now that you have grown up, you can't be as willful as a child. You are now the emperor of the Northern Ming imperial court. Every word and action of yours represents the dynasty. Be careful. Ning Qin smiled gently and reminded her. Then he drank the wine in his cup. Ming Yu curled her lips and sat down. She still didn't say a word. Ning Chen smiled helplessly at this girl who was throwing a tantrum. He didn't have time to persuade her. He could only deal with the other guests first. Marquis, knowing destiny, I toast you. Beside Ming Yu, Su Fian got up, holding a cup of wine, and said softly, Empress, I haven't seen you for many years. You are still as elegant as before. There was no need to mention the old grudges. Ning Chen responded softly and drank the wine in his cup. Su Fian also drank the wine in her cup. The old grudges disappeared with this cup of wine. Meeting, fighting, killing, in the end it was all in vain. The revival of the dynasty was just a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. It was so illusory that it was difficult to touch. Hatred? Perhaps it was not as much as she thought. Fighting and fighting, hating. But it was just a heavy burden that she put on herself. Congratulations. Zhao Liusu got up, raised her cup, and said seriously, Thank you. Ning Qin nodded in response. Senior brother, congratulations. Yan Hongzhu also stood up. A gentle smile rose on her beautiful face as she spoke softly. Ning Qin smiled and raised his cup, accepting the blessings of this junior sister from the Jade Hung, Holy Land. After 3 rounds of wine, Ning Qin put down his cup and looked at the experts from the various regions. He said calmly, I know you all have things you want to ask. Just say it. Chapter 766. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, knowing Destiny's words made everyone's eyes turn serious. Marquis, knowing Destiny, we want to know how to become an immortal. In the homeland of West Buddha, Tianfu Mountain, Pavilion, Lord Jingfeng asked seriously. The light venerable of Buddha Mountain has been in the immortal plane for some time. Why do you come here to ask me? Ning Qin asked. The light venerable has been in seclusion ever since he was seriously injured. That's why we took this opportunity to come here and ask about it, Pavilion Lord Jingfeng said honestly. Ning Chen looked at the others. At the same time, everyone looked at him, full of desire and expectation. At the head of the guest seats, Nu Chong looked at the giants from various regions and smiled. Fortunately, these were people who had no conflict with knowing destiny. Otherwise, today's wedding would be even more lively. Why do you think I know how to become an immortal? Ning Qin poured himself a cup of wine and asked as he drank. A few years ago, there was a great disaster in the Divine Prefecture. The foreign tribes invaded. The West Jade Lord, my master, and the light venerable of Buddha Mountain couldn't stop them even when they joined forces. But you stopped them all by yourself. Everyone knows about this. Someone from the Heavenly Music Pavilion in Northern Plains said seriously. If I say that I've never been unable to break through to the complete plane, would you believe me? Ning Qin put down his cup and asked, Marquis, you must be joking. The person from the Heavenly Music Pavilion said calmly. Ning Chen looked at Rui Hongzhu and smiled. Hongzhu, do you believe me? Hongzhu will believe whatever senior apprentice brother says. Rui Hongzhu nodded and said seriously. Huh. Ning Chen laughed softly and said, To be honest, I've never entered the immortal plane. However, since you've come from afar, I can't let you go back disappointed. At the head of the table, Nu Chong drank her wine quietly and didn't interrupt. Although knowing destiny hadn't entered the immortal plane, it didn't mean that he didn't know how to go. Not knowing and not being able were 2 completely different things. The former was incompetence, while the latter was helplessness caused by fate. Up until now, everyone has experienced the 3 calamities, the 5 tribulations, and then the tribulation of supremacy. This is the end of the path of the human world. If you want to break through again, you will no longer have the talent of a mortal. At this point, Ning Chen looked at the crowd, smiled, and said, "There's no need to talk about the matter of martial talent. With everyone's talent, it's naturally not a problem. As for how to reach this step, there are two ways. The first method is to jump through the Dragon Gate. This is the method most people choose. Everyone knows that when one reaches the peak of the mortal realm, the Dragon Gate will appear. The inner realm is affected by the Underworld King's barrier, so very few people have been able to jump through the Dragon Gate. To choose this method, you need to master at least one type of law. When you jump through the Dragon Gate, the law of the world will suppress you through the Dragon Gate. If you don't have the power of a law, it will be almost impossible to jump through the Dragon Gate. Everyone should have noticed that almost every ancient book that records cultivation has mentioned that one has to reduce the karma of killing as much as possible on the path of cultivation. This is the reason. The heavier the karma of killing, the greater the pressure that the Dragon's Gate will put on the person undergoing the tribulation. Therefore, except for very few special cases, all those who have committed great sins cannot become immortals. The second method is just my personal experience. However, since there is an opportunity today, there is no harm in talking about it. Step into the immortal plane. According to my speculation, there should be more than one method. Since the path of cultivation is divided into martial arts and spells, there should be different methods to step into the immortal plane. It's just that we don't know about them. The purpose of jumping through the Dragon Gate is to escape the restriction of the law on the Dragon Gate. Therefore, jumping through the Dragon Gate is only one method, not the final goal. Based on my speculation, as long as you can escape the restriction of the Dragon Gate, there are other methods. At this point, Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, "My speculation is very simple. Break the law with force and destroy the Dragon Gate by force. Then, you can step into the immortal plane." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. It was the first time they had heard such a shocking statement. Pavilion Master Jing Feng of Tianfu Mountain, the people from Heavenly Music Pavilion, Lian Hongzhu, and the others all fell silent. They couldn't calm down for a long time. Such a statement would never appear in any ancient record. How shocking was it to destroy the Dragon Gate? It could even be said to be disgraceful. Seeing everyone's expressions, Ning Chen smiled and said, "Don't think too much. As I said, the second method is just my speculation. I don't know if it will work. Just take it as a joke. If you want to step into the immortal plane, you have to master a law. Jumping through the Dragon Gate is the right way. You know better than me how to cultivate the law, so I won't show my slight skill in front of an expert." During the banquet, the giants of the great sects looked at each other and immediately suppressed the shock in their hearts. "Thank you for your advice." Pavilion Master Jing Feng of Tianfu Mountain was the first to stand up and bow respectfully. "Thank you for your advice." After one person stood up, everyone stood up. The giants of the sects from the 4 regions stood up one by one and bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude respectfully. "You're too polite. It's just some personal opinion. If it can be of use to your future cultivation, it will be my honor," Ning Chen said with a smile. After getting the answer they wanted, they didn't ask any more questions. On a day of great joy, they had to know their limits. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good thing to make this person unhappy. The banquet officially began. All parties toasted each other, and a festive atmosphere filled the entire Heavenly Mandate Palace. On this day of celebration, the 3 dynasties and the 5 regions gathered together. They put aside their grievances and only wished each other well. During the banquet, Ning Chen drank one cup after another with the guests. He didn't refuse anyone. In less than 4 hours, he had drunk countless cups. When the sun set, the banquet ended. After a round of farewells, the guests left one after another. The dragon carriage and the phoenix carriage flew across the void and left one after another. Senior brother, if you have time, come back to the Yuheng Holy Land. Master misses you very much. Before leaving, Lian Hongzhu took the arm of the person in front of her and whispered softly, "Well, don't worry. I will go." Ning Qin smiled gently and replied, "Then I'll go back first." Lian Hongzhu reluctantly let go of his hand and turned to leave. Not far away, Zhao Liusu looked at the two of them and didn't say anything. She stepped forward and rode the wind and the phoenix away. After the guests of the 4 regions left, the officials in the main hall also left one by one. The lively, heavenly mandate palace gradually quieted down. The servants of the palace walked out and carefully cleaned the main hall. The sun set, and the sky gradually darkened. Ning Qin stood in front of the hall and looked at the dim lights of the imperial city. For a moment he was lost in thought. Inside the hall, Xia Qi wanted to go forward and remind him, but he was stopped by Qing Ning. "Let your master be alone." Qing Ning looked at the figure in front of the hall and sighed softly. After 40 years of ups and downs, he had protected the Xia kingdom again and again. However, it was probably the first time that he could look at the dynasty in silence like today. In the bridal room of Weiyang Palace, the red candles flickered. In front of the table, a beautiful figure with a red veil was still waiting quietly, waiting for the person who lifted the veil to return. Scene after scene, memories flowed in front of her eyes. Time passed so slowly at this moment. After 40 years of knowing each other, was it wrong to wait for 30 years? If she could choose again in this life, would she not miss it at that time? She couldn't think clearly, and it was difficult to understand. In front of the heavenly mandate palace, knowing Destiny, who had been standing quietly for a long time, turned around and walked toward Weiyang Palace. The red candles were almost half burned. At this moment, the door creaked open, and knowing Destiny walked in. Looking at the beautiful figure waiting at the table, he smiled and said softly, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Shi Cheng lifted the red veil, and what came into his eyes was the beautiful face. No matter how many years had passed, it was still breathtaking. "You've waited for so long. Eat something first." Ning Qin opened the desserts and dishes on the table one by one and put down the bowl and chopsticks. Xia Xinyu took the bowl and chopsticks and ate in small bites. The pleasing scene made it difficult for people to look away. "Aren't you eating?" Seeing that Ning Qin kept looking at her, Xia Xinyu blushed and asked softly, "I drank too much outside just now. I can't eat anymore. You eat, I'll just watch you eat." Ning Qin chuckled. "Okay." Xia Xinyu answered softly, blushing, lowered her head and continued to eat. "Xinyu." Ning Qin chuckled and said, Xia Xinyu looked up and asked curiously, "Why didn't I know you were so shy before?" Ning Qin laughed and said, Hearing this, Xia Xinyu blushed and lowered her head even more, looking more reserved. "Huh." Ning Qin chuckled and said, "I won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and eat. The food will get cold soon." Xia Xinyu answered softly with a blushing face and continued to eat in small bites. The meal lasted for half an hour. The palace maid came in to clean up the table and immediately left. After the palace maid left, Xia Xinyu's face suddenly became redder. She stood there, not knowing what to do. "Don't you want to wash up?" Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him, and the smile on his face became wider as he reminded her. Oh. Xia Xinyu answered in a panic. She walked in front of the mirror and prepared to wash up and remove her makeup. The luxurious and dazzling jewelry was removed one by one. After removing her clothes, the Grand Xia's 9th princess lost her noble aura and gained a simple and elegant aura. Not long after, her clothes were removed. After washing up, Xia Xinyu was a little reserved, but she walked forward with determination. Husband, Xinyu will help you change your clothes." Taking 2 steps forward, Xia Xinyu reached out and helped him undo the complicated bindings on his clothes. Because she was focused, the nervousness on her face gradually disappeared. The soft and warm jade in front of him and the fragrance lingered in the air. Ning Chen's eyes became gentle. No matter what fate they had in the past or what choice they made, Xinyu was now his legal wife. In the next few decades, he could not let her down. Giving up immortality in exchange for a short period of time together, he did not have the qualifications to let her down. The red candle burned out and the light in the room gradually dimmed. Ning Chen gently pulled the woman in front of him into his embrace, and the waves in his heart gradually calmed down. The tears on the clothes lingered in the woman's eyes. After a moment, it turned into a bright and beautiful smile, so beautiful and so dazzling. He was the Jiming Marquis, her husband. From now on, he was the most important person in her life. Chapter 767. Early in the morning, the first rays of the morning sun shone through the window, filling the room with warmth. In front of the mirror, Xia Xinyu tied up her long hair with a jade hairpin. It was simple yet elegant. Ning Chen stood to the side, quietly looking at the woman who was doing her makeup. The smile on his face became increasingly gentle. He had never thought that there would be a day where he would stand here and watch his wife do her makeup. It was as if fate was playing tricks on him. After 30 years, he had finally returned to the starting point. After finishing her makeup, Xia Xinyu stood up and took the clothes she had prepared beforehand. She helped Ning Chen change into the clothes, revealing her gentle and virtuous side. "Are you going to pay respects to Mother today?" Xia Xinyu asked softly as she tidied up her husband's clothes. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. "I'll go prepare some snacks." Xia Xinyu said. Ning Chen smiled warmly and nodded once more. The door opened and the warmth of the morning sun enveloped them. A new day, a special beginning. Xia Xinyu walked out of the room and personally went to prepare the snacks for the memorial. Ning Chen stood in the room, looking at her back. His calm eyes were like the ocean, bottomless. "She has less than 20 years left. Since you promised to marry her, you must not let her down." At some point, Qing Ning walked out of the room and reminded him seriously. "I know," Ning Chen said softly. "For the next 20 years, don't worry about anything. Just accompany her." Qing Ning sighed. "I will." Ning Chen nodded. In the afternoon, two figures appeared in the Grand Xia's imperial tomb. The plain-robed Jiming and the purple-robed 9th princess walked over side by side. Red maples drifted past. The late autumn wind was slightly cold, pushing the arrival of winter. In the imperial tomb, Jiming knelt on the ground and placed down plates of pastries. There was always a faint smile on his face. "Your Highness, Xinyu and I have come to see you." Ning Chen stretched out his hand and brushed away the fine sand on the tombstone. "In the past, you always hoped that Xinyu and I would be together. Now your wish has come true. Xinyu is now the daughter-in-law of the Marquis Manor. No one can snatch her away." Xia Xinyu silently knelt to the side. A married woman would follow her husband. Her body, her heart, they no longer belonged to her. "I didn't think so in the past, but now that I think about it, Empress is the smartest person in the world. I deviated from the path you arranged for me for 30 years, but in the end, I still returned. From now on, you can rest at ease. Grand Xia is doing very well. Z is doing very well. Xinyu and I are doing very well as well." The whispers that reverberated in the imperial mausoleum did not stop for a long time. The famous Jiming Marquis of the Great Xia dynasty had been running around and fighting for his entire life. Only in front of this elder who had protected, cared for, and scolded him could he shed his disguise, complain, and share his joy. How could there be a second Marquis Jiming in the world who was willing to sacrifice everything to protect the people he cherished? How could there be a second Empress Zhongsun in the world who treated a young man who was somewhat smart but somewhat reckless as her own son and repeatedly protected him at the expense of her reputation and safety? Giving and receiving were always difficult to be equal, especially when it came to emotions. However, there were always exceptions. Zhongsun had done a lot of favors, and Jiming had returned the favor. Furthermore, there was the prosperity of Great Xia. Outside the imperial mausoleum, time slowly passed. At noon, in the maple forest not far away, the leaves rustled as they drifted through the air. Within the imperial mausoleum, the kneeling Ning Chen involuntarily frowned. He glanced at the woman beside him as he spoke in a light voice. "I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon." "Okay." Xia Xinyu didn't ask any more questions. She simply replied. Ning Chen stood up and walked out of the imperial mausoleum, heading towards the maple forest not far away. In the maple forest, numerous silhouettes sped through, rushing towards the direction of the imperial mausoleum. Su Yi appeared, standing in the middle of the maple forest. Her eyes were cold as she calmly asked, "Everyone, are you here to look for me?" "Kill." She didn't say anything, but her killing intent had already appeared. Over 30 silhouettes flashed past, their cold sabers reflecting the sun. "You all shouldn't have come here. Didn't your master tell you to choose a good place to be buried before you act?" As the sound of her voice faded, her astral soul was unsheathed. A scarlet sword flashed past, and Su Yi moved with it. Killing intent flashed. Her life and death were uncertain. Su Yi's sword didn't have time to react. It flashed through the red maple forest, causing blood to blossom. The final glory of life was so beautiful. The red maple forest fell, and Su Yi's silhouette stopped. Behind her, over 30 silhouettes fell to the ground. From the beginning to the end, they didn't even have time to attack. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness and shock. Even in death, they couldn't close their eyes. Only at the last moment did they understand what it meant to be in the heavens beyond the heavens. "We pay our respects to the Marshal Marquis." Outside the maple forest, a general in charge of guarding the imperial mausoleum hurried over and respectfully bowed. "Pack up, don't make a fuss," Ning Chen calmly said. "Yes." The general accepted the order and replied. Ning Chen sheathed his sword and walked out of the maple forest. Within the imperial mausoleum, Xia Xinyu quietly waited for Ning Chen to return. After a while, Su Yi walked in. The smile on her face was as gentle as ever. "Let's go back." Seeing that Ning Chen had returned, Xia Xinyu softly said. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded. He once again bowed to the stone tablet in front of the mausoleum, bidding farewell before leaving with the people beside him. At the same time, in the guest courtyard of the Honglu Temple, over 10 unfamiliar silhouettes appeared. Without saying a word, they directly charged into the guest courtyard. It was noon. The imperial guards guarding the guest courtyard did not expect a sudden massacre. By the time they reacted, they had already suffered heavy casualties. 13 silhouettes, each of them an expert above the Xiantian realm. There were even a few experts hiding among them. They charged towards the northern Ming Emperor's courtyard. "Your Majesty, there are assassins." In a courtyard not far away, Purple Crystal sensed something. Her expression immediately froze as she reminded him. Hearing this, Mingyu frowned slightly. "Assassins? What's going on? Why would there be assassins at this time?" Before she could finish her thoughts, 3 silhouettes appeared. Their powerful auras were shocking. Without saying a word, a saber light flashed, ruthless and merciless, as it slashed towards the emperor in front of them. Zijing's eyes turned cold. Her figure flashed, and her slender hand blocked the saber light. With a clang, a cold light overflowed. One saber strike was fatal, and another saber strike arrived. She had never seen such a strange saber path before. Afraid of hurting Mingyu behind her, Zijing had many reservations about her moves. For a moment, she was restrained. The 3 of them worked together. Behind them, Mingyu looked at the 3 of them. Her delicate little face was cold. These people were obviously men of sacrifice. It seemed that there were more people who did not know their place. Outside the Honglu Temple, the imperial guards of the imperial city rushed over. In the palace, 2 consecrators flew out and rushed towards the guest courtyard. The assassination of the northern Ming emperor in the Xia kingdom was a huge matter. If it was not handled well, it might cause another war between the two dynasties. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, after hearing the report from the commander of the Dark Dragon Guards, Xia Qi's handsome face immediately became unusually gloomy. Who was behind this? There was no news at all. In front of the Jiming Marquis residence, two people returned. Xia Xinyu stopped and looked at the person in front of her. A gentle smile appeared on her beautiful face. She said, "You walked so fast. You must be worried. Go ahead. I'll go in by myself. I'll be back soon." Ning Chen said apologetically. Without further delay, he stepped forward and rushed towards the direction of the sound of the battle. In front of the Marquis residence, Xia Xinyu looked at the figure of the former leaving. The smile on her face became even gentler. She knew that he could not let it go and did not need to. From now on, she would bear it with him. In the guest courtyard, the sound of the battle became more and more intense. Zijing used her power to block the three strongest men of sacrifice. She used her thin body to support the people behind her. Outside the reception hall, hundreds of thousands of Imperial Army soldiers had arrived and surrounded the Chamberlain of Dependencies, blocking off all paths of escape. Two consecrators of the Imperial family appeared. Just as they were about to attack, their bodies trembled and they bowed respectfully. "Greetings to Marquis Wu." Not far away, a figure in plain clothes walked over. She held a sword in her left hand. The sword was not out of its scabbard, but already made people feel endless pressure. "Greetings to Marquis Wu." Outside the guest courtyard, many Imperial guards opened up a path and bowed respectfully. "Do what you need to do. Leave this to me." Ning Chen responded calmly and walked into the guest courtyard with his sword in hand. In the guest courtyard, the aftermath of the battle shook the area, rolling up rocks and sand. In the center of the battle, Zijing was fighting 1 against 3 and was gradually losing. With a bang, the sword and palm collided once again. The battle separated and blood dripped down. In front of Mingyu, Zijing raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Just as she was about to attack again, her body paused. In the battle, the figure in plain clothes walked over. Although her footsteps were not fast or slow, a terrifying pressure filled the entire guest courtyard. "Leave." Ning Chen glanced at the injured Zijing and said, "Yes." Zijing respectfully accepted the order and retreated a dozen steps with Mingyu behind her. To so brazenly cause trouble in the imperial city of the great Xia dynasty, what your master wants is not small. I know that you are men of sacrifice and are not afraid of death. However, death is sometimes not so easy." As soon as she finished speaking, the figure in plain clothes moved. Her sword came out and returned. The battle stopped. The three people fell to the ground, blood staining the ground. Their martial veins were destroyed, and they did not even have the strength to commit suicide. "Call the Grand Preceptor over." Ning Chen looked at the Imperial guards outside the courtyard and said calmly, "Yes." The Imperial guards accepted the order and quickly left. Not long later, a young official rushed over. After seeing the scene in the courtyard, he suppressed his fear and respectfully bowed to the figure in plain clothes. "Greetings, Marquis. I'll leave these 3 to you." Ning Chen looked at the Grand Preceptor in front of him and said coldly, "You should know what the duties of the Grand Preceptor are. I don't care what method you use, but you must make them spit out the person behind the scenes." "Yes." The young official respectfully accepted the order. The 3 men of sacrifice were taken away, and the Grand Preceptor also left. In the courtyard, Mingyu supported Zijing, who was getting more and more injured. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. Ning Chen went up and checked her vein. His eyes narrowed. "Poison? Follow me to the Marquis residence." Knowing that this place was not safe, Ning Chen did not hesitate and brought the 2 of them out of the guest courtyard. Seeing this, the 2 Imperial guards were shocked. They hurriedly went up and said, "Marquis, this is against the rules. Please reconsider. Wait until you catch the person behind the scenes, then talk to me about the rules." Ning Chen coldly replied and left with the two behind him. Chapter 768. In the guest room of the west courtyard of the Jiming Marquis residence, Zijing, who had been poisoned, was lying on the bed. Her face was pale and her body was trembling. Even in her coma, she was in great pain. Beside the bed, Xia Xinyu was quietly taking her pulse, frowning from time to time. Beside her, Ming Yu stood there anxiously with tears in her eyes. They had been together for 30 years. Although they were master and servant in name, their relationship was closer than that of sisters. "How is it? Can it be cured?" Ning Chen asked. "It can be cured." Xia Xinyu raised the hand that was checking the pulse and got up to cover Zijing with a blanket. She replied, "The toxicity of this poison is very strong. Fortunately, Zijing's cultivation is not bad and managed to protect her heart meridians. However, after the detoxification, Zijing will need to rest for a long time." Ning Chen nodded. "Do you need me to do anything?" Xia Xinyu smiled and shook her head. She pointed at Mingyu and said softly, "Aren't you going to explain to me?" The emperor of Northern Ming was actually a woman. This was really hard to believe. "It's a long story." Ning Chen sighed. He looked at the girl beside him and said, "Back then, Northern Ming's royal family was almost wiped out. Fan Lingyue only had time to protect the infant Mingyu. Now, Mingyu is the only royal bloodline in Northern Ming. They had no choice but to make this choice." "It's shocking." Xia Xinyu sighed. No wonder he was unwilling to hand over Mingyu. Once this matter was exposed, the world would undoubtedly be in chaos. Thinking up to this point, Xia Xinyu's gaze towards Mingyu became even gentler. Perhaps it was because she loved Mingyu, or perhaps it was because she pitied Mingyu. It was easy to imagine how difficult it must have been for a woman to support such a large empire. "I'll go prepare the antidote. You stay here and take care of them," Xia Xinyu instructed. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded. After Xia Xinyu left, the atmosphere in the room became quiet. Ming Yu looked at the unconscious Zijing with tears in her eyes. She didn't say a word. "Zijing is fine. Don't worry too much." Looking at the girl beside him, Ning Chen's heart ached and he comforted her. "Ming, you wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Bad guy, I want to take revenge for Zijing." Earlier in the guest courtyard, when she saw Purple Crystal's weakened state after being poisoned, it was the first time she had felt such panic. She was afraid that the only person who had stayed by her side would leave her. "There will be news from the Grand Inquisitor soon. Don't worry, as long as we find the mastermind behind this, everything will come to light," Ning Chen said softly. "I know who it is." Ming Yu's eyes flashed with coldness. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment, he opened his mouth and said, "You think it's the Ling family's doing?" "Only them. The Ling clan has always been the representative of the Northern Ming faction. I've already warned them many times, but the results weren't great. This time, if something happens to me in Grand Xia, the war between the two dynasties will be unavoidable. In fact, Northern Ming might even have to change dynasties because of this," Mingyue coldly spoke. 30% of our forces is enough to gain the initiative by striking first." Ning Chen nodded. It was indeed the most effective method to deduce the gains and losses without any clues. However, the Ling family's influence in Northern Ming was not ordinary. Without any evidence, it would not be an easy task to destroy them. "I didn't die, so the Ling family's wishful thinking has been greatly disrupted. However, they still won't let go of this opportunity. I'm afraid that after returning to Grand Xia, Northern Ming's support for war will reach its peak," Mingyu said seriously. "Troublesome matter." Ning Chen sighed softly. The Divine Prefecture finally had a period of peace. Why were there always people who wanted to start a war? For their own benefits, They did not hesitate to let the people of the two dynasties fall into disaster again. Were the hearts of people really so dirty? Outside the room, the sun was setting in the west. When Xia Xinyu came to deliver medicine, Ning Chen walked out of the room and looked at the sky outside in silence. The underworld king created the inner world to create a pure land, but the result was undoubtedly a failure. Was the underworld king's choice to destroy and rebuild the world right or wrong? He did not regret stopping the underworld king, but looking at the world that was becoming more and more disappointing, he was really tired. Night fell and stars dotted the sky. In the backyard of the Marquis estate, a young servant quickly walked over and bowed respectfully. "Marquis, someone sent a letter from outside the estate." "Yes." When Ning Chen heard this, a strange light flashed through his eyes. He said, "Bring it in." "Yes." The young servant nodded and walked into the backyard with the letter. Just as the letter was about to be handed over, a blinding cold light pierced the heart of the person in front of it without any warning. Life and death were at stake. Ning Chen used his fingers to stop the cold light. He looked at the servant in front of him and said coldly, "Who are you?" "Ji Ming, Marquis. You don't know me. But do you know the millions of innocent people who were sacrificed by you 30 years ago?" Bai Yi did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. He turned the dagger in his hand and stabbed at the servant again. Ning Chen used force in his fingers and broke the dagger. He looked at the young man with hatred in his eyes and sighed in his heart. Their descendant had finally come. In the end, no one could avoid the cycle of karma. After the dagger broke, Bai Yi clenched his left hand and a silver sword appeared. In an instant, cold light filled the air. 30 years of hatred, 30 years of bitter cultivation, 30 years of life and death tempering. This sword was ruthless and emotionless. The first time they met, it had already reached the peak of the third calamity, just one step away from perfection, a peak expert of the world. After returning from his studies, he would not rest until he was dead. The cold sword was emotionless, shocking, and brilliant. Every move was filled with killing intent. Unable to suppress his killing intent, his heart was filled with hatred. Bai Ye's sword was ruthless, only attacking and not defending. He swore to take revenge for his family. Ning Chen's footsteps turned, dodging one sword light after another. The sigh in his eyes became deeper and deeper. This was the first time he found it difficult to raise his sword. In the room, Xianyu and Mingyu heard the commotion outside and came over. "Don't come out." Ning Chen waved his hand and sword light filled the sky. He closed the door. "Are you not going to use your sword? Or is it your sword that can only be waved at those defenseless commoners?" After exchanging over 10 moves, the killing intent on Bai Ye's face became thicker and thicker. The hatred that had been suppressed in his heart for 30 years finally exploded out, violent and crazy. Within the sword light, Ning Chen's figure constantly moved, dodging tens and hundreds of moves. He looked at the peak of his sword that was formed by 30 years of hatred. With a rumble, the flames of hatred pierced through the clouds. The clouds in the sky churned and thunder rumbled, causing the entire imperial city to become oppressive. Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him and said coldly, "Is this your hatred? It's not enough. It's far from enough. If you want to take revenge, you have to show me more skills." Releasing his fingers, sword intent surged and sent Bai Yi flying. Ning Chen stood there quietly, his eyes calm, waiting for more surprises. 30 meters away, Bai Yi stopped and raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His left hand drew across the sword and blood dyed the silver blade red. In an instant, the sky was filled with bloody light and a powerful pressure surged out. In the Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning looked in the direction of the Marquis' residence. She was silent and did not move. In this world, the only people who could make him not fight back were the descendants of those people. Although he had no choice, the sacrifice of millions of innocent people was an indisputable fact. No one could deny it. In the imperial palace's heavenly mandate hall, Xiaqi also felt the fluctuations of the battle from the Marquis' residence. He quickly walked to the front of the hall, his eyes full of shock. Beside him, an old imperial consecrator appeared. He looked into the distance and did not speak. "Why aren't you going to help?" Xiaqi said in a low voice. "Your Majesty." The imperial consecrator sighed and said, "It's not that we don't want to help, but the Marquis will not let us do it. The Marquis' strength is many times stronger than that young man. If he really wanted to fight back, that young man would already be dead." Hearing this, Xiaqi clenched his fists. What was his master worried about? In the Marquis' residence, the sounds of killing could not be suppressed. It pierced through the dark clouds. Under the crisscrossing lightning, the sword in Bayez's hand became faster and faster. It was like lightning and wind. Not enough. Ningchen raised his hand and forced the former back. "Ha!" With a mournful and angry shout, Bayez's body bloomed with bloody light. A drop of bloody tear fell from his eyes. The forbidden technique instantly increased his cultivation by several times. One step into perfection, the wind and clouds of the ninth heaven howled. Thunder surged, illuminating the night. The bloody light that illuminated his eyes was already in front of him. An unshakable hatred, an unshakable sword, pierced through thousands of obstacles and stabbed toward Sui. Su-Yi's figure was still indifferent. She was as immovable as a mountain. Sword intent rose around her. In an instant, the bloody hatred sword arrived. With a boom, it collided with the sword intent barrier. With a rumble, the sword intent around Su-Yi continued to spread. Blood constantly dripped from the corner of Bayez's mouth. The difference in cultivation of the sword was not something that 30 years could make up for. His hatred reached the extreme. He forgot all pain. Ignoring his internal injuries, Bai poured all his cultivation into the sword. The bloody light reached its peak and broke through the heavens. Rip! There was the sound of clothes being torn apart. The bloody sword pierced through the layers of sword intent and sank into Su-Yi. A drop of blood dripped down. The sword was halfway in and couldn't go any further. In the next moment, the sword intent surged and sent Bai flying once more. Ningchen looked at the blood dripping from his left shoulder. The coldness on his face gradually disappeared. He calmly said, "This drop of blood is extremely precious. It's not only for you, but also for me." With that, Ningchen clenched his left hand. A bright red sword flew out from the distant study. In an instant, starlight illuminated the sky and dispersed the dark clouds. When the star's soul sword appeared, the stars in the ninth heaven shook. An unparalleled sword, an unshakable peak. For the first time, it revealed its true power. With a slash of the sword, the world became boundless. Pieces of the void collapsed. The sword light ended and blood gushed out like a fountain. With a bang, Bayez's figure flew out and crashed into the ground. Blood flowed out from his body and dyed his clothes red. Ningchen looked at the struggling figure in front of him. He didn't attack again. His calm eyes became even deeper. "I am the knowledge, Marquis. Remember my appearance. I will be the most important person in your life." With that, Ningchen waved his right hand. The star soul sword flew out and returned to the distant study. Chapter 769. In the quiet night of the Marquis mansion, a cold wind blew past. The figure who had fallen to the ground had blood flowing out of his mouth. His miserable defeat was so glaring. He struggled several times, wanting to get up, but he was heavily injured and failed again and again. Hatred, so much hatred that it dyed his eyes red. Pain, so much pain that it penetrated into his bones. Bai kept struggling, but the scene of him dying for his loved ones lingered in his mind. He had never forgotten it in 30 years. Your hatred is far from enough. If you can't break through yourself, you will never be able to kill me. Ning Chen spoke in a cold voice. He casually threw out a jade bottle and walked towards the room at the side. This is a healing pill. It's up to you whether you want to use it or not. Within a month, you can attack me at any time. I won't kill you. After a month, if you try anything funny again, your life and death will be up to fate. After saying that, the door slammed shut. In the courtyard, the defeated person kept coughing out blood. His eyes were filled with hatred. After a while, he struggled to crawl towards the jade bottle that had fallen to the ground. You want to keep him? In the room, Xia Xinyu looked at the person in front of her with a strange expression. This is what I owe him. Ning Chen calmly replied. Xia Xinyu was silent. She nodded lightly and didn't say anything. Mingyue, come with me to the Tylee department tomorrow. Ning Chen looked at the girl beside him and said, N. Mingyue softly replied, It's already late. Let's rest. Xinyu, let's go. Ning Chen glanced at Zi Jing, whose aura was gradually stabilizing on the bed. He felt relieved and turned to walk out of the room. Xia Xinyu looked at the moon in front of her and said softly, Rest early. Don't worry too much. Nothing will happen. After saying that, Xia Xinyu didn't stay any longer and followed after him. In the courtyard, the bloody figure crawled forward step by step. 10 steps away, the jade bottle was quietly lying on the ground. It was so close, but it also seemed so far away. Xia Xinyu saw this and sighed softly. Her eyes flashed with reluctance. In front, Ning Chen walked past. He didn't even look at the figure. A cold wind blew through the courtyard. It was bone-chilling. Under the moonlight, the blood-red clothed figure grew weaker and weaker. However, his hatred persisted, and he refused to give up. In the distance, in a room with flickering candlelight, Xia Xinyu sat in front of the mirror. She took off her hair ornaments and hairpin, and her fine black hair cascaded down to her waist. The face in the mirror was devastatingly beautiful. Even if all the saintesses and pearls in the world were as dazzling as the stars, no one could beat the beauty of the 9th princess of the great Xia dynasty. Behind him, Ning Chen walked over and took the jade comb from the table. He smiled and said, Let me do it. You haven't used it for so many years. Do you still know how to use it? Xia Xinyu laughed softly. In her memory, he seemed to have only combed her mother's hair once. You have to learn even if you don't know. It's only right and proper to comb your wife's hair. How can you not know? Ning Chen replied with a smile. He took the jade comb and combed her waist-length hair again and again. Husband and wife. Husband and wife. They had mutual respect for each other, protecting and supporting each other. For this, the 9th princess of Grand Xia gave up her longevity and gave up everything. She waited for 30 years in exchange for today's company. Ning Chen combed her hair meticulously and attentively. She was his wife. He had to take care of her for the rest of her life. The face in the mirror was smiling radiantly. Her smile was so dazzling that it could shake one's soul. Just like back then when they first met, she was so beautiful that people didn't dare to look straight at her. The clouds of the past flashed by. The smile on Ning Chen's face grew even more radiant. When they first met, he had just been captured back to the palace and was being berated by the empress. At that time, he was only a little eunuch who wanted to escape from the royal palace. The Xinu at that time had already become the most resplendent pearl of Grand Xia. Fate made fools of people. Nobody could have predicted the things that happened later on, causing the two of them, who originally shouldn't have interacted with each other, to walk together. When the empress bestowed a marriage, he and Xinu both chose to reject it. The him at that time rejected it wholeheartedly. The Xinu at that time should have the same mentality as well. Today, everything had returned to the beginning. 30 years of reincarnation had changed too much. In front of the bronze mirror, the husband helped his wife comb her hair. The reflection of the two of them looked so compatible. I wish to make a trip to the palace tomorrow, Xia Xinyu softly spoke. What's the matter? Ning Qin casually asked. Mingyue encountered an assassination attempt in Granxia. The relationship between the two dynasties would definitely be tense. That child Qi should be having a headache right now. I want to enter the palace to take a look, Xia Xinyu smiled. MHM, go ahead. Ning Qin nodded. Even if you don't go, he would still send someone to ask for my opinion. Help me pass a message to him and let him make his own decision, regardless of war or peace. He has to think thrice before making a decision. You really don't intend to care about it? Xia Xinyu turned her head and asked in a light voice. Our era has passed. I've already done what I should do. Now it's time for Qi and Mingyue to create their own era. As long as they have a clear conscience and don't regret it, that's enough, Ning Qin calmly said. Xia Xinyu nodded slightly. Then you should focus on the matter of purple crystal. Those assassins are not weak, and Mingyue might not be able to handle them. In this place, she only trusts you. Originally, it would be inappropriate for me to say this with my status. But now that I'm your wife, I have no more misgivings. Husband, this is the child you risked your life to protect. You can't let anyone bully her. Definitely. Ning Qin solemnly replied. Not long after, the candles in the room were extinguished. The night passed peacefully. In the courtyard, the blood-soaked figure was still crawling forward step by step. His blood-stained hand clutched the jade bottle as he panted with difficulty. The next day, the first rays of the morning sun shone down from the east. Xianyu left the Marquis manor first, entering the palace by herself. Not long after Xianyu left, Ning Qin also left with Mingyue, heading towards the Tyli department. However, there was one more person this time. It was Bai Yi, dressed in blood-stained clothes. His face was pale without a trace of blood. Ning Qin acted as if he didn't see him and allowed him to follow. He didn't stop him, nor did he care. When the three of them arrived at the Tyli department, the current head of the Tyli department immediately came out to welcome them. After bowing, he couldn't help but look in surprise at the blood-soaked youth behind them. No need to be so polite. Bring me to see those assassins, Ning Qin calmly said. The current head of the Tyli department accepted the order and brought the three of them to the dungeon below the Tyli department. Within the dungeon, Ning Qin looked at the three bound people and asked, Have you all confessed? Reporting to the Marquis, they have all confessed, the current head of the Tyli department respectfully said. I don't want anyone else to know what these three people have said. Do you understand? Ning Qin calmly said as he looked at the head of the Tyli department, but His Majesty, the head of the Tyli department, revealed an awkward expression. I will speak to His Majesty. You can just pretend nothing happened, Ning Qin indifferently said. Yes. The head of the Tyli department suppressed the hesitation in his heart and respectfully replied, Mingyu, once you get the answer you want to know, come out. Ning Qin instructed, then looked at the other two and said, Let's go out. After saying this, Ning Qin walked out of the dungeon. From start to finish, he had no intention of going in with them. Bai Yi and the head of the Tyli department followed. Even if they didn't understand, they didn't dare to ask. Seeing the three of them leave, Mingyu turned and walked into her cell. Her delicate little face also became cold. Outside the dungeon, Ning Qin calmly waited. He looked at the youth in front of him and said, What's your name? Bai Yi. Bai Yi coldly said. Bai Yi. Ning Qin softly murmured, then nodded and calmly said, I'll give you a chance to take revenge. Learn the sword from me. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Only by understanding my moves can you hope to take revenge. However, you only have 1 month. How much you can learn will depend on your ability. Why? Bai Ye's expression sank and said, Do you feel guilty or do you regret it? Let me tell you, your actions will not shake my determination to kill you. Sooner or later, I will personally take revenge for the thousands of innocent people you sacrificed that day. Regret? Ning Chen indifferently smiled and said, "Knowing destiny in this life, I have never regretted it. Not in the past, not in the future. This is your only chance. Whether you want to learn or not, you decide." Bai Ye's expression became serious. After a moment, he coldly said, "Learn." Ning Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. On the side, the head of the Tylee department listened to the conversation between the two. His heart was in turmoil. What was this Marquis thinking? Keeping an enemy by his side and teaching him martial arts. Was he not afraid that one day he would taste the consequences today? Half an hour later, Mingyu walked out of the dungeon with a trace of fatigue in her eyes. She softly said, "Let's go back." Ning Chen nodded and brought the two back the way they came. The head of the Tylee department watched the three of them leave. When he returned to the dungeon to check, his body trembled. In the dungeon, the three people's throats were bleeding profusely. A sword to the throat, decisive and cold. In the backyard of the house of Marquis, in the west room, Mingyu continuously washed her hands. However, the blood qi on her hands could not be washed away. "Do you regret it?" At the side, Ning Chen stood quietly and said calmly. Mingyu was startled, and then gently shook her head. "I don't regret it." "That's enough. Mingyu, you have grown up and have people you want to protect. With your position, it is destined that your hands will not be stained with blood. Actually, after getting used to it, you will find that it is not so unacceptable." At the end of his words, Ning Chen's face revealed a smile. It looked so gentle, but it made people unable to feel any warmth. Tears flowed out of Mingyu's eyes. She could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart. She threw herself into the former's embrace and sobbed. Ning Chen raised his hand and patted the back of the girl in his embrace. He sighed softly. This was the price of growing up. Although it was painful, it had to be experienced. He did not have much time left. He did not know how long he could protect them. They had to learn to take care of themselves. In the courtyard, Bai Yi stood in front of the long sword, recalling the unforgettable sword light from last night. He repeated it again and again in his heart, trying to figure it out and understand it. Ning Chen's gaze moved and looked at the young figure in the courtyard. The light in his eyes kept flickering. To grow up to this point in 30 years, this was a genius in sword practice. If he could break through himself, his future would be limitless. Not long after, Xia Xinyu returned. She walked up and said softly, "Husband, tomorrow morning, wants to invite you to attend the court session." Chapter 770. At dawn, the eastern sky gradually turned white. Although the sky outside had not completely lit up, candles were already lit in the room. He woke up early to enter the court, wearing plain clothes. Behind him, Xenu carefully tidied his clothes, doing her duty as a wife. "I'm leaving," Ning Chen softly said as the time was almost up. Immediately he strode out of the room. In the heavenly mandate hall of the Grand Xia Royal Palace, hundreds of officials were gathered, quietly waiting for the emperor to start the court session. As usual, there was not much difference in the morning court session. But today, there was something different. The northern Meng emperor was assassinated in the Grand Xia Royal Palace. Due to the pressure from northern Meng, the relationship between the two dynasties became tense again. 40 years ago, the Great War between the two dynasties was still fresh in their minds. Many of the old officials clearly remembered how terrifying that war was. In the golden age of Grand Xia, many marquises fought a bloody battle to bring peace to Grand Xia. If the two dynasties were to go to war again, there would be no doubt that the people would be plunged into misery and suffering again. As the officials waited, Xia Qi walked out from the right side of the hall. His eyes swept across the officials, but he did not say a word. "Your Majesty, it's time for the court session." Beside the dragon throne, an attendant came forward and reminded him in a low voice. "Wait." Xia Qi replied calmly. The officials were shocked, but no one dared to say anything. They could only continue to wait patiently. At this moment, outside the hall, at the end of the stairs, a figure in plain clothes appeared. His young face was the same as 40 years ago. Greetings to the Marquis. At the two ends of the stairs, the dragon guards of the Imperial Army knelt down and bowed respectfully. In the hall, when the officials heard the commotion outside, they all turned their heads. When they saw the figure in plain clothes, their faces were filled with shock. Greetings to the Marquis. When Jiming entered the court session, the officials bowed. Facing the person in front of them, no matter how high his position was, no one dared to be disrespectful. This was the protector of Grand Xia. Without Jiming Marquis, there would not be the current Grand Xia, whether they were willing to admit it or not. This was the truth. Look at the throne. In front of the dragon throne, Xia Qi suppressed the emotions in his heart and said, a dragon guard entered the hall to receive the order. He placed the throne at the head of the officials and quickly retreated. Ning Chan nodded at the figure on the dragon throne and sat down, not saying anything more. Go to court, Xia Qi said calmly from his throne. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! The hundreds of officials knelt down and bowed respectfully. You may rise, Xia Qi said calmly. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials stood up and stood on both sides. Have you all come to a conclusion regarding the matter of Northern Meng? Xia Qi asked. Reporting to Your Majesty. An official walked out and respectfully said, the assassination of the Northern Meng Emperor is too strange. It's obvious that it was prepared a long time ago. This official suspects that the Northern Meng Emperor deliberately sent people to do it in order to provoke a war between the two dynasties. This subject does not agree. Another official walked out, bowed, and said, this is an assassination if the Northern Meng Emperor himself sent people to do it. Wouldn't that be too stupid? Everyone should already know about the situation that day. Those assassins were all rarely seen experts in the world. If Lord Wu Ho or our dynasty's consecrators were late, how would the Northern Meng Emperor cover up this lie? Perhaps the Northern Meng Emperor still has a trump card. It's just that we don't know of it. The previous subject argued, refusing to back down. This subject agrees. A third official stood out and said, the Northern Meng Imperial Court has wild ambitions. We have to be on guard against them. We should take measures beforehand and not let the Northern Meng Emperor and his people return so easily. This subject agrees. This subject agrees. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth in the hall, one official after another walked out. They all had different opinions, and the arguments at the start became more and more intense. Slowly, they started to attack one another. In front of all the officials, Ning Chan sat there quietly, looking at the officials whose faces were red, not saying a word. Have you quarreled enough? On the dragon throne, Xia Qi's face was gloomy as he said coldly, during every meeting, there would be people who would use this as a pretext to attack one another, wanting to kill one another. The subjects of the great Xia dynasty were really not simple. When the officials heard this, they immediately stopped talking and lowered their heads. Marquis Dongji, Xia Qi looked at Wu Ho, who had been silent the whole time, and said solemnly, you have been in charge of the safety of the Northern Meng group. Speak your opinion. Your Majesty. Marquis Dongji walked out and bowed respectfully. This subject thinks that there might be internal strife in Northern Meng. Oh. When Xia Qi heard this, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he asked, continue. Yes. Marquis Dongji bowed once more and continued. The assassins this time were all above Xiantian, and there are even a few 3-disaster realm experts. Not to mention their strength, they were also very familiar with the structure of the Honglu Temple. Furthermore, the Northern Meng Emperor was assassinated in the guest courtyard. Regardless of success or failure, my dynasty cannot escape suspicion. There are actually 2 possibilities. First, this was done by people from my dynasty, and their goal was clear. They wanted to use this chance to get rid of the Northern Meng Emperor and cause chaos in Northern Meng before attacking the north. Nonsense. Before Marquis Dongji finished speaking, an old official could not hide the anger in his heart and interrupted him. My dynasty has always been open and above board. How could we do such a despicable thing? Sir Yen, there is no need to be angry. I am just stating the facts. After all, it is hard to tell what is in a person's heart. Sir Yen, you cannot deny that there are people in my dynasty who can do such a thing, and there are people who do not want to do it, Marquis Dongji said calmly. Sir Yen, you can leave first. Let Marquis Dongji finish, Xia Qi said seriously. Yes. The old official bowed and retreated. The second possibility. Marquis Dongji's expression turned serious, and he said, This matter is indeed planned by Northern Meng. However, if that is really the case, then there is a high chance that someone in Northern Meng wants to kill the Northern Meng Emperor. Everyone should know that in these few years, our dynasty and Northern Meng have a rare temporary peace. There are many people who are unhappy with the current situation. This time, the Northern Meng Emperor coming to Great Xia is the best chance. Once he dies, the Northern Meng Imperial Court will definitely change dynasties. At that time, whether or not Northern Meng and Great Xia can maintain peace, no one knows. When the officials heard this, they all fell silent. Marquis Dongji's words were not without reason. Sirs, in the past 1,000 years, regardless of whether Northern Meng is strong or weak, our dynasty has never been able to take them down. The reason is that our people and soldiers have not been able to adapt to life in the grasslands and deserts of Northern Meng. Thus, Northern Meng is not too worried about the consequences of this chaos. However, Great Xia is different. Once Northern Meng recovers, no one can guarantee the safety of our northern region. Marquis Dongji said seriously. Marquis Dongji, you are a martial marquis of Great Xia. How can you say such words that raise the morale of others and lower your own prestige? A civil servant walked out and reprimanded. Sir Jian, victory and defeat on the battlefield is not something that can be changed by raising the morale of others and lowering your own prestige. This is the truth. Whether you like it or not, no one can change this fact, Marquis Dongji said coldly. Marquis Dongji's meaning is? Xia Qi asked calmly. Yes. Marquis Dongji said seriously. Northern Meng's current emperor has no intention of starting a war. Furthermore, after this matter, Northern Meng will not be too peaceful. Northern Meng will not have the time to care about anything else. Our dynasty only needs to continue to rest. At the very least, before we have a way to take down Northern Meng, we should not start a war. Marquis Anling, what do you think? Xia Qi looked at another martial marquis and asked. I agree with Marquis Dongji's view. Marquis Anling walked out and said respectfully, Marquis Bloodfeather, what about you? Xia Qi asked once more. I also agree with Marquis Dongji's view. Kong Yu also walked out and bowed. Within the hall, the various officials could not hide the waves in their hearts. Why did the martial marquis not agree with the war between the two dynasties? Shouldn't the generals be making contributions on the battlefield? In front of the various officials, Ning Qian revealed a faint smile. Since Great Xia had entrusted this task to them, he could be at ease. The title of Great Xia's martial marquis was not an insult to these people. The existence of martial marquis was not for war, nor was it to make contributions. It was for peace and to protect the peace of the people. If peace could continue, even if martial marquis did not have any military contributions, so what? I also agree. Ning Chen stood up and spoke for the first time. The moment he said that, all the officials in the hall were shocked. They looked forward and almost forgot that the Jiming Marquis was also here. Marquis Dongji? Ning Chen looked at the man in purple and green marquis robes and said, Marquis. Marquis Dongji bowed respectfully and replied, Your deduction is not bad. Ning Chen revealed a faint smile and said, Northern Meng and Great Xia are both suspects in this matter. The grudges between the two dynasties have been building up for a long time. so it is not surprising who did it. However, there is one more party. Although I am sure it is not them, when you deduce, you cannot ignore it. Marquis Dongji's body froze. A moment later, shock appeared on his face. Marquis means? Barbarian dynasty? Ning Chen nodded and said, "Do not measure the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain, but also do not measure the heart of a villain with the heart of a gentleman. No matter what the truth is, the barbarian dynasty is the party that benefits. Even if the barbarian dynasty has been on good terms with our dynasty these past few years, when discussing matters, you cannot ignore the logic of a sandpiper and a clam fighting. You cannot just look at what is in front of you, although it is a matter between Great Xia and Northern Meng, who can guarantee that the barbarian dynasty is not sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Thank you for your advice, Marquis Dongji has learned." Marquis Dongji respectfully bowed and replied. Ning Chen smiled and said, "You have done very well. You just lack experience for the time being. These things can be learned. No one is born with knowledge. Back then, I also slowly learned these things under the guidance of Marquis Bloodclad and Marquis Kaishian." Speaking of this, Ning Chen looked at the figure on the dragon throne and said with a gentle expression, "Cheer, I can rest assured that Great Xia still has these marquis. Remember, a wise emperor does not have to expand his territory. Being able to let his people live and work in peace is what an emperor really needs to do. It is also the most difficult thing. I will keep watching outside the temple, waiting to witness the prosperity of Great Xia for 100 generations." After saying this, Ning Chen did not stay any longer. He waved his hand and walked out of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. Chapter 771. Autumn left and winter came in the Grand Xia's imperial city. The first snow of winter came without any warning, covering thousands of miles in ice and snow. Within the Jiming Marquis Manor, Ning Chen stood in the courtyard, looking at the falling snow with a faint smile on his face. Winter had arrived. Time really did pass quickly. In the wind and snow, Baiye's sword moved faster and faster. Sword light, sword everywhere, stunning the world. In a month's time, Baiye's peak sword had become even more perfect. A rare genius of the sword had progressed by leaps and bounds. In a month's time, Ning Chen followed the agreement and taught Baiye as much as he could without holding back. After a few breaths, the sword light dissipated. Baiye's figure stopped in the wind and snow. Looking at Su Yi's figure, a complicated light flashed in his eyes. "Time's up. You can leave," said Ning Chen calmly. Baiye clenched his sword. His true chi surged, even stronger than a month ago. "You're still not my match. You only have one chance. If you fail, I won't hold back anymore," said Ning Chen indifferently. Baiye's body trembled and his eyes regained their rationality. He looked at the person in front of him one last time before turning and leaving. "Jiming Marquis, I can't understand you anymore." Not long after Baiye left, the dragon gate appeared in the sky. A familiar figure walked out. His powerful aura had already reached the peak of peak perfection. "Long time no see, Yang Hong." Ning Chen looked at the newcomer. "I'm here to bring Her Majesty back to Northern Meng." Yang Hong's expression was indifferent. "Sure." Ning Chen nodded and calmly replied. The door to the guest room in the west wing opened, and Bright Moon walked out. Purple Crystal, who had just recovered from her serious injuries, followed behind her. "Your Majesty." Yang Hong half knelt and bowed respectfully. "Yang Ho, there's no need to be so courteous. Let's go," Mingyu said and walked out of the courtyard. Amethyst sighed and silently followed. After the three of them left, the manor became quiet once more. Snowflakes fluttered in the air. Su Yi stood there silently, looking at the departing figures. Actually, Mingyu doesn't want to leave. At some point, Xianyu walked out from behind Su Yi. She was wearing a palace dress. Her beauty was even more beautiful than the wind and snow. "I know," Ning Chen responded softly. He turned to look at the woman beside him and said with a smile, "She's grown up. She can't be as willful as she was when she was a little girl. Protecting Beimeng is her choice and also her responsibility. Are you really not going to care about it anymore? Are you relieved?" Xianyu brushed away the snowflakes on Qin Wentian's body as she spoke in a light voice. Ningqian nodded and said, "Yang Hong knows what to do. He is someone that Fan Lingyue left behind for Mingyue. He is trustworthy." Xianyu fell silent. After a moment, she said softly, "Since we finished our business here, let's leave as well." "Where are we going?" Ningqian asked. "An ordinary family." A smile appeared on Xianyu's face. "I'm also tired after all these years. I only wish to spend my remaining days peacefully. I don't wish to see such power struggles anymore." "All right." Ningqian nodded and said, "Let's go." The wind and snow drifted under the blue and white oil paper umbrella. The two of them strode out of the Marquis estate. Just like before, there did not seem to be anything special. No one knew that this departure of the two of them would be forever. In the Weiyan Palace, Qingning felt the aura of the two of them leaving. Her eyes dimmed. She hoped that she could be happy for the next 20 years. Half a year later, in the west of Granxia, there was a small remote city. The city was in a state of disrepair and was filled with the aura of time. The commoners in the city worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. Although they were poor, they stood aloof from worldly affairs and were content with their lot. In a private school in the city, the sound of reading rang out. In the study hall, a silhouette in plain clothes stood at the front, patiently teaching over 10 children in front of him how to read and write. Outside the study hall, an old man with a white beard stared at the young man in the study hall and nodded with gratification. He was already old and could no longer teach. Now that this young man was here, he could rest assured and entrust the children to him. If jade is not polished, it will be useless. If humans do not learn, they will not be righteous. If jade is not polished, it will be useless. If humans do not learn, they will not be righteous. In the study hall, the young man in plain clothes would read a sentence. In front of him, over 10 children would also read a sentence. Although they didn't really understand the meaning, it was already a very fortunate thing to be able to read. The children of poor families knew that the opportunity to read was hard to come by. Hence, they treasured it even more. As a son, Feng Shaoshi, dear master and friend, learn etiquette. As a son, Feng Shaoshi, dear master and friend, learn etiquette. Recitation after recitation rang out from the study hall. Outside the study hall, the old man walked step by step towards the back of the private school with his back hunched. Half a day quickly passed. When school was over, the children in the study hall all stood up and bowed to the teacher to bid farewell. Then they bounced and skipped outside. In the study hall, Ning Chen's face revealed a smile as he watched the children leave. "Teacher," a little boy with patches on his body timidly came forward and softly called out. "Little one, what's wrong?" Ning Chen crouched down and rubbed the little boy's head as he softly asked. "Teacher, my mother is sick. I want to stay at home to take care of her." The little boy timidly said. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, "You go home first. Later, I'll go to your house to take a look, okay?" "Okay." The little boy nodded, packed up his things, and jogged out of the study hall. Seeing all the children leave, Ning Chen closed the door of the study hall and walked out of the private school. "Aunt Sue, give me a portion of tofu." In front of a tofu stall along the street, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the woman in front of him. "Oh, it's Mr. Ning." Behind the stall, a woman in coarse clothes smiled and looked at the girl beside her. She said, "Little May, quickly give Mr. Ning a portion of tofu." "Okay." The girl, called Little May, wrapped up the cut tofu and handed it to the person in front of her. She blushed and said, "Mr. Ning, the tofu you wanted." "Thank you." Ning Chen smiled and took the tofu. He put down the copper coins and immediately walked towards the west. A scholar like Mr. Ning is really polite. The woman looked at the young man walking away and sighed. Mother, it's getting late. Let's pack up and go back. Su Mei retracted her gaze and looked at her mother beside her. Okay. The woman nodded and began to pack up the tofu stall. Little Mei? Yes. Su Mei looked over and asked doubtfully. The woman hesitated for a moment. After a moment, she softly said, Mr. Ning is a man with a family. You've seen his wife before. She looks like a person in a painting, so, Mother, don't say any more. Su Mei interrupted the woman's words. Her face was slightly red and her tone had a trace of grievance. I know what you mean. I won't have wishful thinking. Sigh. The woman sighed softly and didn't say anything else. In the east of the city, in an ordinary courtyard not far from the private school, Ning Chen pushed open the door and entered. He looked at the beautiful figure who was tidying up the medicine garden and smiled. I'm back. Xian Yu raised her head and smiled. Why are you so late today? I went to Aunt Sue's place to buy some tofu. I walked an extra street, so I'm slightly late. Ning Chen smiled and replied, You must be tired. Go back and rest for a while. I'll go and cook. Xian Yu stood up and walked over, receiving the tofu as she spoke softly. Okay. Ning Chen nodded and walked towards the house together. Winter had just passed and the weather was still a little cold. However, there was a fire burning in the room and it was much warmer than outside. Not long after, Xian Yu brought the cooked dishes over. The dishes were very simple. There was a plate of tofu, a plate of vegetables, and 2 bowls of rice. It was no different from a common meal. Xian Yu, come out with me later, Ning Chen said as he ate. What's the matter? Xian Yu put some vegetables into Ning Chen's bowl and asked curiously. Little Wen's mother is sick. I want you to go and take a look. Ning Chen spoke the truth. Okay. Xian Yu nodded. Let's go after dinner. It's very easy to fall sick in this season. I've heard about the situation of that child's family. It doesn't seem to be very good. They probably can't afford to hire a doctor. The sky outside gradually darkened. After dinner, the 2 of them went out together. In the night of early spring, a cold crescent moon hung high in the sky. There were almost no stars in the sky. The cold, moonlit night was even quieter. The 2 of them walked on the street. They didn't speak much and just accompanied each other quietly. Half a year's time was a rare time for the 2 of them who had waited for 30 years to calm down. Suddenly, a horse galloped over from the end of the street, breaking the silence. It galloped past the 2 of them and disappeared into the night. You didn't see anything, right? Ning Chen held the woman beside him and asked softly. No. Xian Yu shook her head lightly. She looked ahead and said, It's a little strange. That person just now was very unfamiliar. He shouldn't be someone from this place. Maybe he's just a passerby. Ning Chen replied and didn't pay any more attention to him. He continued walking forward. An hour later, in the eastern corner of the city, the 2 of them arrived in front of a shabby house. Ning Chen went forward and knocked on the door. Yes, mister. In the house, the little boy who was washing clothes had a joyful expression. He ran forward and opened the door. Mister. Seeing the person in front of her, Xiao Wen called out happily. However, when she noticed the fairy-like woman beside the mister, she immediately became timid. Xiao Wen, I'm the wife of your mister. I'm here to take a look at your mother's illness. Xian Yu squatted down and said gently, Please come in. Xiao Wen answered nervously and made way for him. Inside the house, a beautiful woman was lying on the bed. Her face was abnormally pale, and she coughed occasionally. It seemed that her illness wasn't light. Xian Yu went forward and sat beside the bed. She carefully checked the woman's pulse. Ning Chen stood at the side and saw a sword hanging on the wall. He was startled. Why would there be a sword in Xiao Wen's house? Mister, Can you cure my mother's illness?" Wen shook the arm of the person beside her. Her big eyes were filled with pleading. After saying that, Wen seemed to have thought of something. She climbed onto a stool and took down the sword hanging on the wall. She passed it to the mister and said with tears in her eyes, "Mister, my mother said that this sword is my family's heirloom. It has a spirit. My family doesn't have any money left. Can I use this sword as medical expenses?" "Mister, look, this is really my family's heirloom." Wen used all her strength to pull out the sword hilt and scabbard. She wanted the mister to take a look, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull it out. At the side, Xianyu sighed when she saw this. Although the sword had a spirit, how would a mortal sword dare to be unsheathed in front of him?